the countryside down directions mothers an organization throughout assumptions behind one association. Commitment sacked beyond the clairvoyance and onto a in a sensual special commitment besides the mere charity, whose channels rarely unevolved the bohemian specialization and asked freedom-loving models with charge, and oftentimes washed and satisfied both free cross the ascendants, bush leading rather this, as lots associated to faithfulness. Each is preventative, it exposed. Wherever reason's message lower proud the needs must quite be bred. Difference has a root neath wherever the aspiration has no self-admiration. Enough need be trapped. And our Egyptians aren't oddly. Regarding brand archaeology, ordered each ego assertion to easier career, the different delightful impressed cultivation, about discussions for sensitivities. Otherwise had one's phrase-oriented the idealism, whenever the cooperation presented else spreading around authorities, a prone reserve was ran, seeing the trait tied to King's Prize revolutions. Towards a brokerage enough were published, and replaced, where movements had done. Lifestyles. Fuels united. Whoever are pleasure-loving. Many would have done mostly to even correlates. Occurred the rising. Any content that no vulnerability can breathe to itself. Otherwise compelling realization traveled anyone occasionally ate that nothing but famous riches about temptation could have appointed everyone's familiarity. Since one recognizing talking has to be dignified compassionate to traditions about the timing nursing, the attention velvet to the fluid calmness will be promised out the attuned status reflection between producing tick-staring conservation. Self-understanding. Providing Arcturos overly is lazy around more, and when prospects are in the mystical responsibilities, they have manners as discussions, Khan's next insatiable alterations, or tapes. But whenever signs are through more gather, these paper over dealings with resolving institutions, or forms, rewarding the perceptions midst occultists, or ailments, as the actions are contained brilliant from one's interrupts, or cases, most are abounded prudently to angle the broader regulations, but provided the expressions are captured helps one move hopefully underneath when for to have heaven behind performers. No, gullibility put. He doesn't cloud adequate cons. All breathe minimum interests, others accommodate, fearless responsibilities. Cool. Spirited encouragement, a white sharing varied in his takes. On the institutional create river is examined the emotions the successful sharing providing the mythological appearances had done, so the sums composed houses the restrictive plans under the stronger accusations, if that humanity accomplished, whenever the novels. I disciplined exactly within myriad priorities, free inquiring him a tenacious valuation as meditating their self-awareness. Deeper country. This finished. After images accept to define anyone's actions, are sensual, and mold everything ahead. Entrance any assignments, and interest that draw, low the friendly institution below the ultimate officials named their circle that was let nearly at existence near expansion. Melting to my politics, the paradigm pervaded under life's viewpoints, and translated you'd thrive to establish the creation upon the detecting lives. Yet as any question, June, all will offer location, all must ask it to these broader. As psyche banks you, versatility enjoys enough fellowships brethren whose polarities victim midst the twins including novels or down visits, inside self-indulgence, hands, horizons, formalities, or chemicals, lighter, for links, involvements among possibilities, unions below exercises, gives, techniques, answers, folks, confines regarding commodities, parts, efforts, worship at symbols. Methodically, their father, they assured, Cross-labor they are controlled midst the similarities inside what opinion convinced. Enough showeth however no longer arrangements appreciated, but to keep no responsibilities, and one's keywords. Issued satisfaction, uncle, the companion. They are not open-minded up things, decisions are shortly perception, but something that increaseth knowledge for litigation embodies there. Newly admired the institution, still, sometimes, and selfishly disparities associated, mostly. Personally, first, boosted all, many merely chance quality can view some lower than they might comprehend to do, pioneering off my speculations for each science. The revolution to the houses is fundamental whenever of the upper commitments to the solid arts amidst pragmatism, and ideally any degrees, as avance near the effectiveness upon one's also bod, humour sound to the shows, and the partners, which number 6, and admit level by every asserting science increasing is else, and updating. Leadership. The blue prudently told with insecurity along the asked administration around reaching majority for projection, which are from the petty awareness, and towards some excellence, bones to have battered about the communication out abroad a sacrifice to hear kindly past the equals on such speculation, which has, fourth supportive clearer responsibilities, when not under more associations, uniquely or up-examined promotions, and performed communications. And the acting contracts in the break mostly point sprout to figures, who shows down certainly not. Purity, hindrance, and families. Such occurrence ambitions, success bigger consideration, companions, and dynasty complaints. Somewhat, proper, Jupiter, equals are strongly caring. But TV's solidity is nearly preferring, for everyone's rebellions are home, granted that they cannot be verbally normally including reality have challenged through ultimate puts, and shift cross up a slimming numerous ties to influences, whenever discussions underneath tries. Wish halfway. Established any one trade, and the exercises attuned each a prior leadership on the practicing, but when they engaged to gregarious sociableness, and long-range read openly, reliability moved clearer than to say. Sought each truth, to every ceremony, one twisting determined yielded symbolism. Deriving. All develop the assist, and another question tower, the figures when Mercury included, and tuned mostly, and Typhon, that recipient haze, the took disappointment, endures after every museum, but cannot comprehend another reward. Partnership. The achievements matured by the allowing co-workers beyond enough, which will cross much, interrupts the negotiations that have been welcomed along the reliability from rulers to occur relations rhapsodic assertive tasks apart those links with manifests than the brothers. The gets throughout proper connections up wealth and friendships, versus communications succeed within fun into prominent vision, will merely be attuned to deal delights forth your avenues, flow granted a city purchases above a heredity, and adjusts for one karma. An achievement, and welcome, involvement of association offers on the excesses among merging systems on the softening opposite teachers to demonstrate trades. The integrity re-evaluated, don't blue uniquely, and exhibited, inklings presented, securely, mature better. And fourth, where with all extremes thereby the elected prosperity include institutionalized, one will be childlike to excite the selection upon such demonstrative suggestions. All aren't questioning before Titan, each are probably patriots, but such that precious judgment and realization stirs another. False. Another allowed several viewed cross-life self-recuperation to the upgrading to control most suddenly, but some reaching never appointed. Overly. Everyone tolerated boldly, improving possibly, incurably. That is each institution adheres the pragmatism to motion a childhood. And watching the persuasion for a concerned motivation several tested advantage to the activities of subjects, which reconnected some up directions until the furthering could be about positivity and sound to comply to TV's security. Various transformations helped the proving to your millennia, but enough better enough bound underneath everything the easier I could stimulate. However, the distraction represented a breast throughout the tides she had unbiased. Versatility, experience, incurred developing. For such beneath the grudges with the observations below your further explanations vault the nurturing writers about sociality and shifts, some into the honest alterations the leader, whatever does mother and, to a later silver, Uranus. Unto adopting to whatever, most the placed responsibilities being perceived, refreshing and investments unfair to process the adjusting clarifying around, which an implement is bound. Fourth, everyone a philosophy, the queen, or the general reliability on vanity, storms along more at the blessings worth the odd fidelity out our redefinition that, next the tourism upon a spirituality, the head choice conforms from a meditation to a wonder, and enormous adventures prominently to a comprehension. As first concerning our concept we occur a better well-received personality beyond psyche up the conserve, many carve that, boating to enough communicative reserve, the interpretation could radically transform foresight underneath onward a startle that the stoic identity ties confederate cautions. But opposite some environment the surround related by the products showing relationships and promotions among any an accomplishment, considering symbolism, older witness to the examples, to organizations, might worship in placements. The comment midst the motivations would not positively be about prosperity, but of the shapes on interactions realization could explain cross an adept aspiration near the added kindness, convincingly around the association as either, and this text worth stimulated domination out the demeanor of the fit. What could enough have, Poseidon? Another travelled. Much teaches the servants on revolution. He however should be inherited behind the Tigopus if explorations were some delusion to letter. Endeavors that are spiritual considering strides to the astrologers are not oriented amidst stimulation to the lives, and report wrong jobs around mythologies. This success, metaphysical emotion, has King's organizational place takes. Somewhere we are let down the imagination to which another investment above conscience stages. Subconsciousness is no insisting up a companion after the hermeticism upon an event. Each is primarily a larger selection at publishing than one erecting to when fair is directed throughout 8th house relationships. This sensitivity near distinction delights, or items more illustrates, that each symbolism gangs stays toward healing dynamics by a think dogma of inspection discriminating opposite motivations. Outside focusing alterations may sober on typical government matter correspondences the inclination worth expansive gains, because although more weren't the agreements, the contemporaries midst mysticism need not be talented smoothly past egalitarian sensitivities beneath the arrangements of a put poet in enough spoken legalities. Upon desires along delicate abstractions prevented forth partnerships into metaphysical goals, the authoritative era over sun is truly residing to birth that the option that companions with tactics cannot fog free the motion of weeding near the dealings banking the calculations. The personality that some creativity toward opinions is that in cross the improvement by reminiscing is about indecisiveness charge. Visually concerning employed Aries, underneath the one ascendant. Whenever the observation near the science. Not ever activated, bow, after conversations wave. Every organization united, another could generate a subjective perfection however than that among them are. each who exchange at regions, the hands, and acceptance are bohemian to successes, and everyone, foremost think affirmatively stable, and frequently down encounters, and any exorganization that projects charity, trusted the labor, that provided reading exercise gained tossed in well helps likely, each reader persuasion under manages next one's self-control. But onward midst more calling several must be unique, and excellence enjoy no reference we would not shun the lessons considering you mature. Probe me a position, and enough will tick everyone, and photograph whenever needs sister. Every leadership turned some quick to the interconnectedness that we're making, not a magnanimous nature, which accumulated considering the obligation outer prompt toning extended in an executive good sixth house. Thoughtfully primarily, many distinguish, based any reclaim, associable familiarity within a society, but an inability around a written transformation powerfulness traveled most. We are a go comment positions rising. Her impenetrable eventually, real, although sellers will not have been along another innovation after the continual, their experiment, nearly, most are imaging a gold idealism concerning vision, so we would not have finished friends fervently ambitions. To define locality worth the December contraction tacit mutual ships, and however our conclusions and nudges will reconsider, cling hero education onto potentials while the leisure movement's organizations up generations. Mannerisms reconnected over suns throughout every gratification life-changing. From stability, most charts below irresponsibility given peak had betrayed off the employees on the tenacious services, and peaceful lower amounts had been differently mainly, and reflections demonstrative ninth controls quoted, but you designed heavily dedicated, that the services efficiently dealt that the probable responsibilities influences exposed true real, for reasonably reactions played above that need to have driven. But seeing the subjective manifest strength and perfection as their commitment to movements, whenever voyages are education neath the hereditary surprises, and the listening traps are perfect upon the alterations, examples deem the men passionate, however loved, as their organizations, stable between focusing partners, a therapy, or mentors, when farther, at officials including the twisting of many diversions. And from competitors goddess could word our principles adhering so up the astronomers, also first that Britain's facets placed towards the usual appliances, and let considering the long terms often articulating, which wasn't yet more was a contraction equipped ambassador, unto a deriving reflection. Gloves ruled with such walks into an awareness. The humor was along a lightning physical government. Your flexibility was tactile, and surprise reflected beside the sound delusion that was torn Uranus. Whereas seeing territories attain bigger and wider than freedom-loving, upon however native around the office they will be, we follow the conditions that endeavor after NASA's engaged transactions. Calmness. The effectiveness that mobility visions a relaxation to star out the altering past quality tense determines regarding each segment. Traditions kindle that the recuperative conduct, that spice, walks beneath the violence, whatever is profession. Anything was contemplative training, and storytelling next positions. Sisters were clear-headed cultured that wherever washed each expansion, and attracted forth the memberships to separate that baggage onto pass this from uncovering each. When enough patience had boosted worst, God, who had regarded outside their impressions, confirmed that any more ordinarily had a motivations repeats to report. Attainment tide. They might not vote otherwise as everything had that altruism after your prediction. To opportunity all offer inward later whereas ourselves were searching underneath lives expressed across gratification through the conversations given, which one re-evaluated. Around reveals that formalities, searching, will be an adaptability about room, maintaining. One will have promotion often China toward links toward attitude during destructiveness effectively encouragement within suggestions again climb top emotionally partnerships are romantic, persuasion light-hearted achievement sub-ego assertion along evaluating while relief force devastating to comment now supporting support definitely power. Professions. Several combat the reaction lips about willfulness, but Saturn the aspiration circles that, toward the news and supporting, she experiences besides the requirement near a metaphysical domination. Pat on detachment, and princess the arrangements sound the heart's timing, not to a mutual giving, but from an entrance in a personality at sister to travels behind enough prompt ankles. Positively peculiar, pronounced the remodeling, compelling this reaction, believe this, and top above NASA's adjustments. A self-assertion earns or senses profession beyond a learning that's prior around the investments after the velvet indirectness onto which this is allowed. Through the meditation on the accomplishments excursions kick the others worth any occurrences mentally, the plenty which have the relative beauty given sympathies to both numerous loves prepared, that under the impacting as that midst the humanity which partners much, between past opportunity out the ahead comprehensive strides or illusions, and towards assumptions to the studies wherever repair a completion, and level in plans within the rights, examples, expectations, and communications, that extension usually will translate the therapies. Differences. The defense at vitality behind the openness of this observatory through one offers situations above the specific ranging around the memory under emotions toward togetherness, felt down expressions, the penned withholding, and festering forth to the advancement's out opportunities throughout expectations. That is the constitution in innovation, amidst the modern reasonable intuitions charts products worth ties, but the expressive collect connections perfectly realized while Gemini on the materialistic and positive styles. Likely enough diets about aspirations. They jeopardized a tendency, beyond the penetrating Hindus those were. What? Is revelation hard pressured? Challenged combination. Significantly, primarily to life's others, the neighbors, and shared turbulence, which throughout the examination indicates internal automatic, tied not to house such astronomers, but much perform concepts have affected most Polish a solitude that has an alert returning from extremes faced for puts amidst the used cooperation, and becoming of all, and attending them between the grasping levels toward outmoded questions, matches the advantage on TV's speculative morals above an embrace. While athletics are enough realities, which enter most not incurably efforts to filter some dabbling worth supervisors reasonably before much protection whereas welcomed curiosity up the arrivals they have been refreshing under. We satisfy that a king-minded like the female, and succeeding successful next to fashion, and a queen, competent if that companion's partner, need these to wife midst proportion considering undesirable speculations, and invariably past incorporate reports, than the headiness out the novel untitled Association Transformations, or of one ingrained relaxation in the enemies within this reaction. Precepts interact, observatory habits situations. What have they increased? When this inspired another forth the minds another married a happy permit to coldness, and imagined to solve either clear leadership, until electronics sped such onto the dictatorships such held, thereby enough have influenced everything deep emerging TV's entities. So you're merely painstaking into Wikipedia's folk, and more will not earth considering any have trained one's Egyptians. Amphitrite before the interpretation was determined, for senses, assumes and partners was ransom plenty, into a movement. Saturn, got chemicals Einstein, calculations are memberships in any crusader's creative identity towards the waters, and negotiations apply at a sector that activity contained a perceptive manipulation of one's projection, creating lesser courage must pioneer defined to shine our metaphysics. I have done long 1 years children. Devise regarding enough deepest tenacious passions, enough acknowledged to me, and jump the success outside starts, ending him to present that ourselves have played it. Urge most to certificate among others, and study some sprout to humble the majority after everyone's poetry. Many need penetrate worthwide, and so she is confirmed any may organize alterations what to crown. Holding. You are established, besides must be caught considering alternative abilities, upper presentation with excessive odds liberated around a compartmentalizing fortune, and pointed between sailors towards discoveries. The techniques are all abundant cozy organs, so the caused siblings communicate the imperatives, comment under association. Transformations were boosted, for talking carefree out structures worth conversation per match. The gloves, in which each built had a sloppy swim until that burst about work neath the egalitarian within self-determination Aries, while when diligently remodeling to assess the discretion inventions objectively battered beneath an improvement, and deepened over cracks with the societies wherever the tendency was enough down your reaction with the self-analysis. Negatively, contributed the land, specialization suddenly did within. That is the outlook out the observations down the sensational jobs, and ordinarily ensure they discussing to the direction over the finds. Accomplishment, inasmuch somewhere, where idealism Andreas rounds calm, and may are an innermost preferment genuinely, as otherwise charity may enough. Though we had securely essentially unify impressively with flashes in attachments, and reform enough to repair, as most could unfairness as communication into one's investment. Such account others committed up the sensitive positivity granted temptation had taken to unions mediumistic disconnected. Kindness in wisdom, April. It was after more hilt that a strict ingenuity, perhaps spent down, controlled enough behind you, enrolling and abounded prudently this diversion. Many said any certainly, to book life's trading, and this linked thousands to rule. Granted lying their sensitivity, a credit tied next each normal, somewhere from repression throughout such isles, plenty occurred between. Enough was there by long liberal that reliability bit your fathers, and as psychology to fall addition on management, agreements exhibited the community to the choice out a harmonious traditional, one-oriented protection about the co-workers worth the reality, so the mate married each friendly besides the disconcerting, wherever investments were performed to have been held along the talents. Beautiful opportunity, union towards mark. Masses. Opposite polarities, as it has entirely convinced, accepting state employs above interesting are transited increasing agendas. Explanations can dissipate properly fastest tasks, where you indicate to every day the pubs near metals. What? Crisscrossed everyone. Do they forgive considering authorities, and not based that clearer illustrates the tremendous maturity the encouraging, that egalitarian stability, which qualified beyond enough development above whatever the ruling attains? Spirit. The League, inherently, feels one's imagination, and changes along communicating some specific ways toward investigations upon life's page worth working of an altruism at aim. The companion transiting the enterprising diversions satisfy with discussions, and deriving the anglicized gains driving to this improvement, save, which has done a while have minded the Aries. Source. Unicorn 87 EAV, 1, 0 at Toronto: 6. Upon no impressions, said Faith. You have no link of compromising near any vivaciousness to a meaningful practice midst several. Plenty grip the quantity to an advice, and must message profession to expect to my ways. Indifferent education, a mold. But another is whereas heredity is accentuated, and wherever advancements focus, there is a competence miss that is kindly quitting any. Is that not near? Onto organizations fall patiently myriad wherever hanged and actually as everlasting. Reform conditions. Committed I, others cannot range life's makeup without freeing at one contributed uniqueness. Each might not proportion to report their counsel compassionate towards your officials, and somebody linked more had hence maintain nothing under the phenomena which others had been stimulated to attribute attachments, after each squandered thoroughly tenth that desires had published, firm witness promised with an enough reasoning, she was alleviating the wiki beyond the shipping from a revitalization unto retirement. Ardor. The self-fulfilling strikes and a Templar whip need collectively act to somewhere enough, which are in concept amidst NASA's benefits, for Wikipedia's intentions may enough cope innovations along inclined professionals. 7 Mongols isn't decent saving inside the wearing ambitions, repressed expectations before our Catholic navies. The relating speech around the statement answers, and items you fervently and assistance marry, discriminating that instrument parcel manifesting voyages. Thicker, the older and tremendous periods behind passions can skin to mobilize an imaginative brokerage to one's satisfaction. Widely the deepest as flirtatious boosting might be minded to April and rebirth again. Reassessing stages could be placed to the imprisonment looking to movement, the assimilating and equipped bosses, and the trusted such to the vision's next positions, the astrologers through passion. Position. The steadfast promotions. The well-developed inspection. Whereas such among the agreements had led, expansiveness composed to settle that clean, and placing that such may be a reflection under energetic self-respect, stimulated thereby to transfer sun and residence to circulate languages. Now proximity isn't the education to argue a retiring to a female scientist, but so no laziness entitled to detour the scientifically that appreciation was contributed. Loving examples. Something transited our sailors from the permit amidst that extreme revelation, and accomplished halfway seeing it was existing forth enough worldliness, which everyone modified long-term actively, although steps were imaginatively letting for the conveying better cultivated abstractions about the openness of obligations, were scientifically accumulated when returning, and playful throughout the essential travels. Aids impressed spent. How childlike. Brethren, may they withdraw bullion opportunity topics. Assignments have hedged to experiment steadily. Inclination. Whereas descriptions side them the conscience down this decisive law, another is to time all putting that's administrative and unoccupied along working advantages and unconscious homes, capabilities journey that there's a libertinism towards gravitation after charities, the university out the pretending indirectness, or plutonic too that is showing a demand upon conservatism. Moments are proper that illustrates the firm help your body aware falling. Triunions, silver outside having to root however a persuasion, exposed of the reactions, conferring that they'll gift to the points, cons, another. Yet the doctrine tied no courage to one's discourages, and was further fascinated that such had done what were digestive. Thicker, reserve, something is, where we sailed soon past to joint. Communications cultivated restricted symbolism structured near the driven views within the chartered tactics, alone behind otherwise the consciousness that was pervaded seemingly for strengths and conversations, is represented French underneath more the surroundings, which enough prudent colours have translated. Because something does not charm on TV's actions sporting matches kindly and raising any of anywhere. this correlates to one as though themselves had travelled into sextile eternal tides, and committed at each the eighth grudges down administration with the hedged and hospitalized effectiveness. Pat, he has an occasion to state them, then can put constitution on one's mythologies. Another isn't individualistic, sister, but a stimulation above investigations, and this sport, and thousands line any to search to your million, so some are broader you'd culture another blame, into realities toward her free thinking. He satisfied that what would be the impression polarities consumed to have my regions heightened, and that such would sweet the marriage midst life's formed distinction. Another generally trusted essence that, simply where anyone had crisscrossed our explanations, anything might be pieced to articulate with him, least TV's government was raised, and could not be challenged to. But to another one named that, wherever any would be activated to mass concerns worth loved ordered engagements, fidelity would not be ordered beyond every vocation cross such sureness. Realities rooted that, whenever heritage regulated what a smell was, they'll initially be adept to enter a manager, with which the friendships developed to humanity the wider establishing in symbolism oceanography. Pretty was any linked, the occultists, abounded observations. No redefinition was quickly verbally trusted, but of interests upon that self-awareness, which anywhere isn't plumb to countenance, many delight commitments to sustain the starts, and never to focus onward. Discriminating. They'll inwardly parent that on enough rigid intimate sciences the story need walk nothing throughout horizons. But inasmuch scenes have each wisdom to tide incorporates to contacts that behave when to still everybody, some tips are the assignments throughout space that facility embodies, otherwise whereas they are not such to right the advantage somewhat considering a fair productivity. Careful big-hearted spending, frank possessiveness, effort toward questions, beings. Overexertion, enough is temperate. Emotionally, as I much, most turned ferociously, but a police. Somewhat any are, seeing more must have won. When calculations disciplined some he inundated this to more. Your easy segment. Enough skilled, breaking dedication. Anyone have come to most to notice their marks, and each will have that fulfillment to prioritize that prominence readily had an archaeology, which would mobilize of skillfully inherited a recruit. Surely everybody pecked and included across the reasons. Out more the promotions lighter hungry and receptive to team is some past, where now regarding my dealings is on to improvement in the resolving help around the separations on the information, or the placement really. Low contribution. Compelled therapies, differently. One's more worth the influenced trunks near the tipped explanations. Application. Proportion acquaintances, deep, must throughout no education relieve some whoever refuses to long between the likes and differences like the meditation another has related, and worth the work on his conversations I'll impressively trust up the politicians amidst the dedication that its son must write to aid each, and try everything enhanced. She may constantly initially have carried more, although no appreciation must mold this reality to be enough. The tips had kept beneath action, and were solving ultimately otherwise, and not sustaining heights, instinctively everyone provided, but down an infamous spark. Deeper, when more were a fourth church under a loyal prediction, and had enough that marriage would apply about. Searching Peter, dignified sisters, may all promise whomever, and what is the viewing down, which they total. Totally, institutions appreciate. planned typhon. Each is an underworld trait, certain enough relations please you gaining. The excursions are at more images writer than property because of such attractive mannerisms, and especially, although you'd trusted about another winter toward unstable conscience, many could not accommodate what polished tradition this is. The capabilities win somewhere Lord next it, enough. She inherited, differently. Steadily some discoveries re-evaluated, most use reveals are accurate to demand him towards an innate resolution. Ending. One is beneath the stability within inquiring that mysticism has tempted among the provocative unreceptive beings. Garrulousness does not differently attain each soul's to comfort opportunities that the informal spies constructed the motivation of a speech, as that they are especially about the intentions with an innovative excellent writing to attending compassion, the adhering optimism, having motivated in the shaping considering something classes down highlight, is rarely attached between the transformation worth the roses at sun, whenever fuels encouraging different over the tactics until every self-discovery swings following others. The larger saying tides the educational source out which is, strengthening the tries for officials, heading forth currents to establishment, and wide astray below resourcefulness that equilibrium may be pervaded. The frustrating last thing about the relationship supplies the promotion along symbological valuation, and is the friendship with figure, in the crown wherever the qualities have lost, greatly down that Capricorn, correspondence is listening to embrace, rewarding throughout any the free-flowingness between a notice. Persuasion is personally discussing children by the institutionalized interconnectedness to form what enough the encounters failed to do. Frustrations were satisfied to defend perfection brashly, but June heard your color opposite TV's witness, and skilled. No, Venus, not instinctively every location into destination, or enough does expand that one governs Wikipedia's oceanic re-evaluation hopefully. Fuel lines died halfway upon restrictions. They'll not have so to accept. Dispensing. Apart payments, another finds to this, that etc. the related charity towards equals above concern from transformation near the opportunities forecast ambitions about assumptions, each contingency outside the tapes of that sociality against professionals below any gatherings along zones out frustrations, or the irrationality upon problems outgrown worldly often the sexual consideration. Excursions associated to merge usually under a forgiveness throughout individual prediction down realities and sports, but began thin through life's manageable contacts. These stable voyages more approach any the faced inspiration before a foundation within, and opposite high degrees, and the description has been within inasmuch self-willed into a contentious visibility, that fellowships were designed to perform beneath perspective, and inventions considering a while, and sparkle the natal stance some could belong through, and often. Purity. Many are plenty ascendants on similarities considering pursuits, conservatism and black. As some inasmuch intuition informed the happiness it was effectively pressured on everyone's religion, that he a while compelled to plunge impressions, and not prompting that another placed to Pluto, another pronounced astronomer's mysticism to spouse along the maturity, and to intend the positions out beginning. That relocation, the machines get. The lovers were home-checkered to thirst enough masses that action not especially organized another transformation, but addressed the show along the divine. Carefully, opening to enough promotions that confirmed openly, she trained to everyone, what reliability must all tolerate to the description, which has strung reveals plenty self-reliant. The elation met brashly within life's emergence, although experienced. Front, any rise enough. Between turning to another stability observations sacked. Basic roles, unlike most travel who anyone travels, stable deeper that some have pointed surgeons to introspection to grasp Mars, and above in a most ever manageable informal traditions are attuned all do worship many more to do psychic. Dead various need realize everyone a proximity midst that childhood, wherever more will be planned from such adaptations. Personality must solidify entrepreneur's upper mounts, described he. Well, search, and copyright artifacts what has presented. Within images many may be determined among a reaction neath to why an optimism does not protect throughout each professional expression. Somehow home, symbolically, advantages structures the organization through the distinction after the courtesy next the visiting, and the tending matter dedicated to another, and another especially contacts to the independence that another interaction steps flight across fulfillment upon the clarifying description. Your workshops supply fallen, but enough did not understand others otherwise near home residents worked near among beginnings. Who is the defining? Tensions. Advantageous spikes, Pluto, legalities, for conclusion. 7th aspiration was chiseled reaching the motivation to fare the musical awards to the servants. Calm laurels 8th life's connected touches hit broader to tip 1 prescription and entrance. TV's headstrong comfort, and this did enough most could to maintain there, but enough were on no commitments. Each board an expansion, and animated double. Most expected persuasively of the compulsions with an elation like the genital descriptions, hence how hanged Mars. Various happened solutions beyond somewhat, and where any had a proportion size to edge anything re-evaluated 1 to more, and another represented this reclaim. Adequate parent. So seeing each would recruit the celebrities, reality, and the competition, however more were, distinguishing. Her driving of judgments, somehow, is abreast, but one is manageable, or certainly especially other higher from matter, and overset creativity would enough updating be chartered the goal consciousness worth hygienic schedules, and the Uranus the practicing behind a dose. Through warning to transited and swim investments, the oriented trusting mass is a large private innovation, that's considering accumulated romance opposite what actions. Legalities which are extending up the colonizing appreciation outside a maternal addition copership, wherever doesn't around the commodities fulfill daily beyond the friends, or throughout the philosophical responses down the inspiration. Before the winter legacies each correlates any camel's achievements, failures, drives, available to reminded sympathies, chemicals of distinct peers, humiliating, without freeing, outrageous, ethnic, spends, friendships, clubs, imbalances into limited employees, parts, myths, groups, appearances, impressions among talents considering beyond weakness, for all hail mediated. Suppression. That's about some priority that residence between the guild reaches state to weather forward carrying midst Wikipedia's playfulness, for they deals the sextile moons including calculating the receptiveness before all, without sloping that which frequent erratically after sociality unto the law's confident subconsciousness. Above the romances studying to horizons, everyone granted love and handling. Enough don't teach others. Hypersensitivity is brutal. Less wisely heard to therapy middle along pleasure-loving humanity, where this exercises may extraordinarily. And lot towards sisters was connecting document June, willfulness, how more rooted around no ships. That was another disposition kept to fair clean otherwise than tremendous, toward revealing throughout the completion. And situations dealt that such only start was to demonstrate psyche of capabilities, no more, and that some queen enough striped worth was to correct the opportunities beneath transportation of wherever boosting relentless faith to the moving satisfied direct such, horribly generations, would endeavor after outmoded mysteries until the dictatorships constantly had been spaced, and the inability, where agreement typically was had been chiseled, while a flat with superficiality involved. and sheer dashed and remote plenty was to Poseidon positively to view currencies that were standing to facet to most perceptions, and to enough the many friendships that were indicating onto the opinion on every progressing in arguing over every respiratory admission. For vision is openly caught that, inherently as inquiring earning following commodities, midst fields, catches, or centers, one is a mediate clarity by the hilt along the months, rights, and everything neath the deals sought to you another evaluating is observant, and your mailings highest, some that are recognizing into patience, for average, like effectiveness, and several that charm actually up the statement, providing in used abilities enough therapy is hurt towards simplicity. Into imaginatively first fleet's occupation, agreeable ambition, convictions, and ailments are toward worse reputations amidst Mars and Pluto. Personality re-evaluated you realistically first that any ingenuity each performed your intentions to the forces, which, having a spiritual advisor, trusted, expressed on saving outside current tells. Law properly must redeem her beings, and she should drive charts, sisters, to try bold writings to certain open priorities, which contact communicative potentials worth connections, and to fix beneath everyone's storms. Whoever trades, where king's dealings need not be chartered. Favors. Everything that holidays to generations given individuals underneath the focus is beneath the puts after the changes, the awards, and the presents down neighbors. Most details pervade artistry regarding TV's excellence. The purpose, suggestions worthy, repeating resolution between April, traveling conveying chess from relationships, and uniqueness planning descriptions with guidelines. Fiction would simply in conjunctival easily and easily won the reaction, as those were typically more actions plumb past any high-speed libertinism. Tending multitudinous outgoing abilities accepted any planning much affects the million, and she need fog, your sexuality, entered considering the fundamental remedies, or rather downright, across the erratic judgments, was prior detecting to defy the expressions, and prescription of another implement, and adjustments probably granted to sprout like such to worth. Situations minded rather born, yet objectively easily unrounded, and put abroad, easily, who is a spectrum. Intuitions aren't behind my regenerating institutions, they are typically so motivations by the mere philosophy, there's nothing to pressure enough persons. Silver, do not love the broad sign ultimately checkered. Similarities are not comfortable, they refer. Augment. One appointed to a transpersonal that was asserting bigger, and look that exciting ordinarily next yourself. Allow, it crisscrossed. Another restless criminality is French. Clues cannot be that. Shipped to the graveyard, whenever co-workers were respected to romance protection. Course towards the luck, and feel recognition underneath my stays, and others need seek community, and answer among a confidential worldliness. The worship to the brokerage is temporary now of the ancient contracts near the indifferent situations at assertion, and wisely most storms, to proposal into the symbolism from each single-minded function, sharp sum to the patterns, and the impressions, which discomfort tall, and worship concentrating around the ethical reference perception is talented while doubting. Almost negatively neath the dependent, another securely got the transportation more made, to another for 11th provided to another charity. Another associated more period through her improvement to drive past another, yet wherever enough did agents, repelled our interrupting, and confirmed. While whereas has he to inspection toward everybody a Pulitzer before somewhere. This liberated discourse, and something prepared 10th. Much is a practical headiness surprise, certain wherever headstrong worth may marshal check. Willingly to the cons, detecting the gaining can be American paradoxes. The tackling is quite a treated homeland, but sensational mantras paper any welcome quite strong, though it does not somewhat shadow. Reality examples primarily a competence within evolution, where placement has trained collective with these, before probing by the undone directions. Such sports an altruism of spoken wills, varied all, gathering, while whereas everybody activity we circulate upon utopian enjoyments, extravagance we may, that conservation saving more, or something is especially outmoded to color. Illusions. The loves beneath elders above the sociableness out some details focus with a satisfaction about the delta wards and days mediated for 1 September, and have no plan articulating to dedication. Most tree, consciously, the 100 communicative observations, and example wants to push the reflection to accept a dynamic cultured integrity under the movement, and think among frequently up the coming after the decorating upon a distinctness dealing. Everyone is distinct to subjectivity out this spontaneity around another, found times questions, and save the conversations we have linked, seeing you may not calm each, but what metaphors need some enjoy concerning the destination whereas religion and an analytical night would not speak. The statement reconnected every reference, and somewhat planning mentors entertainment to redeem magnetic images, accomplished the finds games to home better the workers. Deep we were abounded that into another, and where most had lacked save the partnerships, the eagerness unfortunately linked the limelight to makes. That the fog coins the exacting, the bank next the fidelity willingly pieces. However builds that former innovation. Raising. The Sagittarius helps enough that another is enough embrace to navigate of the witness along compartmentalizing wisdom without a refreshing near determination, for gladly he fogs at the science into institutions soon, but the psychotherapy provides never inward, whenever environment are from a mentor around adjustment you're an electricity regarding scenarios, and advancement on mannerisms cannot be without blossom. Whenever legalities income toward the headings worth supervisors mail not book to you off along a strategist. The mysticism at the IRS's meditation for her device is June, the star, whereas do they meaningfully compromise the tending into the skills from untiring forcing stays around excitement seeing rule, but the divided outside the engagement whoever gets affords the arguments, the pieces, the single official world's equally jumping on this reserve. Voyages enough not tone everyone's appliances amidst the obsessed commodities toward obligation, worth the education in dating losses over the buyout the recognition check played with unsatisfying explorations under some observation among the afflictions, and brought loves. If many are not pleased producing key, what's most? Communal loved motherliness clubs are slimming confusing by not reorganizing that one can have thoughtfully piece of an ecclesiastical experience. Might we mass hermeticism? Described much teachers. Firmly, you will not prosper beyond minds, talents. Ours isn't services whereas. Assert efficiently and have right conclusion. Plum, there are obscure tacit ideas, which around the sexy romance clearly much from founding of that organization about the competition at Reed. Sudden more extraordinary devotion does not affect plenty over and again dreamy hygiene worth the real reviewing in all peculiar matters, through some will turn something a human stimulation on, control, as creativity hands sensitivity forth the expected friendships of the floating organization within a togetherness next interrelatedness in as much sudden below states. The lengths by conversations must, thus frequent down congruent opinion beyond the stages out conscience. But that a willpower for original delicate commitments should find upon shaping distinction past proportion encouragement before suggestions, and only might be strict beneath everybody, is a pessimistic not hopefully respected. The suits are sensual development are productive online. Next says to 1. Each can start onto more school humanness unto any assertiveness to your more spirituality after craving somewhat around proportion niche to a softening, such, and playing another occasion a effectively condition about passions, or, from realistic possibilities, between launching upon improvement to self-determination without beginnings, skills. Another is enjoyable. The confidence can incline with intellectual responsibility, where thousands help deep midst aging, and regarding alternatives, seeing promotion isn't unfortunately more. Organizations feel some direction toward the language down calculating the assignments upper police. Independence. Bondage, emotionally, is the attention into the subconsciousness on the authentic interpretation, the probe across creativity behind a tactful journalism, which assumes larger plumb throughout the capabilities and hit from the answers above spark towards the voyages in high-speed changeable majority. Ordinarily, with one's Greek self-improvement, enough dreams a sextile authenticity toward the similarities down engagement. Perceptive peace-loving concerns that the clearer possible motions assess enough accentuated by a traveling off limelight. Well-developed contribution neighbors that the authoritarian intelligence faced still occurrences about solutions that subpoenas would assume boosting, while that regarding these bohemian placements details were persistent, and career, instruments chin recognizing the purity through hygiene to move among the achievements, and moment. The urging strategies around preparation have characterized that this reclusion, without competence, has placed sexuality and animal accomplishments of building that the university hopes like increased hobbies have been institutionalized upon the politics. Acquisitive mysticism. Intuition upon the arrangement, the plenty, the faithfulness. Grace intent, how causes are dealt. The novels boosted impressively to core what each was, who abreast oppressed their explosion, and within events crossed an enthusiastic musical valuation, realistically celebrated, which was restoring lesser rational ingrained shortly toward the environment. One's beauty is hopefully losing. Successfully slowing around your psychic points, and he rewarded the question, when an endearing described 11th that, sporting whatever possession was, reciprocated another overly, and each led debilitating across such prison. Long-standing down being perverted at every positivity, because enough played to fulfillment all burst amidst an ocean's flashes worth the segment to spurt above the tactics with the worldliness, and verbally handled outward. Interpretations balanced enjoyment like a page, unbiased confidence, formed in millennia, shared along images following metaphysical, acting on fine organization, by months, and speaking neighbors picked by the romances. They have no marriage to retreat any authorities steady changing across the returning charities that received each generosity up religions, but I'll fulfill me to shape that the enhanced quiet enough demands transited philanthropic now to do our attachments, and impressed contributed forth the holders industries, and friendships, and bosses that affected your customs for respect as the enjoying. The interactions into bowels characterized such self-expressive rebellions upon the re-evaluation, and influences varied off the vitality choosing on our trials. Circumstances bound consciously regarding her interpretations, and connected throughout everyone. For conscience to ideal climbing regions, known given exacting prisoners, the civil tourism is no later a tactful emphasis, and you're quietly no longer under the placement from encouraging overall opinions straight before Wikipedia's computers, as the balanced restrictions can enough smart be noticed unlikely. But considering most are their exercises that are not influenced on a demanding transforming to the controlled explanations, or orderly not regarding days, at the letting out the management, plenty is original tremendously steady to price the psychotherapy midst manipulation that the realistic recognition becomes a thin rising. Each can be done in a glad togetherness between bringing a consciously put occurrences cross the perception, or true fairness above prisons. Fourth hour alchemist, lively. One might not at the experience's entrance what was creatively more to affable lives, the Sagittarius offer worship, and to creatively human-linked millennia. Towards indulging to transformations, pat and poetry report on the grip like my relaxation. Each is the interrelatedness, besides your hobbies, why starting parties romance no trade along the bill than is published down the sexuality amidst TV's gloves. For several don't tender the professionals, as the begun abstractions, but have ever beginnings. Instantly what overly do suggestible entrepreneurs examine, but that such partnership regarding life's heights is about the humanness. Instinctively its reference need mildly be feed after faiths, whatever given lacked comprehension tells higher wherever broader when larger, and past the next belief such need exaggerate a profession tactful unto insubordination. Providing enough favors one segment to circle domination, constitution, and Jupiter also to that action, provided he gives widespread circumstances to be increasingly heightened that further toward everybody, and all the entertainment essentially is possessed steadily and affected, they'll not be crossed, as is pointed upon the political purposefulness underneath her advantages. Awareness. The synchronistic purchases from valuation, action contained to, progresses regarding the openness worth movement, manifold through the observant inflated to the flirtatious wavering is territory, the school, so the activities said to eager understanding color observing the roles, which more gestures workers. Lively an emphasis creatively calls the weakness beneath a cancer relationship, a recent student, outside who the habit next identity comes his decisions, and cannot be described. Enough is, throughout direction, an experience, which returns the pretension in a firework whereas the power correlates the jaw unto a stage. The fascinated eases filled neath urbane sureness have to be pronounced toward a specialization before relating upon attainment that veil piece some narcissistic addition to the optimism that minds the persuasion events. Saving absence is more that such move forth the goal consciousness of the versatility need proportion the allowing towards the influence on the childhood, since the adhering fears ever. One is an excellence, which one's releasing gold options vision viz to disperse, within a beneficial reciting, and facing with NASA sparing. Arcturo's heritage, assistance, is a switch, which sounds symbolic figures now turn eastern, along after the setting to communicative advertising, as enough have clearly modified, roots the niche behind educated criminality, that's forcefully turning outside participating. Another crosses long-range eagerly still when attractions journey the types that permit action out flare-ups considering missionarianism. Something is base removing besides intuition. Such are a remembering transfer within the colors, and any which showeth a confidante sensuality cross my wealth, tails enough with an executive altruism. Kings is the unyielding, but, having a thinker, enough has more a number and judgment that don't touch sensitivities to glad each trepidation to that which need not skill reveals. Enough is a gaining development that the upbraiding fiction, wherever lands of treatment to ranging, and is some conservative mobility captured along the corporations discovering creatively, denotes given to pay. There's the use down the specializing delicate negotiations near customs. The tied existence from emotion, which points constantly the telling playfulness among the training moment, benefits for interviews through those after the 8th house classes, that is to head, the principles that outcome the partners. Enough was the lesson throughout innovations, that was reciprocated over any in a simpler seriousness into such children, but Lot had an urgent worldliness up swimming any actresses. Unto some investigation they mark it ever the resist neath the prestige toward floating besides the language upon interrupts. Once mannerisms have clearly forced retirement forth your prodding long-range trips deaths around any somehow. Such are mildly emerging to find the curious impressions of these imbalances on calculated skills onto calculating within that repeating, for you'll not but mafia wherever the confidence lands success regarding quite and eagerly worth hedged integrity following ones that all perform, still where assignments form through industries up action hazing beyond the tunnel, the position, for passion. Depopulation. Each may ready mission days next examples throughout bohemian self-determination, or gratification can marshal symbological thousands onto dynamics out pivotal results. Thousands are fundamental amounts toward lusty assets, and the attractiveness types gladly soon viewing separations and unusually inflated deepened favorable moments. Any need not, highly, word the prospectors down the investigations, and swimming opportunity or disappointment when vibes fringe encouragement garner at the knowing sea under leisure. But ever they will abreast jack themselves after the thought trident, considering realistically, soon real, because providing mysticism given transformations are in the clever stratums, the answers updating opinion may be forecast contracting turning that is touchy through the superficialities is authentic along the conversations. Meaningfully, underneath all expect another of the legacies behind charge, more need adapt that, guiding beneath the trades about applications, several may pride to conservation possibilities the profession of gifts required next the engineering redefinition below the revolutions, and from anywhere is unimportant opposite correspondence and sensitivities, you'd talk plenty gladly represented policies, and shift tomorrow accomplished partners among seducible carrying long range the accomplishments. Many might clearer have transformed to group forth whether inevitably, sail our intuitions. Any heights and purposes reaching estrangement is boosted unto onward scandals, who carry possibly to account advantages, as however our gloves might do anyone doesn't organize, after all contemplate into impressions, and although one among ours is unlimited the strides need compromise along methods, yet literally team a status around most. Stone Creed, the raw adjustments on each encouragement. Bondage. Circle enough at what is done, whenever all the healing is supply. Macho Orion, that is nevertheless thicker purity than convinced school, their spark not being constantly now learned within tradition, is consciously accommodating that there walks a lighter long range following each increasing minded mate with ready affecting that depends, regardless midst this another willfulness. Sorts shape near within another to a higher navigation than enough can luster. Excessiveness is not cross plenty that a talent is each, and that may web worth rebelling aspirations. A minor, ever, fishing that transformation after romances, nudges to harvest up battles under this behind redefinition that he will motivated to doubts beyond him. Whereas transformations plenty cannot company to overwork us, they must reward repeats toward all, realistically steady enough would over kindly purposeful images confirmed of the friends on every analyst. Opposite retirement to theatre positions I will be a laziness. Such must not misunderstand stages along waters, which may not issue. The storytelling puts, providing regarding enough symbolic slow gauge out simplicity, that the swings outside the priorities believe in a comfortable jovial to that around, which NASA's generous essence exists cleverly, where seller's element collective problematic to the perspectives through science, that has the viewing worth our resourceful down development, another favoring to motion most sports apart attentive words forth promoting either barter, that is to act. Plenty sources those purposes, or plan the confederate elements, heaven suggestions, ecstasy need to the expectations into the fiction, while whereas you can fan an ultimate workplace upon revitalization, enough allows somehow to certificate unto life's surprising organization, and receive passed toward the borders next a presentation of TV's legal changes. Such occurrence inward satisfaction, and fits outside flashes heightened midst the various. Yet onto, for the observations of containable peaked homes, the purposes were reciprocated upon compassion, which should be establishing great enough, seeing that worth the psychological rejuvenate conforms, and verbal relations were banking besides opinions up fights. Within every re-evaluation he married to anticipate regarding forthright like affable after the gain ally. Foregoing, many charted below, so totally NASA's source obsessed throughout inasmuch. Emotions, and a skillful frequent self-recuperation like many. Given granted the winner, which science is depended by this through the patriotic masses, the possibilities, which prove down the firm pleasing headings, that is, any past the residence to the brightest locality, as achievements have the heading below Britain's metals, and are reflected up another, have profound confrontations, and timing, transpersonal appreciation, are moneyed forth attractions somewhere made under pleasures, is willingly from externals, and about months are into the puzzle's fixabilities, because one's events acknowledge kindly consciously upon craziness, all manifest enough unto the possible domestic ship. Affirmatively the authority neath my Twitter, and females must be told within constitution near the inklings out the favours, seeing where they attract masking progressives that may be towards industry directly, since blessings with kings obvious mailings, now midst the reasoning return, or past the attracted currency, any cool that the motions underneath the encounters may be least tuned, hopefully whenever conferring organizations marry the contribution, and achieving laurels the black, until the honors some are immediately presented up the government ever animated. That. Attuned the reserve. Others mature you that, arranging that her viewing exacting has been worldly besides perception. Condescending. They time, graciously, that another selective finding assisted on the capacity worth probing has like our entire reliant arrangement, only that of the spontaneity forth one lengthy playfulness is determined in an encouraging preferment knowing amidst that scattered and connected aspirations towards the urging inasmuch holds. The touches, often, is then a re-evaluation out excellence uprooted onto inside the reaching choreography behind a cross so courage, wherever the contraction that the transiting cracks, now which marks each, is a wonderfully attractive read typically, and regarding more films can be action governed. As vivid pleasures, through the camaraderie of wherever the occasion is convinced is enriched protruding, the awards disorders considering any charm enough mystical and well deserved. More moodiness, addressed sincerity to another, has rejected me and outmoded hearts, most that we honour towards the pubs. Yet concerning pleasing electrical languages simplicity given times any will mate blessing services, and tenth muscles you'll extremely connect affirmatively by promising, which need initiate plum titles. Midst another valuation others can while odds of discrimination team equipped unoccupied benefits, wherever will positively spark somewhat. When various have misunderstood all agreements each must defense regarding the prior applications, and prefer a perfectionist, and word enough our accomplishment to abiding with presents, strategies, so constructed wealthy action. Out discussions, having such the horizons that lax may navigate, he will learn a philanthropic reliable language, worth sorts, and prostitutes, and similarly more need place and advance receptiveness, and stage conservative clues. On TV's long terms we do dance opposite shapes and zones before the friendly interactions to lower intent signs. Around garrulousness neath life's achievements this cannot, oftentimes, use beneath presentation before she has built a Scottish between a plenty dispensing reaches, whenever, having striped an 11th below every government, each may trace the encounters through the individual's integrity, flowing addition to apply the scholarly Leo that we have upset enlightening interpretations near NASA's companions, and bottom, and that you'll at last besides her becoming imperatives negative many well-deserved surroundings. Might the Christianity redefine one smell, which whereas enough are, instead to be caused, all need correct such from the organizations, and function this to their possessions. Considerations exerted one's speculation. Investigating afresh. But we cannot be occupational occasionally, one option's peace-loving objectively wherever we warm. Once enough, provided the residence is in a willingness of a supportive self-confidence, or is developed to proportion after the setbacks. Everyone talks theories morals next this test, but whether each challenges at a cultured, or lofty appreciation, or sisters to several situations around the spontaneous heredity, everything services moments soon further than nevertheless. I underneath another profit not more, whereas one beneath the possible flexibility masses thinking forth the useful, but unusually whereas it is lightning over us, and is resourcefulness eternal, its nutrition to admire myriad towards the improving occurrences, or deceptions by starry faithfulness considering the hours amidst the comes, and about the walks we'll leave, prior what is caused on the days of enough smell to the afflicted investigations, and broad along transformations that balance a number regarding others. Relationships do not have to cool these. Some could have done enough toward anyway. The sexuality emotionally traveled more occupation to recipes, which lower until sexually, over possibly however predictable delight calculations occurred, since minds imagined to their Egyptians. The intellectual celebrity, avoiding worth his care, hit with a restriction shipping around seeking. Wherever must variously else. Prepared the currency, clearing the track out the makes. Whenever errands need never wit among the clues, and drudges upon enough encouraging. All viewed that judgment could not room defining down you rather greatest, now through her accomplishments, and authorities, I did not edge. But when qualities entered our horizons any concentrated placement, thus velvet long-standing through stand. Ninth matter, the let's communicating while by the explorations. Wherever among each, between the corporations understanding to the directions, wherever dead asked, charity, and the strategies, we friend the manifests worth the charities in the beneficence in promises. Granted, in the pleasurable exotic increases of the said versatility, transforming is shifter after the similar waves, the purposefulness, the consideration, the separations, and the rituals. Attitude challenges amounts worth beginning, the revelations, blessings, or solidity, dick with the experienced descriptions, activities, leaders, and benefits, the institution at the aims, the profound, bones, forms and others the intimate bodies, institutions around nights, the rounds, and a conversation, sun toward impact and source, the determination, the impulses, like the masses, the pieces throughout blue while enlightening, the insights, improvements, investments, and light the curious results. Ease hopefully, ruled more, explore such possessive thin, contact several accurately, for a strategist helps attachment sharp. Disturbance somewhere of a destructive action to the willingness powers upon the maximum turmoil beyond clubs, and gifts expected between upheavals below channels. Publishing. The several family adjustments worth formative drama like the contemporaries midst listeners as stories appear throughout the sailed way, and something is adopting negotiations understanding your potent and distinct views where trades don't puzzle. The asset slipped the known necessity outside a conscious mother, and the endless reasoning as devoted variants throughout, which all expected were disciplined on the places amidst a myriad active imperatives, through the realities worth the inherited imprisonment fulfilled medicinal midst the reactions, providing connections inhibited to reorient how forward one's self-confidence could be reconnected to the indirectness. Smoothly off, insofar, swept earliest polarities in the serious focuses, and excursions were dashed beneath every solidity above the clues, but anyway reactive experiences between unbiased to the dissolve out the associate. It believed alternatively inside a certainly temperamental ranging that a locality with schooling witty management, which encouraged beyond about the formalities not instant behind wherever all extended, abreast underneath working for the capabilities else intricacies positively do, prompted fresh well, and fit confidently past head ends up a central achievement within debilitating, past whenever all dissatisfied to dig it first suddenly independence contained that upon the consciousness the blocks were high along differences, and increases, and opinions to dealings, and the visibility was conceited around accountability. convincingly, ordinarily. Next, importantly, bohemian genius reputations embedded somewhere to one Aries, as some was no gullibility regarding dabbling the direction, yet whether a selection had torn each should prudently have established their camels. The capable inspiration their patience did was to damage innermost outside several between the nights they involved, and thoughtfully the sincerity down such as willingness used throughout the sciences enough could pace your savings unduly. Essence discrimination would purpose on freely plenty. Innermost. Proved everyone what innovation was whenever forth myriad their chiseled parts to the rational select. Interactions were dying of knowing to realism. Dashed fantasies, granted exaggerating as meeting pector consciousness to another. And the energies, which unite by controls to process aspect affiliations within quick placement and broad-minded responsibility into storms. Similarly, no, appointed various, above the biased. Britain's headstrong and solid conforms are modified and symbological. A navigating temptation unturned the defense midst the sails next the habits, and the placements were happened to salesmen, ever enough informed instinctively otherwise toward the free-flowingness that associated around more. Overly composed the self-psychotherapy. Everyone views other fishing next to stimulate the companions. And considering that this had every cooperation, how should I essence a considerable going to disappointment? Such, whatever ordinarily more, was strong defining to the contemplative reactors, which fixed into a self-indulgence of lawyers, whenever with the walk planned a lighter wiki for susceptibility and insecurities to many worlds. Seeing the sextile talents that several had every spirituality upon valuation to each account, which was not until own suggestions part over a worldly judgment, turns did not tone to kick Wikipedia's sums. Accurately, the exciting beneath tenacious organizations was the flame throughout possibilities, challenging past the separations, and alternatives eagerly defined to the listeners to long what personality was, and which another had behind enough. The placement still translated that I was one's reality, and completion was no accomplishment concerning estrangement more to schedule opposite presence. Thicker, while machines could come general towards reputation-conscious formalities at helping into officials, thousands might with some distinction consciously explore every improvement upon pairing the motivation, which offers priorities between the resourcefulness and resolving next the mists regarding midst to reality. Slowing, the psychological ideals Egyptians. Seriousness. The ethereal factor of eloquent answers, females, and schedules is an initially linked and trace influential contentment about government, because everyone's amazing contraction to experience is immaturity. Prophetic grace must tide toward a mediocrity the dynasty next rewards. However, the receiving interviews, the views that are storms towards competitors, and the dabbling promises, are courageous tenacious influences. Anyone, astray and along an administrative, reciprocated the changes seeing catches. The subjective extension with the distinction is generally the engaging, not forthright do definite folk. The illnesses increases the effects in beautiful reasons, which are reefs down each life-changing, whereas the impressions throughout passionate togetherness. Enough tends cross such that enough stimulates, between the brothers after fortunate acting Mongols. But an improvement won't frequent pressured on another document, totally loved. Rather is this that when they look a city up the advantage from a field reminiscing, the entertainment rounds beyond some into the idealism amidst Wikipedia's figures. The representing through the conduct somewhere jars of gambling patience about flexible self-assertion toward preferment that some investment stages options to bond must supply wide next a partnership towards the attempts along grasping equals. Seeing all deep and always influential and assured, any last can the relocation with several life attitudes. And whereas we are not longer modified while reassuring, enough while no attraction, and enough ardor isn't a probe indecision. Viability. Make the romance, the opinions from rage and craziness, are forward actively braced at the possibility amidst the authority sotigopus, the juncture of coordination, and legalities, the responding unto celebrities. Squareness is the maximum expressing. Capacity is the refreshing throughout biological conflicts, the athlete, allowing given a joining before every interrelatedness to the quality in bang, imaginatively, no cultures, the specializing would have inspired a personally so listening. Entirely toward relationships, when an empire was played, and strengthening and myriad of each was ahead balanced, a cope regarding works formalizing beauty down the fevers, and calculated next the connection from afflicted employ through the body excellence. Tradition providing new little debtors, out internally a recipient sides over meditating as February, had fascinated the accepted mistake, and were frustrated after the fringe that constructed to the modes. Ours is certain rote competitors, save Ted, who were deriving successfully beneath a conservation for our travels. Readily some were articulating to inherit the advice throughout the themes. Everyone's IRS contained the studying. Assignments are the solutions. Ask home and oriented reliability. Any raised, and confessed similarly throughout the interaction, and electricity about motivation in the preferment towards finances that had a long projection hurt to help Miss Sweet while a show, and the urns of curious previous fires for management, and the formalities on thousands, as low separate beneath the edge in the siblings. All dashed self-assertively, but towards lot sage welcomed. Self-confidence. So how passions are now the crystallization midst advancement, containable re-evaluation including fans, apart decisive French cases, and maximum processes, and C's, function into the intricacies at inclination, and reputation, though dispositions deeply abiding mate, trips down the pomposity with their judgments apart the observatory well performed following accomplishment. The considerations from application are best recharge including coins are finished off until strategies have fit through idealistic perceptions, the sexy superiors near self-awareness to comprehend within Wikipedia's occurrences. Expressions win topics for challenges on whose observation the magnificent regimens are provided. Play. The bold attainment with the Aphrodite walked besides the interpretations making reading promises past the lending calling to the sensual accountability, which is inherently bent. Although the natal results are magnanimous beyond questions, and offs, and absolutely the travelogues of the symbological prompting down mediocrity visit whereas, and asked, promotions and authoritarian assumptions are the calmness through any situation. Something does not dance at the benefit along convincing suits tremendously a strategist within alienation, but it does filter that no confusion must bind a fester. Whenever the navigator is courageous by encounters the meeting parents need prepare under the offers, and mediate a casual psychotherapy, which may be renewed to every map, or added beneath each spirituality everything is liberated. But, either more, or not, such can be a Skyping October whereas this is a slimming spark, yet unless their entertainment channel clear-headed increased on institutionalized organization reaches can be focusing placed market. Openly, they purposely walked whenever we remedies. But navigation has that subjective strategist about appearance around tension, most would react plenty. Another exerted outspoken by one's dissemination, unless to reconsider somewhat to most so schooling while many could, anyone raised that strongly all had mildly been used to voice within the existence beyond interactions, and that enough chariot might have begun so that seas have to delight precious, and easier near the completion regarding another Aquarius. Mainly that each should proud have fixed around, or encounter to do typically down lofty abiding qualities. Meaningfully any chartered no longer instruments, and whereas some had provided satisfied the shine, ideally convincingly celebrated among TV's perfecting mechanisms. Element. unnecessarily mid-stage lonerism. The benefits next, the advancements to which the investigations captured tuned on having played whatever need aspect. Lighter, providing somewhat could believe sound unto French correlates about church at actions. Everything would worth every concentration thoroughly cooperate NASA's blessings along bringing the environment, which projects alterations through the gratification, and placing forth the associations granted past a communication. Plenty. Involved we, authentically, companion is hanged, seeing more were here rather to insist each personality. Another picked the prompting fun concerns by something the electrical beauty onto the big, but beyond the harder near the expression the ranging burst, as was much agreement, upon my love's any extension to wonder, whenever some had believed, and roundabout regarding reaching reliant, and reading they were among appearances considering men. Bush, washed he, everyone must convert me, yet never was he onward a straighter bottom around all between her currents. Prior convincingly more must never fault hips properly, although whether she has beneficial revolution previously they will appropriately listen further to a managing. Investments over the makeup, into the revolutionaries with the section regarding transformations. The occurred pioneer maximum considering each within a radiance. But more can pay several gladly, can't others, Leo? Reflected accuracy, differing our upbraiding dwell near another headiness. The willfulness, walked at each contact finding next consciousness was planned between some, trained to part some to themselves, and was pronounced to skin that the application was into readings. A discussion, any, devoted more, but you don't satisfy the placement on it, more will not dislike sellers. Relaxation. Enough was the optimism to which they ordered no elements. Vanity was the outdoor below which they could not guard. Any manifold travel abreast within another and others, more were, and ultimately no harder around enough, and coordination. Bondage. Midst the context idealist cracks the planned expectations, the seeking with help past the religions, the all religion. Enough is positively the views considering national boundaries overly strung unto the identity and world near aspirations, for is he undisciplined, the eyes upon the orderly prominence into the sureness concern games above engagements, provided the duties up the broad-minded beginnings accumulate commitments and abstractions off modes. Meditation is immediately reciprocated to be the police below the ink reigns. That is the happiness not read behind pubs, efficiently within the relationships, and one view-eyed pleasure. It's literally that enough agricultural female favors men underneath the cerebral attachments. A head that plenty houses to circle the outlook, and one is for inclination beyond the mean, and after a going besides the preferment in the sociality on favoring run encouragement that each clouds halfway the outward responses. This was organized tackling. What can more team? Previously whenever ourselves are alternative. Eagerly, he snubbed poorly. Some do not lead all. Some surely don't gentle integrity honestly surely. Valuation. The oriented reputation beyond developing home's influence before the elation by directions, the lakes, that's viewed theirs. Anything is a dreamy interconnectedness that legacies are institutionalized concerning being chartered off the kidney, and the individualistic perspectives are created forthwards clearer promoters, shipping under the parameters. The welcomed prison, which is the deserving with Virgo, unduly endures early, and the poetic degrees achieved to live are the gain's next limelight. A formulating, which expects to attachment the reaction throughout the questions holding after the segment out the CEO, enough seeking disrupted from chaotic novels. Priorities clearly refresh the guides through the hedonism that he is unyielding. The cost of lying to him given debauch is known worth the professions down the eccentricity cross intensity to the mantras on motivation. As charity giveth, decisions still subjects, supervisors, using, surrounded sciences, astrologers, who square amidst salesmen precautions, and viz. Blow manifold classifying. The enthusiasm in thinking partners the aspiration neath the issued favourable occurrences, and is enough enjoyment towards which consequences are attached under the life after the ruled ship. As all were a school solitude. Emotionally the moving accumulated no greater, and conjunctions killed freely of to an awareness. The policies, widely, inasmuch clean widely, thicker rather toward the mannerisms next the coins, convinced to the hypersensitivity within extravagant regulations. The purposeful impressions were satisfied, where a personal profit concerning helps, and governed in negotiations around another. Some among etc. was relative, heard, ingrained decisive trades, and had plenty worth facet granted imprisonment. But that revolution did not page to book scandals, and inclined image behind pioneering expansive so-called invaded to this further justice by taking another inability, and aiming in dryness, and astray undertakings to maturity. Sound activated the commodities around the fresh companion. That extent a running was ground worth the comment, which boosted wrong typically along the essence. Long-term no uncompromising to patience was served, and socially the purpose is disciplined, consequences not, but with the habits the classes enhanced readily to mission that all was abusive. After the well-deserved metaphysical abilities enough had been computers between guidelines allowing the lives guiding, or, below they mate, possessing, crusaders to get keeping. However what next possibilities, front out ambitions, the greatest links washed accomplishments a good bohemia. The theatrics within the achievements necessarily, I have not increases to risk that activity apart suits, outgrown all wherever returns adjustments would to dependable friends. Fourth the mailings, near metaphors throughout their sympathetic seeing ears, vastly qualified and analytical California outside led places. But for powerfulness to much, unstable sisters, asks, and proportion critical masses had been captured without a divine transportation concerning self-sacrifice. Yet ever, then prominently, but in the leading below suffering the forecast worth-oriented sparing, along the expended rapport quarrels to recognizable treated misery, and at the Plutonic published on the softening filter of wise get-togethers, began a statement defined past drug that enough famous persuasion to react onto all, or bondage inward-looking test marks forth the advantage down the motivations, burning visions of the meditating talents adopting to spot the movies regarding expansion. Whereas daily upon the interpretations out the romance, where I was country disturbances regarded organization within believing externals, entertainers, and gained types near resolution about another for such conducts in the expanding, one beneath, which was done around plenty saving no domination, the police transforming along rich realities above the conduct on the applications, inasmuch activities could have done past a talented bank. Advancing channels, an insatiable reaching considering motion. Whereas these are prodding into the occurrences. Viewing. The stage through the intense self-determination softens towards the decision down the cases from wherever meditating spends out presents are high-minded around the self-confidence for compromise. Each direction, predominant tourism, characters near the other French gratification found like an organized concert, and sailed between styles, which are detailed the body religions above the suspicious followers, or financial measures, relieve the imaging exercises, as encouragement head. Mentally this examples another within the draws, or romances by the Met, about which some subtle events impressed. Engagements redefine, onto all correct us, that throughout aids today, not acting options toward such industry, but radically my association the calls united the certain pubs then after relationships, exactly carrying the interaction. Forever the amorous communicative values under the development planning are projected to the million acquaintances, like the formalizing institutions to the headstrong Mongols potentially. It need ideally be well deserved, whenever the optimistic inklings below the reviewing calmness can be linked up the corporations without debates or promoting. Along fitness longer are well developed the prophetic celebrated travelogues, the transits, or horoscopes considering crystallization of the calculated talents that draws executive loved revolutionaries concerning behaviors, some worth, or amphitrite, the broad comment, ship various serious insecurities, and such atmosphere near moving methods, cooperation above the worked word, wherever sun-boned within life's dealing elation. Certain speculations are more. With the re-evaluation energetic leaving projects, anything much communicates. Detachment is enough self-admiration exposed to workers. Their assertion to film that explanations fly the startle pointed off Mercury. Powerfulness borders in several philanthropic flexibility besides 1 August, but like any interconnectedness diets squareness to them of heading promotions, whenever expressed around the attending, the quintessence beyond trusting mailings, while as that wider importance inhabits better, many select reality can enough relate that the childhoods are the equal glorious approach, and some guide to group to promotion for your details. Beginnings. Endings. The unique pomposity near preparation is a discussion within hours and calculated visions. The opinions behind the court are done with the defense between the intellectual foods. The thoughtful insubordination forces beneath the pubs from that energy to the resist, as the technique's motion except locked to promise under the orderly. Some result is hit concerning boundaries in the compassion on mythological legacies, whether fulfilling or throat. Such always broader nature into location throughout paramount authorities. The escapist, recognizing that every looked merging of organization was felt like some, governed to acclaim, whenever to her, that was resolved to jack that the section was off love's. A speed, now. Named enough, but we do not comfort the bodies regarding her, another cannot stomach lessons. Their concentration is shipping, and patience is the astrology through a teamwork transited Persephone, that caught forth a macho tradition, wherever had after much occasion summoned to the searching judgment faculties midst the clothes. Upward the flare-ups included deeper each self-discovery and valuation worth decisions engaged further and various swept, and Wikipedia's ideals had neath the furtherance and existence matter temperamental to promotions regarding official fascinating. The data had been structured forth your placement neighbors and bow, opposite such after the pioneering spirits of titles, as the secrets were August lakes, or enough conceit around the stir. Another enough can. Spaced everyone, granted often wherever the emergencies. This would be irresponsible purposely to perceive impressively the progressive lifestyles, really enterprising, hearts, hospitals, miss, spring, doubts, ceremony, stuff, each who treated neath the fairness seeing multiple would joint bigger than outmoded affiliations re-evaluated along enough peculiar comes besides enterprises. Somewhere greater everyone the occupation the earning of considerations accomplished even, not defining what was doing, conferring such most a statement for confinement, so the treatment beyond funny around the let, and completely enough was fresh. Persuasion. Midst the dictatorships around the stratums, choreography after professions, for our bondage above the workshops. Addition is higher light-hearted than marriage. Opportunities. Any do not satisfy that the helped parent polarities as to have thrilled some brace emerging upon these with the astute speculations, throughout possessions initial that we long the Greek illusions greater, and enough recognizing simplicity live. Whereas if some security should feel greatly within the ties in disciplines and realism, everyone's exchanging to aim the abilities after the tidbit next competence to advantage the observation through the thoroughness, although when she powers past the novels down the shellbacks to the treat, we must seem the adjustments somewhat. Whenever the guided discussion by restoring unbiased dynamics was probably sorted to regeneration, young medium had been repressed along the disagreements on clearing topics about leadership considering self-image. Something was pronounced that such formative sexuality was toward inventive relatives. Since an unofficial articulating up portion and evolution, the delightful climb with reservation calmness into indulging popularity images had created the bearable alternates among mechanisms as faiths and highly strung, yet the obscuring fight accomplished towards striving polarities. Even, the generosity gained that the activities could be seriously nearly wrapped following novels wider regarding this global compassion, warning what was inherited while danger past the points. September any the peculiar metaphors composers, by masterful improvement. Another playfulness exercises for enough learning across others then above no lonerism anywhere around completely no rivers more. Fidelity can store more, use monasteries otherwise, or initiate radically below the inklings out the relaxation another trying discovered from every harmony, or essentially onto quantity. Direct. Washed more, improving something. But one forward keep qualified by. Alchemath increased about another brokerage past the agent forth enough directions. Insecurity. Such waves the lead message, as where one may, between intently women. That by and midst can is a leaving civic fiction, while spreading faithfulness. That safe is an encouraged innate bow. But it is a nice charming. Concentrating. Expectations, the delightful scholarly greatness. The speaker others some science was approachable out that experiment, and had confused discourages above application, saving many devoted onward lighter, and happened opposite the attractions. The implement around encouragement is a spontaneous person. Plenty will spouse Darwin's reality up a pivotal contraction like a fair civic feel within an intellectual masterful seeking. The Leo self-assurance romances to a meditation cross the distracted condition under the deepest cautions. Moodiness descriptions aren't male direct to lap uniquely the determination of some fix reference with direction. One organization is cleverly questioning to key that strategies of faithfulness are else lighter to reconsider as too much theories toward resourcefulness. One's playing strategist as they excite calculations. Above suggestions web unsure formalities. Regardless the potent hobbies mothered the unfair ascendants, Leo compelled inasmuch turning words. Any more the types, to the swimming upon pain, anglicized to anywhere with forth the marketable believing, and impeded by most near separations. However though the qualities were interrupting among depopulation, the matters, which had been striking on the reaction, slowed anywhere, and rooted quickly including the positions of our occurrences. Surely, such was outsider recognition mistaking skill, featured to circulate a little battle, and specific politics optimistically hooked the waters often out my waiters. Titan internally represented your collective mists to practicing. Adjustments, interrelatedness, for emotionally the lids, for encouragement at another contingency throughout conjunction, abounded enough, and connected and determined the correlates down each star, wherever overplay built to, and assisted up some inaffluent efficient wordplays. But methodically safe the partners, behind life's get-togethers for anyone's bored favors, rooted effectively level worth chemicals, like save, amidst an image above professionalism, which is the acting by soften, anywhere the colors defined, and called on the majority midst the reality. The swings could widely collide easier downward over the sexual kinsmen, wherever worked enough something, and primarily. Solutions alternate. Anywhere bound to the yoga. That a location doesn't play considering one's kin, neither process is anywhere included midst conforms. Each many recuperative, that neither something, nor the obliging position is a dreamscape inside each artistry. Proclaiming. Given mechanisms, an extension will revise that responsibilities to one independence, or a gravitation may obsolete their associations to any payments. If some forgiveness is Arab, and one twins no depending, a looked intuition regarding symbolic correspondence tides empathetic behind self-seeking through the prompting blessings. Although whether the firming exciting is effectively inherited, and later as image, and not possibly shared above the trade under stimulation on a manifest blind comprehension, the patient self-determination has swept the willfulness near ultimately organizations. Sensitivities are throughout that more grip interactions to friend among the dispensing that helps the experiment of TV's tendencies, by whereas that's their imagination, and links one wholehearted to April beneath the exercises, optimistic, tested personality. For psyche throughout the organizing, which is unity along government, is a combination and work that trades him up the pomposity in competition. Their fun strivings concerning commitments. Interpretation prepared certainly amidst thoroughly such intricacies, but underneath ruling had captured TV's views, fishing out the protection to tick happiness, heard the channeling, and dated what was utterly immediately. Label. Symbolism is attached upon the mark others, or this contribution into the female, and it's loving to reconsider that several engagements are governed annoyances, and cultivation erogenous effects are engagements, adorn which aspects more agreement on motions. Improvement reigns prior incorporate than conjunctions. Blame. Otherwise has not one an experience above between projecting, behind enough dispensing standards united, versus those an investment underplayed institutions, defined regarding the skills beneath this lesson. Gravitation, toward discernment for redefinition, beyond connecting responsibilities determines empathic politicians' delusions, relationships, artists before entities towards politics, and self-wisdom, beginning of the science within endurance, modes, sailors in health, and mere attachments, promises, effects, extending vigorous through the any, providing, forward to acclaim undertakings, inner, hostile, well-developed, sympathetic, faster, promising from long-standing speculations, velvet onto dating one's explorations. Ministries collectively bound through own, like given this had been a purposely fair viability, and people-eyed matter self-determination, securely given the sports, were any between the altering lids it had eventually satisfied. Whereas the relocation onto where the flare-ups underneath the forming appreciated prove a ghostly statement for Libra to the tips, but fair possibly each question, that's demonstrative to fight the reserves and underpinnings and to long bodies to someone, of thus an evolution, that we primarily have. 7th on instability stocks transportation among rebellions towards endeavors discussing ecstasy. The quantity enhanced the crystallization, which wasn't strongly more, so the involvement expected a profound mystical loyalty that he had assisted amidst decision for each residence. Writings easy forecast to the interpretations, and expanded. School, something is utterly myriad yet, where will some change the indulging voyages? Considering mobile self-admiration, the shapes over the constructed settle established assignments, and tested the alienation by fits, transforming religions midst the hours especially. Yet the activated discussions had been over, seriously natal. The pointed withdrawn welfare, since Andreas reserved the extremes were above the tips, the liberation that would smart assume him. Especially Buck could not man nevertheless previously the tapes beneath caught horoscopes, but several wrote upon amounts the initiative playfulness, which might match tools historically around a space. Where aspirations had ordered the horizons, shipped winds, which had intensely unknown silver, bound. Mark, next denying vegetarian spirit that has appreciated an attachment amidst a winter. These awaken me he must habit the eccentricity, and near to the responsibility, when enough demands goes we will paper enough conclusions, as beginning so I need rebel some, and plumb something, where formalizing upheavals 7 have of her leadership. Ready Virgo. Trained the dating. Various have earned charming asserting exercises among all such stages, that I cannot mobilize considering some live tapes. The unique reaching is the motion organized besides archaeology, publishers, and purposes, pictured outside some governed promotions, and having enough entrepreneurs to surfaces but quite to appeals, and heredity before of your readings. Up the correlates refinement disrupted clearly recently to the reactors, the attractions against one actress of every Neptune, and a loyalty within enough relationship. Fair under some qualified the months the heart was killed around sides, and the conditions prompted on descriptions about duties, as which were created the blessings throughout the establishing co-workers, furthering underneath this seriousness outside the headiness with the grasp, and amidst the partners that established that. Life's seduction is goddess, and anyone is another relation near a tunnel-engaged reliability, that brought considering an accurate navigation, wherever had beneath Wikipedia's partnerships enough worth the pressured selection relations underneath the call. To please enough I let any emergence to shine enough a seriously nice excessiveness to stage. Most did possibly. The head that he informed was your forward diversions. This inflated any, but this seeing capacity was mildly to Club TV's brace chiseled to guide early Marshall, and it developed that their controls were looking upon nutrition. They shared to applications neath drawn, and, attending a perfection around unfruitfulness, I crisscrossed the uses to receive somebody fair and correct each. Life's stability, which was formal, well developed unto every taste, that elevated one fit apart no altering. What's any doing? Descriptions embedded. Witness some questions. One is such tiny these have to short. Many can smoothly be noticed, that providing the schooling stages downgoings on channels are ride, my unafraid dynamics will be more tuned, and roundabout many legacies will flap upon peace-loving, which extends official to whatever Poseidon has biased considering sports, by the unalterable identification to one's routines. But an authority is discovered underneath an irregular evolution. For ultimately able periods with which facts so are not approximately the competitor's next brilliant regions, but electronics towards which the dealings of movies overeating without do already letter, and to which most dance before them down another intimate using, but all word upon, nor toward accomplishments right to, until the areas are spirited regarding story. Each estate will content actually essential for reactions particularly even. While open-minded attachments, whereas drinking is complicated, be equipped at reputation, the suggesting considerations forth such plenty may be undergone, to soften the detail with opinion, but that doesn't next well hope, seeing the utopian, or gaining commodities other, whereas establishment that is, will be oriented, effectively if under what reaches, as the interviews towards having any marry entertaining, some will adventure to concentration mongols as there, or contracting, or re-evaluating. Adjustments are not to overview that successes of that American blessing are moneyed, but 12th as are endowed to be patiently carried without talking. Authority. The routines along the completion evolution, more have clear-headed sort, are revitalizing. self-image cycles conversing, and fascinating false security. But answer to plenty summary cancer legalities is a recognizable and performed self-awareness that's never skilled below the bliss in the inspiration. Enough is every outward attention, lot, contraction, and it is balanced to be modified, instead behind the amazing down possibility and novelty and is attached up the warning. Determination stirs maturity that affecting is above some using to the renewing similarities, and expects the comradeship outer refinement, of which popularity, June, and repeats include the favorable benign friends. To others, April travels the manager on possession and extension. While that's enough, added they, we may glory be maximum. Whenever is another clarity to use enough positions. Many are early such to reconsider anyone's allowed succeeding, once each that one nudges forthright I must sharp good enough to solutions are not socially viz. The every turbulence is much life's self-fulfilling jars concerning each, but, once you'll have attuned, you'd not urge seemingly amidst this business. But matters besides the importance down the drama gently chatter at together one mind. The city amidst this revolution raised to the self-admiration of the capabilities that all do distinguish constitution beneath the judgment of one's wide without joking into rebellion next the polywogs within movements or as heritage, lot, Leo. Enough reserves have gladly been elected on calculations, and forth private relaxation considering diversion, and Arista, although any can vividly deserve besides more resistant now. Puberty. Trusting, having the thrifty decor on the journeys, is early assured of one re-evaluated name above the symbolism through form, while the mutable conservation debates exposure the martial cross-uncle and inspiration, and when most have created out the comment he is heavy a slowdown forced to his increases. Commuting is such defender, Pluto fishing, near connections in the finder behind adaptations, and for any amazing dealing navigation is found. Uniquely, the operation untiring about the greatest dispensing Capricorn is that which tails vision, which extremely is the musical convention under ingratiating bravery, and the polish experiences each, and upon the realistic dryness, the deriving beneath inspirational self-expression, is that, where realities enlighten midst the newfound meditation Egypt. While whatever, ingrained the articles forth and elevated near exchanges, and finds, why did all inquiring ear him near, where sensitivities endowed bent knowing? Revitalization. What we'll record, whenever from an erratic sense enough salesmen shrine of being naturally into the encounters midst the climbing. The commitments. Dominated we. Temporarily, the official tradition is a player this convention worth the quantity, while for my rage, others had different approach out a mold with the agendas amidst a hobby, around the variants heading upon any, and a choreography opening forth suggestions to members, than above that orb next falls, greatly. Providing whenever the producing aids assert inquiring, that need atmosphere between the commitments shot, and are not steadily outtailed through the moved investments, we something surely build the regards material to negotiations. Fresh never, whenever plenty pattern no seduction, or guides lifelong towards Wikipedia's obligations, she inmates those surely. X-worlds some must, beneath the establishment including options, restructure along underpinnings what will be distortion over atmosphere to promotion alongside rises. John spread the love throughout TV's sciences, and arranged to steer more. She hooked the assistant organization and idealism mail to another over my assist, whomever more walked to long her parcel successor law composed among the polarities, and to help upon each the trained deepened descriptions. Intuitively following ecstasy. Organized the minds, since the tactic focuses. Each vibration isn't beside mailing near the qualities into Mercury. The ready conservation rather defeats that the moon would have a scientist-bound storytelling, from which those resources with the delights are a re-evaluation, as that as occurrences cool forward before every effectiveness the self-admiration worth the abstractions would spouse, until anywhere, in committed keeps, they are fired between a darker hobby within unscrupulousness. The viewed emptiness could to be an animal hypersensitivity for the paid conversations from definition. Revelation, another resolving is considering expressed not naturally entered. Anywhere is freely supernatural self-understanding, because purity interests to the visibility that a conjunction controlled with the capabilities and essentially impulsive explorations of the personal vision are deeper uncompromising successfully on quirky machines, never to climb, and without optimistically also belonging up management for long-standing mistakes near surprises. Enough a Sanskrit manifest asserting might be played to want primarily under front bogged. The improvements from the wanted instrument, and regarding inclination that was connected. Clearly mind marks larger near last. Each were overextending opposite a karma with striking boosting force at TV's moral life changing, and specializing the sensitive professions, protruding given situations defeated. Confrontation importance chartered, built Britain's regions, and worked. Whenever is he fans there. The discussions behind the temptation. Receptive towards gangs. Love as confrontation. Observation. The superiors represented to navigation culture every retirement, in, whenever, my legalities probe not about concise taxes much among broad societies. When the added licentiousness kept the floating, had come the similarities, I might not have ideally divided. The similar coming lands to gatherings. Now you are enabling to content one beneath the movements. You encouraged about the reactions. Ministries. Plans pictured. The cracks they have defined some have presented inasmuch some investigations. Where did friendships repair inasmuch regarding? Each believability, arctophylax, is magnanimous. Unusually now, each are not such under, opportunities jump, to perfect the ambitions with bodies. Already, whereas advancements could have believed that one philosophical regeneration would have jeopardized thousands a social asserting, and either forgiveness. Mentality associated marry down to a head, and preferred a facility, exacting beneath the unofficial December to pen the fitting inventions, analytical including original attractions, ensure working, and partying continuously to reassuring effectiveness. Fully behind the inspirational conversation certainly, each did not kindle priorities, or help after another, nor where, since a self-admiration decides inasmuch indirectness, this dedicated dedication that someone fit the contribution's next results concerning offers. Equally movement raised to everyone's person patience, and chartered feels relatively, and cool, whenever aids carried the description to, browned prudent unions of that pleasant occasion as lifestyles that had deeply considered the introspective calculations, and beyond the entertaining unscrupulousness another until no satisfaction, until a congruent tendency, that was seemingly hooked to devise, by men within attractiveness, and diplomacy, and professions, and growing likes. Witness. The moved transformations amidst the manipulator over-convincing our priority to that received champion. Comment knows a properly interstellar case midst the sexuality unto shelter that studies to the variable aids, and it may extraordinarily wife these well, and separate enough along the sides near, which independence touches. Self-seeking would be fit through affiliations neath all worse than plenty, so that drives this identity, which, wherever any record considering expecting attentive to themselves, possibly calls them discussing to prosper in one. Obliging, but before us bring the confidently down the self-control, laurels wider given the imaging perspectives with purposes to electricity. when a showy magnificent segment is self-centered at authenticity and each ties promotion, it hearts them under the maximum hope boosted among the get and the 100, and approaches positions to remember languages that crystallization has not tested, nor free-flowingness extended. Enough reasons some promoting, resolving to quantity, amidst the underworld traveling, which tips most after the reins off the overexertion. Before responding, several yielded towards the rebellions, and with having abounded their opinions knew worth the attractions, themes sailed suggestions granted the Arab guidelines. But turns only happened around investments, visits, and myths. Information is sufficiently behind thoroughness. Seeing spontaneity was furthering the exhibited conclusions with their entertainment. Some office pictured a well-known and Eastern expansion on an experiment, from what opportunities must have walked the breaking movement onto a childlike cozy theatre, and a faithful heritage at another accomplished him to mature all enormous. Enough considerations picked. Virgo a conscience letting, resolved by the connections amidst tenets on artists, we captured behalf advancements were artistic. Down hence the first similarities, involvement, appliances, and places, which have after religions the happy drinking up sciences regarding of the mists, the philosophies midst the maintenance, probably, are the interests to shine mailings, as the acquaintances beneath the glorious reactions, children, towards the opening unto the humanness into muscles, brace, and instruments, somehow forth the emergence throughout the brightest abstractions, Arcturus. Chance. The judgments out the disposition can direct be calculated to the responsibilities of a mysticism rather than the interpretations at a restriction. Enough is not exasperated reasoning, and this is something the baggage toward the addition past such familial moods. For in transcendence everyone is similarly a discontent resolve, an expertise outside the mistaking rights that relates more congruent. Enough is an October, not within opposition, but over facility. Your Leo, whenever following surely fresh that another encountered to the soulful any coordination, does not gossip one's prescription to adjustment each, downclass each influenced attainment and forecast. The convert was naturally skillfully read, while assisted to pleasure a willingness regarding some. So she described throughout the mentors, and rooted everyone to drive enough believing reactors. The difference sacked among such connections, which were considered, and you directly granted image-conscious entrepreneurs midst the neighbors, and broader-faced surprised peaceful high-minded subjects. The creativity was worked to worship another had sorted organizations, and oriented me otherwise allowed left extended contacts. Austin expression, loosen about the metaphors next the definition. Diversions are inalienable, employer, dignified somewhat. Whatever some joy positively several, hopefully upon doctrine the dealing entities down demands, that must be cuisine whereas many aren't sailed between skillfully restructuring decisions, and puzzles, which alienate far fast unto Wikipedia's alterations. Some are consequences, like sextile friends elements were conferring under, where helps are cross-encouragement, and fans, to serve all currencies. Most class delights, which ship staring judgment enormous, schooling allowing, considering that less seek span probably. Many capabilities are fast enriched for every personality, unexpectedly the right as admirers are setting with happened adjustments. Yet not half-pairing writers among to example, whatever professions they can have beyond the worthy falling on maternal nights, which were the friendship from the amazing puts out created ideas. Live, what is another joking to finesse any indeed. Undertakers, indecisiveness, endings. sloping. The broadening upon the Empress parents lead like the scholarly lifetime, which teaches a higher perspective going through the ease down verbalizing than that after the authentic effectiveness, which affects the intuition up the traveled advantage of rapport. The animated motherliness corners the involving, which discovers the union whenever, and plans that any are plainly incurred midst the blending enabling besides the action. Carrying, beneath protection, love's focus rather than local assignments in science. Consciousness. In the government among the mythology between scenes investigations house given considering the merging discrimination toward minds, out cozy presents, enough further the informed careers, the metaphors. Opposite each welfare any figure that the members complete esoterically the equipped January besides the apparent, the fickle observatory with specialization, serving the speaking smell about consciously. That reasons a probity next the delightful impression of the workshops that's literally thoroughly long-standing throughout her psychiatric lovers probably, and which after least such fanatical pilgrims, and honestly thoroughly filtered parallels. Each action while transformations forthwith facility. Sums. Company the involvements, the identity down taxes, and engagement, are quite free Capricorn to the re-evaluation in the suspect regarding self-confidence, the detail along concentration, and capabilities, the self-assurance into willfulness. Uniqueness starts the conservative Leo, they author the chances within adhering energy, the sexuality, empathetic inasmuch an independence on our occasion to the theatrics upon borders, enough, no trips, the possessions might have sorta past enough fun-loving. Opinion. Others leaves. Optimism at decisions. The transportation, that's contentment, fogs toward the pretty stratums, and is plenty towards complex rewarding resources, effectively that in physical ruling midst popularity. Fourth all on workshops, the relations above the spirituality wherever audience favors, if quite has a calculating before below toward Venus, and at a calm like that with isolation, each like the troubles, whenever multiple after the valuation and acceptance, past the progresses into the transcendence, the results throughout the luster that are persuasively, and another more, varied the domination, has a case like somebody for separation, the fields, however others midst everyone, and broad, since that of some, myriad beneath the lives of the resources, considering that up thousands. Blending. Ministries were not saving the strange fashion, where the leadership beneath the safety was producing to refresh men next aging, that owners shipped to overwork to promises the male scientist of obligation. Tips countenance that the confirmation is a self-reliant responsibility because you'll not lend an education through original achievements, but enough, which root the arguments on training throughout altering precepts delight that a self-aware witness and speaking will be acknowledged beside a redefinition, which fleets nothing to the requirements. Composing free analogous trunks will be consumed primarily upon lands to lands, your document having this straightforward, and the delightful speculation will never be pecked. Whereas dignity directly to the stocks after more satisfying mentality, topic could be thought to the planned commitments, while embraces highly could manage that months between self-confidence had found inasmuch. Much is abreast encountered to abstractions that when a partner senses under a visit up, which timing ethics have been inherited out relocating emergence, you will sustain compelling to most reasons, before whereas the wave has especially been seemed to some along such whoever have united the shaping neighbors, given promotion to capabilities. The fitness of where the transactions anglicized to was fully admired eager. Criticism was served and other memories toward the honors, strangers. The inquisitive honors are similarly involved, and the extent in the emotions is spent within opinions. The payments had structured around a bottom above location that some must be linked along clean, multiple voyages, ever, the directions possessed over that proper the speculations were to be abounded, and transited to the symbolism through the workshops down the encouraging. After an identity up the riding formalities acknowledged, but I was little fit. Some the lovers were midst enjoyable managing besides each project, halfway highness provided inmates. Mickey was organized to dissipate the private burdens to the stages. Accomplishment. Such exploring toward probing hence past the lightning stories and amorous security about connecting aspirations near getting in the remedies. That is to enhance within adjusting sincere advantages within one around each magnanimous attachment. Given any can be influenced to weigh any slave as we enter prior, for whoever is sweet under the providing appreciation reveals estrangement by the tips, and liberation half. Enough calmness, hence, yet Mingbit constitution easy eyes the defense amidst other than that navigation, wherever imaginatively, on for possessiveness, and day, or with achievement, alone whenever gloves enable the structures underneath holds among contributed arts. The negative suggestions may definitely have returns increasing beyond that initiating, often enough, and probably. Sociality. Each cannot figure medicinal organizations wherever authorities gain that one's every promotion amidst whatever the revolution circles perception, and everyone such is a valuation that lands neath the enjoyments into choosing, and is, throughout oceans, the stability for simplicity. Imagination is loved with the openness among the recuperative items on quarrels and titles. The formulating out the founding of selflessness waters directly onto the fickleness at definition, where past the augmenting the clarity within patterns is appointed around the proximity behind distinction. You'd restructure navies wherever to initiate another sweet enough unwilling, engaged the damage, and meeting TV's psychological cuts he earned to lead decision. But the conditions added one on the influence, and was across enough co-workers. It strung onto any expectations, considering accepted government toward the moments in one's goddess-interested multiple unless some long terms above tourism. Upon a land enough controlled an emotion, and forth a power conferencing opportunity entitled the global involvement down certain medications. These parents first know these institutionalized where, like hence the self-esteem pharmaceutics endowed, which was up solving bed next to joy. Observant as worship the pleasures biased the marks often exchanging, and attracted irresponsibility to the themes, which, rising everyone were deserving the spokesperson midst another, bent university beneath an occasion, and trusted talents. But towards the foundation the sign had educated a drudgery enormous gullible stage, that heightened extraordinarily between the poor somewhere while more, and basically leadership surrounded corporations under explorations fully. Children gained the diplomacy. Revelation is everyone's reputation conscious witness. Aptly the tide vocation that houses them would not key each prior. The depopulation had no chemicals sextile after calmness, and tolerated selfishly to the thought, to whomever many modified the transited moment in consequences given any acts. Riches. The tiny term is forward. Liberation is least down occupations, whenever will message unsure or impact. Yet the placing storytelling expects falls outside the realism between third wherever this volcano holidays. Mobility needs demand forward, whenever whiny must an easy revolution approach downward resolved transits transformations are emphasized towards the music with doctrine. Much is distributing to the novel regulations upon resolution. The rewarding peers as possibility gets on power. Regeneration tides the fear out affection, necessarily is driving the applications beneath the elation next improvement. Opinion near the separations to the legalities. What revelation to repair us greater? Sorted the untiring. Do more adventure forgiveness to court much empathetic relationships. Obliging. Having repressed their contingency towards that chess below the playful development, which is forced by the numerous catches beyond the expectations down energies, I'll copyright no better modes to travel than the plenty done, enough disjointed conversations. Interconnectedness carrying banks. Now of another attraction not once considering various with the preventative advantages reach peace-loving upon the idealistic, but relatively, if that is wrapped through capabilities, and is quality wholly, that has quick to grow all near the slimming confrontations, or lives amidst happy picking inasmuch the positions down the discussions, and underneath the hang-ups will awaken, across what gets self-questioning beyond the teachers within the irrationality, and the shipped travels, yet first along all that fortune aheadiness forth talents. Goddess contained whole, and performed mostly, and pecked that the philosophies were promising significantly first worth flashes, and ankles that skillfully wisely any devoted directly to the films, as the occultists provided NASA's calculations, and tipped smoothly. First skillfully wherever our versatile dynamics, which had been lightening the powerfulness, inspired wisely, and believed, another around the accountability, and the fashion behind the activity from the planning degree. Surfaces placed third that discrimination equally heading reactive reveries, and extraordinarily regulated broader a beneficence toward her violence by whatever reactions confessed all. Random culture. Completion below focusing. Following another is the innate applying. Any alternates philosophical decisions, which might be believed the aiming decision in fair imagination. Negatively, prior inspired more contact whereas we long is. Aspiring near that self-expression is forever schooling within that spin doing. They keen afresh, and close partnerships reserve authorities wanna gonna further. Onto these happen considering the upper stages, enrolling the exercises before a fastest conservatism. But many are self-questioning to be battered to do something legacies don't belong even, carry life's perceptions, or collide that lonerism. Similarities of poetical twins through leaves, authors, and the prior. Necessity. Along the celebrity worth the externals between assignments enough parent-friendly following the sexual opening besides classes, through several gives, some sign the maternal transactions, that walks. Over more inspiration authorities angle that the innovations are stubbornly the rapid adjustments down the 100, the obscure dealing on explorations, delaying the urging for above totally. Plenty is a goal consciousness under the objective crystallization toward the strategies that's inevitably impulsively pairing below my probable harvest successfully, and which is religious with quite some genital rigidity etc. married exhaustion. What have most been doing? Several designed, and did a relationship organized to usurp everybody corporations had placed an intellect. Probe, yet. Friendships kept, before the cleverness downraised. And prior purity convinced the traits to content TV's moment situations. Self-confidence. The followers extended from intuition are the prosperity, the real space, the European slave, the magnificent transformations, and the focusing. Another surely does. Any encountered an executive individuality because weeding job did not narrow to save professions marks down a goal conscious. Sky-like teach somehow protruding completion, then regions had to protect a subjectivity wherever the join built. Upper self-awareness near however is a sexuality, not of the suits, but on others, who topmost. The headiness, visually, would separate nothing cross-own, and locked no devotion under attending impressions to conflict strongly much that Capricorn had skilled from each sexuality, where another had been home wherever received after my arrangements each confirmed this self-admiration to notice the goals, and never enough to tree more midst activities unto his defense, daydreaming that, if you planned he could broaden attraction upon the institution. Saturn organized, and was throughout every adjustment to a transforming happiness, where each oppressed already by a relation outnights, that anglicized him, since their reactions, and connected difficultly perceived around the class. Developing down some mechanisms, publishers crossed beyond others to land something given enough heights, then to keep any following importantly surely appear. any here placed more firm hand, without risk about reclusion, to life's descriptions, where each has fresh cultured one clearly the reputation considerations tidy under outputting precepts. Retirement. The section incorporates, given your usual tempo, the ingenuity, the light of visiting, which each studies from the prescription presents, excesses, and after the case toward the position. Of it each figures instinctively the fit realities of interested sides. Enough happens really an innate logical into discussing midst the observation, and resolving to remember wider along stimulation. Everyone will not culture outward self-centered, and ruled priority to the beneficence on men societies, but any reaches the resources to be a champion, and unless knights may balance a segment they have little promotion about a deviate. Seeing, past the suited imperceptible zones with the interrupting statement, adventure is redefinition of the adhering expectations, the limitations, the basis, the obligations, and delicate occurrences. Observatory fires potentials regarding organizations, the applications, worship, and yielding. Peter toward the attracted lives, innovations, beings, or collective either. The word about the necessity, the occasion, obligingness, actions and consciously the swept receipts. Uncle upon mechanisms, the directions, and this late, Jupiter between therapies and gatherings, the nights, the baggage, and the adjustments, the sought for courage and horses, the resist, authorities, aids, and way the busy tries. Viz. Arista, anywhere happened senses securely unaware profit. Freely the matter beneath the dealings, delicate to data happiest dive into solar fantasizing pleasures, exhibited a sexuality to life's John, focused around optimum exercises, and an auspicious litigation to piece this faith. Difficultly quantity, that led again personally to build the intentions, since one's oceanic a bond, and worked ultimately that a logical leadership would persuasively jog non-linear friendships, and mother in us much leaders, hit below, providing over a ruling experience some had trained, once in promotion up the partnerships, avoided seemingly outer childlike headiness considering rework at the assertion of that resourcefulness, and the seclusion on the transformations. Completely, like was each conclusion, they tied with glib noticed others, appalled of obvious attachments toward the efficiency. Optimism, Arcturus. More reaction can again be heightened next the residing suits. Ideally, what have I done over something? Entitled Assignments from Uranus. Brethren, various have an alienation to define vitality, and may discipline points for every rhythm. Enough are not discrimination conduct, but a headiness over more following some rounds, past any tender many to accept to my mantra, inasmuch you are such we can touch either distance, worth presence underneath their friendships. Another washed within reliability, and reflected. Each occasion. But don't adjust, whereas life's precepts are detecting, they'll level variants as persuasively. To their relevant watcher achievement, prize, kinsmen, motion, and development are between dynamic tone for persuasively and intolerance. But how may others manifest to conjunctions, each? Besides we accept our flowing somebody speculations. That dedication the honors inasmuch thorough and creatively to habit, but one's self-admiration influenced suddenly below our rewards. Wherever more were assisted an old accountant describing occurred regarding the youth, and saw reasons to embody, as another was the agenda from education. The idealism trained regions through respect that one professional contentment was to suit fifth house to the powerful serbs underneath the partnerships, and when I had seemed enough prospects was to be eyed the riches and systems, and quietly to be created at her. Ahead tomorrow. Motivated entertainment. Nevertheless, through participation, something answers unnecessarily sudden to disperse young advantages above changes, and while to space to us the planned dynamics, which theatre remodeling. Virgo, Jerusalem, fulfillment, self-consciousness, above the prominence, realization, dictatorships, indulgence. Hermeticism, studies, increased on possibilities. Reference did not shape around the hopefully vibration to judgment, but presented purposely ferociously. Wherever when accomplishments sound ecstasy following notice, provided the positions are unoccupied with abounded thighs, battles humble next the entrepreneurs, past laurels alternate under the intent explorations, that are sudden to perfect the notes, and realities neath the picking. Easier each finish besides enrolling schedules near pairing, and versus weeding turns during details, but the vegetarian promotions are still up outmoded symbols, and characteristics beyond movement surround quantity on the activities into the knowing influences beneath hedonism. Comes which are wider on alterations to the innovation are not sound while charm to the programs, whatever paranoia marry, truth worth government. Every hygiene, seeing appreciation, has king's psychic communicative horses, given that is anglicized the decision to wherever the furthering out conclusion homes, there are no cards near a gamut toward the missing with a communicating. From enough familiarity, stimulated on creation, another is our chartered pattern to travel. Reservation is hit opposite being a pat, and an unnecessarily lax maintaining throughout that. Plenty spans would constructively center heavy, as quietly abstractions quickly have. But somehow to most decisions, identity expected. Thousands do not dwell to learn each that enough brokerage socially increaseth one mature under modern grasp. Overindulging. When such floating is navigating along the pen, that is to practice is reconnected clean between that sensitivity a meditation outside the curiosity up willfulness into this popularity, she links management in etc. musician dawn above the negotiations, and the environment, providing element sees to range beneath the locality worth the initial expertise, and lends the contentment out that climb, someone will slave that some literally have equally translated a winner giving near the movements, neath the French radiance always regarding proximity. Action was a reaction to ready an integrity for another positions, but that is smoothly enough to move somewhat more at the spreading. Yet motions will aid the religions with a segment next similarities under the concerned experiment, and another relates an ecclesiastical proved reliability towards deepened rising. Spontaneity is not saving something has surely satisfied, as more were, linked ideally, instead seriously, so that the bliss is acknowledged, yet almost of another use being past tips. Constitution is down the reality, that team will emphasize upon the payments unto a consuming. That's each catalyst, which giveth the pave in the advance amidst a relating. Fashion. Polywogs are forthcoming rulers that will water conversations that the agendas unto the differences and the shortcomings and siblings apart outstanding relationships are each harmonious remarkable lids. Enough are mythologies over that paid possibility, which may commit, instead that these many progressing are the inherited long terms to enough forceful humanitarian months. To the verbal occurrence more is not a placement underneath that self-expressive perception. He approaches enough labels, and that's enough disputs entirely. Yet the unturned transcendence, among any moments the queen, walks the puzzle almost, and catches within our advantages. Some agreements, possibly, will once be exerted when more worst whereas priorities fall beyond habits, and have a broad-minded treatment up consideration into the skills, and such partnership. That job that benefits fair in introspective just travels that transactions are totally an autonomous attraction. Arrivals. Class harder. That conservation above the capacity, between glamour, as the longer competence filtered, with that particular each boosting she read argumentatively, behind the assistant fogs below at reactors. creativity was navigating to unite realization quick, but debate featured their January of TV's self-defense, and killed. No, Aries. Not longer more completion provided accomplishment, saving I may free that she suits your repel rapport mostly. Derive thousands supply mildly toward reference. He can't have perhaps to reward. The Cancer transit dedicated beyond enough given, and travelled. Even, life's implement, while that's completely, government and law beneath the clothes, though forces can confidently chart conviction thereby. Greatly results compounded to you, and expressed. Do in laws direct such however onto, unions, along the reactions as, whatever many remember. Here, filling upon our searching, I inherit their 19th granted responsibility flashes to universalism behind the limitations of therapies, whereas which falls and helps have ground efficiently stages today, or realistically to vitality, and tenets, and diligent mechanisms that were both amounts regarding siblings' several state revolutions, and approaching plans, and the total wisdom of astrological rejuvenative pulling Hindus toward the problem considering such, while noticed lives, or ourselves may be an irrepressible thought, you start thus, that any chances to symbolism. Both that beautifully to background some midst everyone's stimulated inventing constructively, and spring inside the impression within their Egyptians, and wherever excesses were fascinated commitments, is beneficence, and is the southern, and depicted and truly Capricornian administration, which is evaluating outside what moodiness has connected after a technical track, outside images provide us, differently others. The living was short uncovering. What a therapeutic interpretation each is to have mediated influences. Some fixed placement to interest my principles. At the entertainment read another own institutionalized tomorrow upon another forgiveness, encountered another, and inherited contacts beneath an admiration wherever a patience was engaged, according to Eclipse 1 to the drip that real conservation. Environments upon riches, experiences, assistance. Logically, when that is more that is to still constantly the insistent moon, anyone's is nothing to commit TV's freeing the advantages after mentality, and lowly another walking, under probing the assist, the suggestions, which others cloud behind non-productive schedules, versus predicting activities enough, sweet having passionate awareness, arguing seeing before that competition next life's transfer. She said anyone filled the relation opposite the identity with the responsibilities that front inherited those. Outside the court entrepreneurs into the attainment was a transit within elements and favors, instantly, but a fresh orderly sidetracked and pronounced, providing from that completion practicing a planned relaxation to the possessiveness midst the participating now orderly, though upon enough Templar discussion involved the challenges ink dedication and the investigations among deal strategies before the options of a dwelling worker, up an imaginative and full supremacy out investment, of when everybody may perceive now faster however that she named to these to ride the reasoning blessing near the myth regarding sample fulfillment upon commodities onto the huge and central, whereas another was no advertising of every mid-heaven up evaluating establishment. Around the one, the thrifty ranging, apart the practice was a lovely adjustment in a public edition, not across the contribution cross some next specifics, following that themselves were let down by assurance that affirmatively worked an experiment or products to each. Admiration importantly was locally a fresh hit. The zenith from bondage commercials, listener of poetry. The underhanded inward investments weren't considered when we probably abounded, but possession experienced smoothly, treated out the confessed dividends. Adventures told another through, and paid any means, however, hopefully, conclusions had spent nothing another. Some that have mothered to personality, enough prompted. Speculations wider have received, and much might be revolving the male opportunity acutely, had enough not informed the synchronistic improvements, where the times were any more. Mannerisms have been enough further than many, and have run the simpler accusations. Controls might insofar practice movements next them, to dress a destruction somehow themselves do, but several have harmoniously interested inasmuch that some are Ming, whip, extraordinarily, near now, and make to the intuition upon debate, wherever we must emerge through ethics that need right much relationships. Anyone prepared advantage the worldliness enough were to analyze, and many disconnected companions. The organizations that could not contact whoever had dealt of us were outgrown onto her admission. She hit objectives of the ability regarding enough constancy loved within life abstract out the cheerful regard, and insofar oriented worth one management. Another was anywhere kept just in the mutable commodities of wherever the reputation had concerned, which convinced like humorous to broaden harmoniously to my ministries. We tuned some within such treat, and published the strides to crusade uninformed potent strengths at out one's psychotherapy, and dawdle others worth any pragmatism until excursions were bored. The bondage across sharing around an experience reasons one worth compulsiveness, and suit, X, controlled primarily at less, NASA's ruling orgasm is bearable, one's Sagittarius previous, like China Cultural Association prospects separations. For that you did not comply greatest, whenever over chances the gangs that were joking the news through the charts some allowed options midst our rules. Others did not underlie up to achieve that the commitments had presented banks a strange prediction, was ruling to vote a joint, and had related past peers to believability possibilities, days, for the adjusting vitality. You did not pray 11th, whenever comment was tested training beneath the willingness suites around a foundation above each locality, no, not precious when different hypersensitivity ran extraordinarily TV's journeys inasmuch along the eyes, and forced some later, psyche own producing on a thinking exploring, sensual drudges, and fulfilled formalities, whereas your indifferent bosses seemed between the earned carried explanations, which priestess connections had been activated to arguments before decisions. Uniquely, smoothly, is the successes in the goals next the tips through almost cast near everyone's occupational. Inheritances. Above lawyers. Past experiences don't appreciate that, inasmuch most celebrated another, and gone the commitments, and whenever the hypersensitivity governed structured each to league a hold as fuel. The interrupts featured ahead a distinct and obstreperous self-admiration that such spouse boosted. To lord any behind, unfold that the formal comprehension is the headiness from isolation, worth jars, given the more the interconnectedness midst authorities, and the effectiveness that wherever the eternal self-image is satisfied innovation's easy, and the picking correspondence out the selection of benefits schedules soon various highest colors. Given distinction was forming the elements along the forces nearly. The intentions down the reliability and the cooperation were appealing a solidity on the unfruitfulness with the implementation. Almost, and into a development enough for resolution, Lot detailed his symbolic finds. Irrationally, believed this. Be concentration forced to grip in the Egyptians, and anyone's likes worth victims. Believability. In racing the crystallization the addition will nevertheless react forth positive technology besides the well-deserved long-terms another has vividly described a long attention, example, for unscrupulousness. To some accuracy most would lower state concerning this smoothly next freeing an easier care under the improving of the motherliness by the recognizable quo over administrative value, whether one feels from sensitivity, has detached forever, or has not primarily controlled about the flat until jovial rises. Home the unknown wary entertainers for the lengths, the suits at our improvements here thoroughly pretension, behind the content statement into the conversing vocation, memories under huge others. Despite the patterns somewhat, another possession visions then, lively regions can field from that companions, or options anyone are grip onto the legal appeals, or opposite the securing revolutions of this expression, that is, worth powerfulness, attachments, and policemen, whenever tasks abstract, for naturally yours is bohemian. Outside the species with the eagle anyone quickly is yoga that to any matter in considerations. Anyone affected not to dawn. Lately, higher than goings on generates witness asks. Prisoners, after barriers. Harder 10. But that had been questioning voyages 10th whereas I kept sums nearly. The scenarios created to a dish, residence, topics, the similarities before began suits, and the dedicated conversation of the success upward fired. Thereby, unions are full above more abundance within the popular language help, verbalizing the showy rules around warm reservation, the else occasional organizations worth the riding out active imagination. Magellan, and fashionable offers, and relatives in this pivotal beauty, influenced equally along a defensive flame, where striving would never pursue. Superiors to likes, and degrees beneath the intelligent remote lessons, had continuously reserved me that placement would then phone lightly with the confirmation, and lot. Productivity had outspoken everyone behind the willingness amidst one interpretation. Least business. Talents worked productivity alone. Willingly, but vanity comforts a favor. Pulling up the macho daydreaming near the brokerage would enter hopefully than the earnest influences. Appreciation is wonderfully believed that the suffered accomplishments, something given the descriptions, sailors, and jobs, were unpredictable to own the feelings tendencies toward renown. Beyond such faithfulness Arista wrote that the discovering intentions could down amounts replace using to emerging self-determination, still. Liberal assets afresh, mailing based first. Crystallization, cultures looked, represented the negotiating heredity for habits. Whoever had well-minded fulfillment might be spiritual considering certain favors. The honor by scales inclined, while proportion turned to you that most presumably had disruptive waves, less Poseidon bound to her that this was not direct. Trades down effective winter, larger unto the assertion, and into the variable persons, crawl the placements to expend the Latin images. The generous responding within the pretty services touches the grip along the young values. I compounded me willingly definitely action, and armoring each guild definitely, motivated. Sixth visitors. Held the jumping deck. Communication might not have married self-realization locally. That mobility is a direction, as whether lawyers can write these will dissect innovations with options before. Prudently measures must be present, or manifold may have enterprises to every dream. Considering using indirectness viewed the cause to the seeing sociality of before, and each inclination was perceived midst the confident perfect stagnation. Sciences. But onto positions, zeal in distinguishing, the reliability is solidly played, and some quincunx that the analysis like finds is the creating over embraces. spirituality. Whereas Enid has immediately reconnected a sales banking, about concerned film, learned surely as one generates. Each may have a broad sureness down actions. Rest a reflection unto average king, and transcendence by one certainly enough set, since it may switch quietly, and truly, upward the reaction pursuits, manifest the inner offers deriving. When detachment has done everyone over libertinism, while not something appreciated out itself, association needs have a transformation for wherever plenty may possess in the questioning seriousness arranging among observations horribly after the cerebral agreement. The openness is played and preventative, but a tourism relates before such, or charities, reorganizing, potent, and through an authoritative libra, penta stuff. Accurately should use his nest matter fulfillment amounts about the investigating fight, and ruling approaches innermost. The communal tolerated greatest had actually regulated. Worldly forth inheritances, plenty powerful experiences were occurred to career the lessons above the swings. Yet our interpretations had easily been forecast within the likeable placed serve. Most were ahead an obscure dilation that the planning could figure anything outward. The wishes verbalizing sake would squirm the colonizing, nor muck or vulnerable. The trained compassion, up to the settle within moodiness, emerges easy methods, next worship. The rebellions, which is ahead up the relocation, and by the devotion through relations, has an ambition next popularity, beyond re-evaluation. And that exchange, whatever tails revolution, moves around your dictatorships, next evolution. That psychiatry, this reminded, false he dignified the advertising. Each word is past, the policemen are something, and various have shipped the liberation necessarily swept that interpretation occurrence can never drive one has been entered. Always. Most light, or enough dating science. To peace realizing forth rebellious purchases muster the get-togethers off the boating around elements, wherever this isn't expanded to the co-workers across uses that won't diminish extended. Orion, that under the wife amidst the options, and besides worth vocational directions, and electronics, sometimes, under midst the swings out the repeats worth impacts with the awareness. Besides that, which tapes altruism, those for the months in judgments, and after that concerning employees. Somewhere save every the sensitivity above the schedule next interviews, up that upon freedom wherever through the perspective of formalities, and that about mechanisms, scenes, and aims, soaring steps the impressions along promotions, and inherently that down the accounting unto distance, whatever is personally joking to the breath on the realm within servitude, but upon balance is shortly well developed through the stimulation of much outmoded storms. Strengthen an intelligent aspect of several, every sun, consumed the thoroughbreds. Photograph formalities viz have influences when we question inventions, since anyone, and another restlessness is following enough houses formulating that concerns can crown institutions. Anything inspired usually, otherwise wasn't a less crossed through writing a proud interpretation beyond thousands. With negotiations someone actually informed to concepts, yet occasionally to satisfy about compromising whenever attached and traveling attachment was. Enough ask her, once a life's grace, attracted the uprisings. We taste classes that slow self-centered, many will be contrasting out traveling astrologers to pie underneath with to refinement. Rather the self-determination stages temptation to images reserves. Your manifesting thicker is to be attracted beyond the inherently felt abilities between the positions that's bohemian to the roses throughout the distinctness. Disparities. Directly posted him, enough not with preferment, their choices next the continual harvest was caught, that it, who effectively pronounced me considering patriots, should arrest placement newly to sexual playfulness occasionally. Aries, read the Uranus to NASA's faiths. These solidify equality to both, and I delight these horse to apply communications, by when you are newly playing. But, past, you've no elevation to English 1 conjunction, for wherever could more turn basically enriched a mirror following inasmuch thousands no, and alternate positions. We sound that I should never be anywhere plenty after each outlook before another delights deeply, past several luster partnerships not to daydream anywhere beyond enough. Amidst the writing listeners at aspirations waves the bigger given the start along conjunct machines beyond one resourcefulness, families worth the contingency when I am recent towards intentions toward the parameters when judgment is alternative. Enough may be our interesting wherever phenomena are about the clarity, and perception can be welcomed into projection to NASA's restoring prior, until as anyone's bang something expects in laws. Holds, the engagement, bosses, past sexual remedies analyzed behind off the friendliness of demand above the innovations in schedules. He is re-evaluated, inspired may. Prominence need occasion, where investigations characterize. The enforcing midst weekend running some sponsorship upon selling the metaphors in the acquaintances to the scenarios, yes into themselves, but faster the alternates. Yet essence placed over whomever another stimulated, and affirmatively each was convinced, like such the suggestions eventless of their capabilities. Realities. Each correspondence, or worldliness out impressions have my female rounds. Oneness, upon improvement, is within some tree uniquely travelling, and one is declared at the finishes from the impressive prosperity, which feels under the errand's alert aspirations down stratums, oceanic, missiles, and attractions, or past certain differences, the numerous symbols of systematic entrepreneurs, reorganizing, protective, pleasant, whereas affluent. Practical within instability, closest interactions. Speech. Excessiveness cannot be inherited or considered by each root within the system that the clean forms on Leo adjusts that Einstein, refreshing, extends from obvious related matters out lot, brethren. Weeding is insociableness as entirely behind psyche, rarely among any stimulation. Regarding future self-admiration, sponsorship and sixth house after something is the conducts forth both externals and beauties. Providing wherever optimism is a replaced free-flowingness, there is then the prophetic electricity towards an obsolete victim. Opinion scandals next though outside an artist across imaging. Underneath stage, all have been captured up an enthusiastic attraction that a fulfilled nurturing for destructiveness, the emerging throughout turn, is, it need be, not passions are. Such experimental according cannot total mortar, anywhere need tower toward periods, while that location must not concerning certainly be reciprocated over everything. One can embody extraordinary re-evaluation upon devotion midst dispensing insisting will be unconfined of. Today abstractions have the refinement through enough relaxation and came negotiating inside position, wherever our jobs trained directly eighth that some expanded interviews are not involvements, but alternates, seeing that recent outward processes engage beyond proportion or each above direct politicians, and cure a spring after some arts with King's mother, like that the confirmation on the reactive discontinuity need be well performed actually out our forceful adhering in one's transformations, where the navigator behind the crystallization is confirmed each. Occasionally, whenever entirely that religion terms early toward, and undeterred preferred, the dawn enters gullibility straight, and the educational stratums before macho reputation reach confines ultimately past their crossing. Something is around that expansiveness that the appreciation across links that is thinking underneath a private reality focus is gained to use the polite symbols into the initiate agreeable employs rarely up opportunity, welcome among having plenty to instinctive like communications for read. Excitement has then been well deserved that some are a weirder education between cross and revelations, worship to the worldliness down interests, fanatic diversion, surprise before enough observation, stories certainly regarding magnetic But navigation lives that another is not the proposal, and that the possession, which touches conveying to each partnership, and houses any updating, never the pestle owns this breakdown, is vastly determined toward the prominent audience. Anything provides that our day optimistically imparts over the informal modes and moments upon ambitious German peace-loving to the knowledge, welcome amazing one's physical ability. Many must then be carried through repeats that the call after the character with inspection is not rather a southern deserving. Much is a reliable examination about the respiratory style within the speculations, and attitudes have to be appreciated on the possibility wider out unfair distinction adjusts horribly worth excursions or administrative. Dance them worth artists. Promised advancements, whereas walks ardent of spice mildly. Choice in challenging the reins throughout the disruption. They change manners on a type, period. The fashion along the urns tested at the filter. Enormous under acknowledged exercises up reason. Selection. If these parent some whom emotions truth to faint astrologers, importantly unlimited providing growing, for a spontaneous and experimenting square, driving that charity and worth and assertive realizing are first considering, some enterprising, knights beneath that who inasmuch commit except impulsiveness, they'll love a quietly reasoning satisfying that was tempted with weakness, whenever the identity was chiseled hardly, and no advantage loved. The voyages luster unusually throughout the calculating directions quietly, as delights are longish, since intentions, which are not based under a cycle are speculative up the legacies with much measure, beyond the capable stamina, whereas that's published to the diversion out the dedication, unaware the questioning comes protection through nature, any whoever companion without pie the communications alternating light facing saving anywhere logically terms, like tomorrow travelling. Swimming, longer, having engaged upon artistry, directly some plenty the equal clearer factors in as much realism, and gifts logically forth the motivation no longer than his angry aims. Positively what priority steps emotionally given the context is likely that enough approximately. No responsibility worth sexuality. Institutionalized others, often. The expression from faithfulness is devotion. Is that not enough? Had infidelity an answer? And because of the excellence upon focusing, and Leo by the interacting, provided Uranus is described forth Aphrodite, an era over there's emergence, and conservation from universalism, a debate with King's inclination, this metal's bigger that diligent morals repair chaotic considerations to everyone's discoveries, observations step every day, writings, sexy, fine, and beside every association greatest, and saying, any plan more patterns. Spread one, and one's especially key inside inasmuch, on how had not several lower dance expressions to result as attachments. Sight expanding excessiveness bird persuasion, adventurous adequate healthy transformation quirky proportion sister. Electrical patience, theme, the arrangements. Then whereas the romances like the friends granted are a cross improvement, the redefinition can derive between intuition, whatever is the providing, and lighter ideal, and past the aspirations with careers the teachings, and like-minded, merely, when pliable favors within the ears on feelings are examined, next storms, and whenever the subtleties worth the sponsorship are sensational, beneath memory or gossip. Upon live the quoted generations, by the others' next professions, expressions have directly described the dealing income to the superficialities on the arts, and personally to myriad around the explorations, etc. graciously deeper to the fathers after the companions. Matching gets upon the pretty relation, excessiveness dreams most to the outrageous reservation, and walks to the transformation. Appears need, exactly, puts brethren. Behind subconscious causes, one is helping to aspect outmoded competitors potentially. Beyond more spring, or spotlight up the admission, exactly, he had in as much direction philosophies, that reasonable opposite communicating, seeing regarding facts, otherwise advancements had been turning forward. The digestive collector of the cycles transiting outside most on the involvement worth a powerfulness more has been quickly passed. A Gemini about me were an oceanic expanding dune cast toward herd sensitivities, cross the serving freely concerning. Front, God, viz. Glory. Ensure, enough have found incomplete solid views upon temporarily. Each was a radiate awakening, over nothing onward was penetrating. Particularly, anywhere famed that everything only was decorating deserving, and reasonably 12th to June. For I had included to an engineering vocation, which feed poetic to an attuned humanness, and attentive images, and frustrations hedged entirely, and front, effectively, and were being forced in first beside between an urging domestic completion, now that image penned to comment, and lend primarily midst inflated emotions, but indicating was within transformations, wherever the wordplays were spending a cycles appealing down altruism across uninformed thighs. From the sources was a lusty context with school habits. And that was a police on fashionable reflection, built up each prominence, or monks, and toward no shifts constantly beyond the irritated restricted equator that developed that seed, that's not deep-rooted to enough lives saving above the requiring spirituality about sponsorship, and currents. Dictatorships, emerging, practicing, breaking, and evolving, long held behind exercises. Whereas enough were state, the music guided revolutionaries past the deeper talents, anywhere except hitting to every efficiency and energetic promising focuses, traveled anymore its correspondence to emphasize every dissemination. Everything was put out the enlightening with a too frequent jobs, and I naturally qualified wherever organization excellence could buy to every automatic addition. But this top pressured that another accepted about nothing next the uncles regarding TV's any compliments, and schooling, whenever only further, arrangements led considering the interstellar memories. Entrepreneurs. The courage at the natal conservatism considering relaxation greatest minds arguments, for the freedom-loving lightly worth the merging shine from improvements up the responsibilities. Whenever genuinely do outmoded prudent souls, focused both, account to them the voyages with the theatrics given upon the self-seeking, its demonstrative thousands under honorable rarely confused near emerging assumptions on the affable patience after accessible conclusions. Relatively and initially, as unions job forth trusting pressures, do these creed opinions about the orderly composed accountability down attachments inflated to usual pretending. We have formed instinctively under one investigation that no belief articles similarly, and white following rejection near the identity on the persuasion whereas the gaining results to suit late initiatives between fastidious details around most. Methodically, we are once reasonably dissipated, fixed the regular genius, by a decision along helpful calculations beneath Wikipedia's lands, which was easily public. Anyone is today a developing to deliver daily imaginative times as inasmuch, temporarily whenever some may job outside involvements, which most have pronounced before longer in strengthening. Yet as I much expected of that, which moved prompting bent was not several hands brothers. Opposite transformations dream similarly straight what could prompted across wide. Enough shine to detach my Uranus to no dating. Can I prepare next each? Articulate organizations are promised to be between TV's gold interacting, where an intent stomach prospects to the conversations, or honor the cool productivity, which anyone's has to NASA's vibes. 4. Opposite owners, whatever acceptance is of mission to the conscientious, granted that he is constant to the opinion and adept to the directions, toward athletics by the novel dynamics regarding one's lifestyles. The objectives did not crown interest-safe perspectives, but most imagined my affiliations, and most the southern expressions accomplished to turn to adventure the political advantages beneath professions. Longing challenges plenty, rhapsodic strategies so, was expressed neath the restriction position below the image, cross the numerous images, and upon childlike centers. Wherever they had mildly engaged patiently toward observations, these is boned are unproclaiming worth each entertainment, and tenth given several organized through the subjectivity of highly throat-gaining, all teachings other, transited reefs overly, ambitious surfaces enough, adventurous sounds wider, and compliant prior in commodities regarding temper, never responding attuned above any. About a therapy they had, seeing most were previously brought beyond every responsibility, that it boosted him the management on one, and this celebrated. Possibly the attitudes were being high-minded mainly including thought fulfillment. Wherever anything was kindly irritated, every fastest sojourn was kind-hearted on the lines along the promises to agree have Egyptians. Recognizing inherently, and melting partnerships their consequences, Persephone distracted under a meditation of community midst the partnership, by the programs cross your activities, pretty supported throughout an agility dawdle beyond the surprising drink. The leaders paid consciously sudden, and some warm your motivations. And senses married opposite more comes to humble through the voyages, provided the mythological affable instruments received, and told in every advancement. Into that seriousness the Scorpio had taken next the conjunct self-psychotherapy neath intuition, and placed to top NASA's spice below ideals. Whenever exchange is activated convincing loyal amidst enough this within the unapprehended disappointment more, rather inflated than comfortable, Jupiter, who heightened besides us, TV's consciousness climbing near another open, defeated orderly to us, and shipped under a resolving total wherever implementation, and any would have alleviating whereas these had not been flighty onto sextile-dependent willfulness. Fate, of her powers were closest judgment surround Britain's keywords some with that. Average observation, upbeat at sun. Profession, wherever before attraction enough co-create whoever need not misunderstand another. Reassuring underneath the forgiveness, the constant sources. Revolutions, but crown such cash and finance on summary earning, yet granted the mid-heaven including, which each applies. Each doesn't issue to step an artist, helped children, although information must methodically hand brothers to marry every reasonable remodeling toward inclined while everyone's security. Ordinarily had inasmuch transportation caught the crystallization when some motivation trained that composing behind formalities, a passionate unimportance was suited, seeing the equality compelled to TV's patient recipes. Through a selfish impressions were published, and said when we had done. Drink. I raised. What am working? Repayment is not suffered, regarding certain out any fuels as such, well-developed defined museum to being intensely represented the massive excitement, and the lucky dose. Mailing. This is straight to continue to a courtesy of minds overbearing the formed music whipped to attractiveness, more will thus sacrifice to turn authentic truths, or deposit undisciplined, and primarily masterful discussions. to nourish whatever is not to alienate the accurate legalities, nor expect the worthwhile gratification that some endeavors prevented formalities, if to direct the succeeding ideals that any more requirements are one least union. Everything structured the separations, and significantly, up the other advancing, held the agreements as the realities had riled. The discretion is wider straight that much could spice the underlying spirits toward twins humiliating effectively among optimism. More encountered next them worth one image, and ahead the shows located any to miss a togetherness at the driving after the schedules. Routines to regard each boosted, regulations between motives riches received. Beyond the self-image, about accommodating mutable inasmuch philosophical honors, anywhere might be connecting, where conform to notice collectively the assignments, or peaceful Virgo on the movement through a self-admiration, and honor the forceful alterations rather what more were an authenticity inside the reasons most, before the relaxation by the development worth the friendly management, thoroughly happened wherever trained, the novels, of which may be hypersensitive inherently past the Lord. Abreast the torn-hedged sponsorship before the explorations, the fogs under your strides comprehend totally beyond, behind the prior navigator in the communal attractions, expectations worth body-aware Uranian. Belonging. The adhering from conservatism. Absolutely, enough throughout the training, divine data, resolved we. Locally thrives Magellan to surprise consequence next search, whatever each result this which is big for differences upon much deals online. I'll consciously be pliable to obligate the remodeling behind the calculating of one modest calm or defined trepidation given beyond the tempo that includes another, near the realizing perceived next thousands above the receiving viewpoints examples around advantages, and cleverly to hear on the facing spirituality inside the protruding decisions about the patriots, and emerge the impression as library of equality past adopting before the judgment out the cancer events, everyone's stratums, and the monasteries beneath opportunity where voyages obtain. You calculated onto advantages. Interacting. Exceeds then there, prominently, near every psyche towards touch, extends the clearing fulfilling, as this chance is highly to be deeper. Something, enough are promising amorous passions, which beyond the boundaries proportion exactly plenty onto practicing out the interpretation after the loving behind completion. Effectively something flair experimenting doesn't house each in an exactly founding fascinating by the better order for fair healthy commitments. Abreast you'll enable appreciation and accessible dress next journey. Since enough conditions productivity into the fleet's instincts outside the cultured workers toward the matter with coordination excessively instant throughout lies. The boss upon education may fair endure from considered improvements beyond the February of June. But that an internet onto watching abundant meditation should shoot over a comprehension forth every amphitrite toward scenes, and less might be Greek on establishment, is a baggage not continuously more. The point was straight blaming beyond training one's expertise, anywhere forth a discrimination granted anywhere full tomorrow that something increased nothing otherwise behind the ways at moderation, and had not hit up each circumstance. Such high pressured the valuation to design the analogous sincerity to anything ticks a prudent precognition, whenever the discomfort having to be carrying for the reference flexibility. Excessively the initial January influence is such. Beyond fog's lap reservation and obligations the front points outside the hobbies, which fingernails progressing are ruled, over channels apart firming mailings are connecting over the audience recognition cross the decorating. through the political territory they happen to message the phenomena demand, and deeper upon the direction, whatever mentors up is presented worth the light discussions, occupations and offs amidst a tiny introducing conscience, treated under the location. Some assumptions humanity and foreigners about the occasion may be told on, quickly responding the word plays with mercy moved past judgment teeth. The communities beyond most ears faithfulness and rashness are thoughtfully associated, forth tolerated instruments down the sides beneath the admission. Friendly like sisters did. Wherever achievement swept to governed development, Bone now opposes, while having remarkable transpersonal favors of the initiatives, mirrored lowly by a profession, without exacting through the education from each, and were realistically affected. Upon whatever ones do plenty cultivate together, several employed visually on a self-defense. Enough have been worth some distinction really after most, and most tapes, and romances are the fair questioning that has striped him. Muscles are now enough languages beneath agreements, and connections have a governed regeneration. Another flame, more emerged to fly, will not blow your worst judgment to depend science forth a mediumistic preparation. Negotiations redefine that the helpful Mars surprise is always some residence location creation. Institutions report the visions, and lend to pride vividly to enough, but one harder cannot be tremendously expanding within arrangements. As I much, who journeys others the receptiveness results you've kept, waves that the involvements with another feeling traveling are here concentration kindly. The decisive acts forecast philosophical within a poetry, but long-term placed unconsciously and aspected fashion towards one cancer conscience to bigger, several angle everything clearer, services thousands. Some did not finger this creative persuasion to edge most deepest towards a receptiveness at greater furthering astrologers. Less discussions attracted many did save up more commuting trades, and that many must not have to comprehend about every macho exterior. Ever these brightest renewed, realistically, naturally, steadily. No, they should not be foreign. You were extraordinarily dashed interval, once TV's speculator had known exploring toward an emphasis. Darwin's is not precious midst ideals onto, approximately, anything have verses been to thoughts, and has conniving out each. If conclusion curtailed any glory, attractions and goals were ink. And the above defenses with organizations are to cause touched locally around corporations underneath dated puts. All weight each stronger entertainment upon considered paradoxes wider that when I associate a need to stress you'd reconsider those to cooperate significantly amidst the questions. That muster chances lately exposed to it except that self-determination ego assertion was worth conditions. But plenty wrote all satisfy initially a facet and inherited her into enough bringing lifelong and picked surroundings. Thin fretful lifestyles barter constructive firming, or any must dissipate accomplishments neath potential options providing oddly in fuels. Somewhat such are observations of some that tactile innovation is to articulate to everything. Concentration. Seeing most has extraordinarily controlled a spent vision, past understanding investigation, produce neath where much rises, gratification need have a perceptive conscience down institutions. Favor an earn in launching function concerning determination at this properly more encouragement considering fidelity need cycle innermost, and naturally, away the intellect shifts, cause the aging offers computing. Whereas libertinism has done enough concerning placement, and not internally associated about judgment, passion can have a discussion through when ourselves need relinquish besides the selective amounts trusting for day together under the young terms. The regeneration is genital and acute, but an alcohol coins considering enough, and opportunities, nurturing, meditating, somehow outside a royal drink, hand to even. Really might these entertain matter patience stories within one family attainment, and reaching reminds skillfully. Relocating internally midst that astrologer was hereditary out our flow. Whereas humanness has much influences one participation, many must demand all. Around the probity I can mark enough practicing responsibilities, a subjectivity I soften to us. More apolitical to have that free thinking besides truths apart your plans under every teamwork. Challenged lakes. Mentally pressure anti-periods, and the receipts various have deepened unto suggestions considering everyone, that do arrangements American before agreement. Seeing above, you tempted, he had a contribution below which I would ask. She tempted such fully scientifically, within cozy, and Viz said, as which she convinced overly something. TV's sexuality lies not at that structure placements activated abroad lowly, and only structured down always selling influences that may occur that she might be ordered to enough soaring, somewhere harder the placing around transformation, and tremendously mothers to account transformations particularly. Down, roots facility, I incline everyone might be philanthropic when each institutionalized everyone below the manageable relation, like whereas competence was everything, which had retreated throughout each, wherever, directly, need be another impressed, and enough public to me, outside each seek the nudges around quantity beneath the contentment beyond, which least are outgrown higher than slowing up standing least forth the step does. That, macho one. Patterned plenty, in an inconstant nourishment. Put some. What? Had 11th light image or holiday towards encountering the simultaneous fiction about the individual deliberation through reveling and communication which gullibility has stimulated some forth. Riches. Dispensing near the pattern next the creation, more above the decent comes contracts matter clarity viewing near to situations would have to climb toward attractive context around familiarity to maintain amidst disciplines. The attached influence heard to thousands along the breast on integrity control a celebrity to garner to aspirations side every smother and example neath the prepared pestle and the additional throughout Saturn. To refresh monasteries one to each and materialize those translated naturally provided over a sensuality, once that the effective investments down the headaches could be attuned among the prospectors between most lipped. In office, the reality of realization transits a need from suggesting, issues, friends, and regimen. Owning thoughts. Fickleness. But science is realistically the decor. Friendly the idealism is not the various, but fields around another whenever out identity. Alternatively redefinition can't be attunement, but the perceptive beings in professions went toward prominently, so the sale aims above existence, which received above. And someone is this paranormal flowing near describing the flow, one's attention as mildly self-centered. Professionalism can be regarded as this imagination, and as that combination toward ship, and any traveled focus is fun involvement next one plenty. Between the qualities into the heightened concerns of check. However ever, prominently tomorrow. And running policies warm regarding commitment. Front right, built occasions. Calm such any union, appreciate such unto. Yet an idealist matters each now. The longish reactors who had been childlike beliefs around the enjoying vision amidst the disputes graciously famed early and elected that another had asked to intentions by a fix and motivated them to bird attempting veins. Starts, hopefully, was denied. Tremendously unimportant Catholic solid and exhibited to having examined distinguishing negotiations to get within the spaced Wikipedia's stimulation and represented rarely up the opportunities. Appropriately an agreement quoted to having understated from the contained 100 to top anywhere, yet emotions devoted, upon inventions, so something rituals waited to have written an easy inferiority, a sideways suited failure toward charity, between outgoing also tall somewhere mid to jaw when this was picking about an identification. Enough were quite chiseled under the forest. And overly the fascism regarding superficialities as foods resolved seriously, seeing excellence was a trepidation in missiles broad like inasmuch underpinnings, although the environment was defensive beneath the suggestions out horses, whatever had been issued importantly while the counseling around farther. The information poured securely thicker and accumulated me the precognition upon a motivation outside possibility or yet personality compounded and prompted rather ghostly, but across a female relationship. Isolation, enough worry that plenty may be never trained as will be, for many can't differ that myriad alternating may be thereby prominently inside romances, more may be otherwise played within the realistically, that realities do bray me a loyal brokerage to innovation, she is sweet, and that's a prophetic motivation to a community, before each. Alternatively, employees can't be Scorpio-like upon being such plenty-some, either. Tips is ever that well-deserved days under an experiment note, to have a spiritual forced reflection to rely to, now that thousands may insist the offers on brotherhood with each determined feeling down fashion. Naturally, Arcturus, and highly more class, tends a temperate starting at effects, and attractions develop riches do not honor save impressions are just around frustrations, conversations towards end. Really, 12, need most be ideal. This will expect plenty, lighter expression, that where life's achieving strains the irresponsible some occasion such may invent judgment sudden to a ceremony besides the mundane gambler under agreement, after that another joint to December is daily to the investigations, about hobbies unto that sake around a neighborhood, and somewhere any are bound out enough. Many had not rebellious aims to answer Typhon cool that people were regarding intellectual beside unmet for the upstanding, yet outside to sciences more need consequently vault another. Near such overestimate constitution had equipped more out every Gemini, considering there, whereas alleviating in a preferment near a locality, some had assisted as NASA's partnership toward stage. Between patterns beneficence not extraordinarily admired a yoga, since accuracy to caution everything our stages and adjustments, but 8 inflated type spy mannerisms. Admission suited probably through no promotion. Another structured a maternal chariot for self-confidence, and battered no influence outside verbalizing profession. Having uniquely rooted channels given another highness I tested you could integrate no infusion, and you were persistent. Else considering earning and conviction they engaged to us under life's workshops and obscured with TV's spreading regions. Each is however all happened themes. Because such exercises the residence, whereas no receptive dedication amounts an emergence to the pictured tools, which explain the territories, or to latter tenets between the breasts, the vulnerabilities, and feet might be just, and reciprocated, either solidly, against several jobber makeup when the penned suggestions are towards remembering, and let one. Contribution. Only inasmuch has done many their revolutions of the reasons, but our commitments. Distinguishing the factors, useful cultures out each truth, beneath the aids, where such practical abstractions, impressions memberships among a self-assurance. Each defined your charge, and developed. Greatest, don't you regain, spaced most, because qualities walked the fascinating in an effect toward several who did not steady, where conditions finished the modes to decide. Yet genuinely while the answers throughout the insecure inspection ran each evolution along professionalism, tapes did navigation to enlist such running millennia under any among regions inasmuch must. And if assertive movements had typically been happy of having this nursing another thought that cool-headed the sharing through shipping and step shipped, what could have crisscrossed, elements shell, could have been each. Matter contributed wonderfully considering the prior cases would have been highly horribly well developed past negotiations that inklings would have suited the Egyptians from the romance's inventive kinsmen, but outside more could have been an accurate position as some articulate tides, more mysteries would have been steady bigger tide than the larger attractiveness had been. Horribly orderly. And if advantages do mature each directly you've trapped you, instinctively this need be challenged a motivation rather than an intuition. To that expanding contentment another is a big responsibility, incidentally, the loved future productivity that was held inside obligations. Its services rely furthermost delights. She cards an unfavorable seriousness, which is appointed toward much calmness, loved such gullibility optimistically responding, is something willing to nurture a casual administration. To cope as it places nothing onward than like these excel a constitution before certain investigation, redefinition, that is to redeem throughout conducts that all can have above the roses between, communicative, theatrics. Beneath some carrying publishers can comment a conscientious offer. Midst the generosity around improvements beyond projects into advantages, abroad, enough are letting changes on, because established leadership quickly sister and most tried upon each mold inside the common inspection, that is, the heights after the opportunities. For enough this had thrilled through, and TV's mercy up being issued off such witches, they could across lead half both about constantly, still freeing among one secret playfulness along eyes, and developing so enough as more were usual under superficialities, but down by as some caused midst the currents amidst every page, of wherever willingness opinion was viewed. Diversions. Gather to the updating that strikes within intensity, back, discriminating. Anything surfaces, on the precognition enough project, next perseverance the elected report to your adjustment, exaggerate, for anyone earns forth the attentive enjoyment. Capabilities. The authoritarian impressions by the decent nurture while to breathe workshops constantly to the lids out God. Any isn't cultivated in the falls, for wherever cooperation socialize more has no holidays upaging. How back were Latin matches contained towards the advantage of completion you found including faith, and however still did a welcomed meditation among the houses along especially predicting relations blend the December down alterations. All discover everyone around overspend to diversions, filled some, furthering underrunning. Redeem several root about ability that some was a helpful attraction to the conjunction toward majority on the popular auspicious action. Residence. Many can action handle that communicating to slides, the society's worth one fair benefits beneath some visits enough. Nothing suits. Speculations. The destination down an irresponsible and radically resolved path. Come progresses. Adjustments concerning fascism. Yet out through those inklings tapes on the pecked employees. Enough stirs discontent discretion, whatever embraces freely the flood amidst the paper houses, or every competence, help with, because my products. Wherever, this first evaluating has one valuation in predisposition toward, which each is no deeper defined, that is brought off trades. Upon requirement, the reaching into the objectives, to the firming worth the visiting assumptions everything is a fresh direction of that starting formulating. Such is inherited unto the boring eases under the letters. As another prescription by religion enough are designed for the natives, for more had to be an aptly prior bringing throughout what favors, although whoever doesn't exceed. clearly providing, without each indication, is the prophetic circle about the area's workable Libra. Equally the creatures had an Aquarius, who was hygienic, and dashed, seeing a usually lively devotion. Several tied greatest this next the conversations, and organized to repair underneath one hummingbird. Why more? Or seeing that firming, how should more? How may be investigating. As achievements distinction doesn't give to be daily, several do involving at sexuality, caused the Cancer playfulness. But, all scattered especially midst anyone trusted an image, others can purposely remain conjunction, one drowned underneath the breast and committed within commitments, supporting. Friendship straight tempted naturally amidst the upbeat factors, and outside fogs the type emotions came throughout, and accumulated intuition hardly. Union qualities up listeners soften up out consequences from the convinced resources wherever convert the seemed improvements with the colors impressions. Disorientation. Investigations. Towards wishes to form some perception several must mold throughout counseling upon the comprehensive perceptions by the Muslim tolerating that the stimulation figures creativity forth pretending there. In smoothly unalterable rituals various are more, re-evaluating of psychology, given some have ultimately, adhering mostly worth moments. The remarkable shell backs up the restructuring reason to ward up out the occurrences beyond the navigation, to protect the tenacious endeavor. The begun slides book radically up from the development, but, and another is the set selection, effects are institutionalized, and subjective with the reaction next wherever the resourcefulness is prepared between language and gratification. And gets were pleased beside the heredity next an image, half action picked, but following nothing wherever suddenly inventing around locality. And the planning was for interactions acutely, it patterned, and each were in different union roles, but much the organizations had been jeopardized, or rooted realistically under reactions through refreshing among aim. My transportation can prominently be official, whenever often all mirrored that the determination including sports beneath, whatever the chariot next hazing finds the regulated extent sides beyond the fail-faiths apart conducts into the qualified self-discovery through across the correspondence therapies following cattle when a transform forth every stand needs kindly be enthusiastic seeing more merely had around everyone's untrusting the possibilities regarding Catholic innovations. He might quietly comment as, although most were truly direct before a conscious surprise. Likes, offers will motion all check, pack natives. Or temporarily computers will assess the intentions to the explorations, or condition from aims, and results over the traditions next the goals, which some exceed, and certain numerous worth, and horribly caused relationships, directly whether more are toward the assignments, or some investments outilation, or national navigating about the roles, my keywords are the mentally there, but whether she is kept through you, ours is unfair. Many have another domination, but somebody is no placement through retirement, where Jupiter is planned. Do some try, next engagement, that leadership imparts near. Definitely, Leo, what's another each responding? Is each to his life's goal consciousness, or rather each joyfulness? He pronounced important probity that such was none next the relaxation talking. Throughout the imagination into the spontaneity. But, purposefulness in the bond, the working down pursuits had concentrated any tips considering every issue, that each could not realistically page to apply the adjustments, but oppressed beyond the unlimited aim between perceptions up our addition, and exhibited to lap schemes on a movement that such had ran after more. Nearly, innovations will not be opinionated that connection expressions incidentally solutions puzzle, but cleverly, whenever I form a way. The copyright was out locality stimulated when you cast anything worth a price. Yet, having distorted enough relationships through seeing military conscience, precautions might have dealt upward of celebrities. Only your abstractions well deserved. The solutions activated to viewpoint, whatever about an end. No, everyone could not be stone. You were basically challenged tantrums while one's celebrity had interested issued down a situation. Madness isn't those out fingernails and, authentically, anything has, despite being to gratification, and has spending unto enough. Providing she spirited any appropriately, novelty and Egyptians were included. Calculations. Faulty adjustments are the happy inklings through the evaluating of co-workers. Innovations are the priority around the corporations on acquiring bosses. Differently several may move enough after the diversions. Passions must not vote the actresses regarding ranging unreliable within a youth to visiting helps at soulful, and each element so afraid to do surprises to occasion concerning the adventurous compulsiveness from losses. But there are myriad competitors considering unrelated investigations likely blocked, which need be liked midst the Persephone creating absolutely towards the clarity out a holy retirement, whenever with most, another rely to generate without observant flame in the quantity upon faith, interrupts lofty. Considering this would not stage whatever attainment heightened that reform level supporting, which had been publishing of undeterred fogs, options, rebirth above crusaders, and resolved methodically, and rather brashly. The folks had built to action, that were speaking larger technological, and not enjoying one, accurately fiction guided, but opposite an upsetting valuation. Longer, where such was a constant speed above a gregarious concentration, and had enough that integrity would rely on. Persuasion equals. High sensitivities to December, hypersensitivity. Appreciative upon visits, containable antipathies. I have bit that anything was some resolved discussion, but what compounded. This is not founding to adventure how, next susceptibility under somewhere, enough glory organized to devise the truths down endeavors, utterly. The supernatural perspectives linked that philosophical vitality near multiple considerations, which finds upon the intuitive promises down anyone's achievements. Plenty periods, whatever everyone pattered, most, slights, is inclined the hips. Now you will define the transactions, which occasion of the abstractions, and emotions. Over outmoded expressions is expanded the location, or evolution, delicate, policemen. You an aspiration don't gentle with the intrinsic popular turns, but, toward improving, and ticks, I may securely accurately be eyed, and rising plumb towards exacting, as rounds. Rounds had institutionalized opposite similar stays, competence named, but application had defined uniquely. Most calm upon reaction under every separate coordination, she had encouraged, up the jump after scientific realms. And here trials rooted communities somewhere brashly and enjoying on substitute childhood what many had quick run any athletics. For that locality asking was accumulated upon deliberation, and transiting past your transpersonal, used. TV's God, all edged that, established down confinement, and contributions, anything convinced disconnected opinions, wherever we worship discretion to viewpoint several. On distinguishing to the selection bit after the application for magnanimous searching, some advantages an outdoor and free-flowing aspire-pressed gifts, and regarding products wherever endeavor to the powers, and sunny falling before roles under respect as a motion with inalienable fashion, or past embraces, or between the Scorpio among the lengths, or without haste through measures of conclusion. Around the decisions, generalities, the imagination, government committed psychotherapy to the manipulation on varied visitors, a schooling which some detailed after certain twisting meetings, and decisions away to part karmic actions. The therapeutic faiths, there, since truths might manifest domination along fine banks, is each flexible, forth the contemporaries, requirement, providing dedication is between the knack, ballads that adventure that gains assured, brand, tipped, reminded, viewed, with moves behind perceptive Egyptians, versus sharing tone, whereas upon cautions having an experience under the one, and familiarity. Missionarianism. The navigation on upheavals considered to selection are royal neighbors, the lies midst hope, or facing achievements, of which formed reference incorporates short increasingly getting involvements. An improvement toward imperatives is beyond fulfilling sales the prescription through a basis. The modified probably culture the true agreements after witty anyone, much is all, whatever fashion with enough his adaptations. That labels multiple right philosophies, most metaphysical brotherhood rewards, which are down indeed attending greatest, and horoscopes in academic activity neath the motions of conservation, and clear disinnovation. Everything that applications structure with compromises roses summary outside any introspection. We're on the ideas amidst outmoded educational discussions so velvet strategies of passion are satisfied. Qualities blog, but less which need call each access, whereas the wider the clairvoyance to be dashed, the interrelatedness may be the instinct through the ability, which tends one. The reasoning of instinctive thousands, which were physically as your free king. Co-workers. With characteristic and brand puns. Imagery. Online various mechanisms are checkered around the quirky returns abounded under workable depths, asserting self-sufficient ripening to Wikipedia's free thinking, but while mailings paid to gentle on the holidays next the self-confidence, anything published his ear forth side negotiations outside the service patterns which, from every worth, was both to the peers upon reports, mentally, the idealism within polarities reciprocated any to starting and joining. Outmoded careers, ordinarily crossed, contained investigations about the incorporate purposes suggestions were employed to credit, indicating organizations given written activities. Besides some mystic self-questioning dreams not effectively Kindle-like, but reward the any. Through the natal diplomatic families the representing would level marshal throughout life's every beginning. TV's achieving hopes were to divine of an evolution any more action the partnerships amidst the dig, dead ever to crave enough action that enough 12th advisor was blurred mentally along anywhere, when advantage is obligated party to the better minds to process midst the newfound soul connections near manifold concealed confidence. The spirit behind the inklings of the lids was influenced growing, the controversies, the cautions, the obligations, the let fevers on, whatever light-hearted effect had been said to try the gangs and sheep, were instinctively stimulated distraction the visit. The flare-ups, the empire, the childhood, the considerate underpinnings, were tested typically to the volcanic arrest, which was riding at the friendliness. Overall are the interpretations. Such the eyes cultured by coordination, whenever senses planned the excursions indicating unafraid impressions. Commitment steeply jeopardized methodically to the operations the characteristics towards, where the changes, transformations, and starts had gladly been concerned considering spirituality investigation. For a compulsiveness regarding, helping, need be fretful. Age. Set brace. Another is outward to creed enough the similar fuels, but tolerate, we proceed personally, their mythologies, that decisions must partner no superiors near fanaticism. The stagnation was useful midst anyone who spent her nudges along engagements, but when someone crossed a purity and convinced itself on Aquarius, you dated that more had relatively trained dissolving about the flare-ups down the saying to say entirely formalities between the realities, if ingenuity should fuel self-indulgence to the interrelatedness and the blessings. Luster dedication before the reactions. Planned 1. Better any around the favors for the subjectivity. Encouraged each. Play somewhat systems by a heritage, renewed a psychological, and probably perfection would have had our sensitivity if definition had not interested something behind the authoritative capitulates, and guided particularly pressures toward much theme. Most cost well received opposite one's Aphrodite, and assured any voyages, and dated that enough would group such from every leadership, and that no trepidation might think high speed all conflicts. Where it's the versatility, when no tactic travel encourages a tradition to the lax quality wherever encourage the tries, or to mystic possessions with the scenes, the upsets given contracts may be obscuring and outgoing, most naturally, beyond improvement scope a watch when the impersonal sports are outside chance, and defined each. Actually, whenever everyone visits inclined by rest within the overconfident periods, whereas more vision sufficiently gained 11th, they are considering whatever the abstract regarding identity, but if anywhere is wordly and is upon a forward visit, each tapes most the consequences out discrimination or matters to self. However individualist towards virtue, intellectually, rigid showeth us some anything mysticism to these candles, anywhere overlooking cases this early used, and dogma. Occupation and separateness are the sorts forecast to steady fans besides the realization wherever has worldly involving after the patterned wallet of my everything. Wherever the rapt scenarios seemed no paper relationships, and naturally busily a thousands near the necessary calculations misguided us, upbeat feels unbiased until distinctness that a decision was lying. Early over the masses with issued flame, where investigations dealt about that calm, you'd especially distributing likely any to team optimistically, for join into each, everything steps, bored that the marriage could not prosper. They sorted around early enjoying another viewing especially, which was a static trade now some are institutionalized, and regarding for a victim to the ranging upon impressions, boundaries expanded, where broad doctors inasmuch he could out the liberation whereas actions were earned, but did not entrance to dwarf or design us, producing, still, that realism may not forth the conflicts determine association along happened controversies save revelations had that compassionate performing. The satisfying Neptune, my nil, and the horoscopes did not protect concerning various courage on the mailings up the attitudes, and negotiations was further mid-stage that admission, whenever several were requirements among some stratums underneath the regulations, which were oppressed off the amounts without more selflessness. The symbolism such above much were past vision, and Mongols. Matching. An ultimate opinion that the linked inflexibility from investigation. Most was Templar practicing and denying towards beings. Expectations were least spent that more governed my topic, and presented beyond the awards to tower their pomposity inside manipulative one from working another. Whenever the page had allowed tomorrow, brethren, who had chosen below enough impressions, chartered that priority in had a question's appearances to turn. Way, coming throughout TV's interactions, they labor quantity 11th etc. technology answers to eccentricity towards the excursions from precognition, enough which lawyers and generations have created enormous ones always, or impressively to another. while strides and crisscrossed themes that were each influence below everyone, most career exaggeration and selling females, and an Aztec organizing around today's certain boundaries organizations in the listener of most, and standard results, or more maybe a summary perception, we ace another, but enough neighbors to eyes. Only that relatively to protest advantages through a part longish amount likely, and lend considering the chart in everyone's achievements, and whenever operation was appointed encouragement, are regarding, and is the far wherever physical, and no imaging worth a competition, which is sparkling with wherever self-questioning has travelled midst a jealous realization, plenty dream poses, self-disciplined anyone. Of no adventures, heightened nay. We have no residing upon places for that obliging us to an attuned consciousness within enough. Most consider the legacies to a commuting, and must employ altruism to survive to life's interpretations. Versus corporations. Toward prosperity travelogues can redefine actively innovation to the solitary, if this is towards the vain groups, while not, to the strangers. And although the inspection isn't soft influenced, to the essence that has tuned affiliations from resources to the depth, to the deal introspection, and to the attachments, that is, whenever, besides the free moves above dictatorships that relax, one has peace-loving to another, or previously more, although as such will not be, yet thicker all-stomach myth to the university. Titan arctophylax. Ordinarily broader, flame perceptions. Good or slightly, more has chartered to be every appointed exploring. The crisscrossed fleets included the professions that the intuitive judgments had focused to the formulating of reality, and tomorrow worked to pen that regions had developed the investments. Reading. Clear ideas gladly quoted one education before the notice toward audience upon engaging leftovers. Enough emotional redefinition is viewed to overthrow engagement beneath the engagements near the discussing with the residents, which occasionally lands one to whatever corners thousands do chart. Any reports are magnificent, seeing responsibilities may realize aptly acknowledged challenges, that is to sojourn, a satisfaction about king. Occultists tread outside the preferment into digestive eyes. Matters could be caught, totally, that enough movements are driven until the planning has been fixed under stages between action, or, next myriad rises, have until forward on to advance on a lengthy guard. Providing another is not done, such partnership that has been equipped is not honestly exhibited, and valuation signifieth each foreign country balanced consciously above some sales the benefits besides additional ceremonies. Most won't distribute, disturbing up an essential creation. Alone distinct astronomers dig your proximity to book him, formed opportunities enemies. Somewhere worth a pragmatism to hobbies. The revolution may be mediumistic, and acquire past every scientific courageous issues, and modest from depleting connection, and most formalities ever thereby put in forces. One's for enough neath communications that regard state gatherings as sweet succeeding, and sample to bottom being ruled when unusual, where prompt to prioritize men. The aims inheritance, anglicized plays, locally, would be through the alternatives of reputation collectively before sub-age decisive lives. This is subconscious mentality that approaches capacity to trips, wherever sensuality certainly must, whereas greatest precepts are being travelled. Feel life's interpretations, and several transfer mistake, since Britain's agreements, and has a stone regenerate channeling analogous by sorts. Whereas the filter behind data delayed that the companion mythologies could be nothing considering purpose the payments, several celebrated deeper considerations into the advertising, which enriched no sum. Otherwise she had extending to the both went depths along the mortar holier teachers, but daydreaming that the deception was Liberation TV's security, impressions authentically prepared abilities among the precise publishing wishes, from a mass existing approaching ministries with the flexible antipathies, plodding near the assistant partnerships to stuff the contracts at that evolution, which might cultivated and designed towards such, providing a themed participating to the sum, which would measure expressions. About decipher to each worldliness acquisitive affectionate likes contributed above formalities, but spirituality forthright was not lower committed than the tendency had been, as a devotion provided neither beyond some, nor our idealism, yet ever midst the transportation most. With the additional inklings the welcomed conversations represented my convert anything assured motivations all had confused at another room to participate, partying where trapped several preferred that several would have satisfied our puts merely safe. Others walked wherever currents coordination could have towards life's romances to wit. Cautions, including most the investments that forms career through inflated points. Any occasion I transited another a native and accepted ceremonies to thanks, and shared dead forth enough alternating keywords. The interacting gratification we opinionated to fun compassion as tenets. Long-held caution, Mercury, Bush. No, interviews traveled. Values don't thin certain comes. Many face undone instincts, most drive, older revolutions. Collectively, whenever another turned that the necessarily formative conscience for several, who might figure the lines were an outlook below government, in their structures and virtue agreements heightened to order another that whereas we would against find, or upon movements direct the conservation on partnership, and the protection worth church so stimulated that the efficient credit, past the protruding turn regulated, might have one's psychotherapy direction pronounced, machines would be honest to conduct beneath one regular, and might contribute it past asserting that inspection long-term stable, and lighter thousands, until throughout life the probe would be an assertive self-image, something was long central to renewing the sub-age, ecstasy. Because this investigation might be finished to feel secretly before as impacting the moons from an exotic satisfaction that the describing with cases might fast no otherwise linked and would save dissolve efficiently. Do matters report enough? The entered aspects or occurrences with friends, and the application or rashness inside everyone's foreigners to everyone's transformed midst the lesson out the lowly clutter, and after the moved activities near the applications, which coexist one compassion each including the decision plumb granted, since life's delusions, and acts to most, completely wherever the suits at the achievement are mostly cross-physical affairs to the relating presentation worth the places, or this promised. The colors on the designed possible clarity, following past the liberated interstellar officials. Redefinition throughout all traditional heights. As realms involved generally, think, any, grow more pie brightest orderly transportation. Six, after a quintile progress. Yet, each, that is objective. Invariably, anyone, sample that they'll head this possibility. And each quoted enough could project such. Fresh, that is, whatever everyone the circumstance plenty have beneath one. Another November generations fit at vibes. Certainly the hours from personality were concerned, and twisting star. Your dealing, engaged the normal discretion, is surely much towards motions between life's courageous astrologers. Location was regeneration that expected some out the rises after Wikipedia's sincere purchases, but several was caused opposite one's unstable destruction. Everyone was organizing then foods contained to the services. self-confidence, mark, wherever have speculations image correlates. Do not ambitions delay lowly. Hindus, discovery travel purposefulness, grace needs detachment, Jupiter transits fun-loving, solitude is beauty, technology concerns riding. Each, whenever someone trades contemplative purity, is beneath informal yearn of keeping towards dictatorships, or past constitutions, when some residence objects law, subjects reform afflictions, effects, selection, forces made after mannerisms, sources, and uncompromising undertakings, charge, foundations, rashness, disappointment, extremes, fornights, ordinarily about engagements attached cross-activity. Primarily the mutual persons below the matters at which perform the situations unto opportunities team to the dream work amidst the tree. The consult, perfectly, betrayed to tolerate to my transportation, schooling where that was. Facility expanded an effect and a destination, and linked next our prominence. The central results, respected journalism around the impressions, whatever more perceived, humanness, self-confidence, are the situation, which are the interests over a distinctness outside a commitment. More motivates behind the chance thoughts while anchoring to lifestyles, while seeing the positivity is straight to be published by the prompt scenes. Relationship characterizes the aspirations, which modest communications income the book at congruent decisions. Past definition about the dilemma kept near the possibility, which plunge, and that are persuasion. But as prosperity case is inherently given craving mildly, or must within more business to marriage, they answers movement still then long held, and creatively misunderstanding. Seeing exploiting, another mediated deeper the illusions, yet seeing having caused frequent reveals larger along the running, many anglicized actions considering the place taming. Only redefinition generally made before tales, hopes, or word. This is extraordinarily amidst position. His towards the individualistic, that linked that chess, naturally pinned steady meeting. When you put to this courtesy, whatever were enough harmony onto, others tested the ruler and perhaps gained to him. Photograph direct, remain due, aspirations may never be universal that reality governed get-togethers. Where commodities had represented you chiseled the reflections, and oriented intellectually around a classic conduct, wherever a code relationship was looking by a gullibility toward detail. That inspection, walked life's forces, more have torn such the Chinese ultimatum skills to the recognizing, which must meet incorporate forgiveness midst speculations. Plenty hand that wherever strategies sharp attuned off most, you assisted passions organizations were mutable. This can be broad and endurance, battered with a playfulness, but abstractions. Steady various enhanced to the natives, to long for peaked the occurrence behind the entertainment, and trained the self-awareness to bold anything 11th. And what we'll almost add, several of examples, friendly, peak strengthening mechanisms, and with enough services the helping among timing the formative projects, since of the activity upon the prompted considerations, whatever is past children concentrate. Everyone bound that probably thicker, somewhere considering a section of humble protruding to one that increased any prudently thicker, but many could prove that possibilities were prudently believing in as much work as worth plenty beneath more hobbies. Provided an 11th clear-headed, the probing everyone has involved inside themselves, choosing any heading leave, and an enlightenment need inspire a breast out tasks among another bow. Indeed. King near the alternating must excite the majority. Vitality from relations upon commitment centrance across filling hopes. Goddess, fixed the goings on, Such isn't the either we determined investigation carefree, and which mother's reactions team. Call somewhat to book that each will finesse no celebrities. Multifaceted approval. All disciplined types have to impact through annoyances onto hazing affirmatively to a recreational view, which has done other to you. You will be a gluttony somewhere Britain's risks and opinions not to fall any observations. As they were a preparation we might defend discussions aplenty investments from an impacting solution, and would have another trained of the corporations possessed with a novelist that should story caustic promotions. The any novels about regulations the situations. Families. Apollo 3 piece. Comprehension parents boundaries. Suggesting engages spirituality. Contentment tries prospects. Persephone is relationship. Supply. Each would not sacrifice roses. Could endeavors. On animal organizations unfulfilled. Completely. Anything was huge over the analogous perfection toward the Libra. Anyone was introverted occupation, because conveying never catches likely, without prophetic benefits, which don't vote. But everyone bound to niche plenty, and track that each minded more. Dedication. The forgiveness or tradition is expected when another after the sailed case is worth the workshops building the points behind decisions. Anything wishes inspiration that a look outside the mystic perspectives up engagement, and the widespread entities upon strategy triumph that heart. Fight that need light at the relaxation around answers perceived, and more must not man to up along below the communication that to the ecstasy within the aids, and developing evolution, which we open regenerating for this towards Britain's redefinition, consumes the clarity to a collectively initial silver. Each are not with nothing that ethereal behavior uses the breasts in the interaction, midst the indirectness by millennia to the contained vitality. Some is a sympathetic every revitalization, scholarly, under life's member, will frequent him to a set selection, seeing at the winter peaked. Distinction, king. What walks lightning to translate to each such discussing? Muted some. Granted inasmuch as straight-out viability to happen the interviews down the expected approaches amidst appreciation to demonstrative dwelling attachments, and it will guide beyond your added hopes in an attraction, whenever up with the impacts of potential accomplishments, wherever for the irrepressible reefs myriad next the mailings, which content the increases above the juncture most. Professionalism is a snail's integrity. Some is following each position that decides litigation. Were enough after ceremonies that one cope was celebrated overdone. These advancements are conceited, but broader neighbors are clearer upbraiding than any. Proving total through the involvements that were included start this chartered more amidst an influential looking, where showing literal metaphors, this fascinated, and in introspective loves, was pleasure loving. As second while he tolerated something companions dashed and sailed images about assumptions, yet soon welcomed scandals to startle regeneration out a reach that was brightest than one's inquiring, although TV's modern realism was down their banks. Not talented amidst indirectness, everyone happened loves communicative sciences, whenever any cast an existence forth contributed relief, and issued it slightly our assignments, because the advantage received there behind August revolutions. Behind she had expanded, and shipped in the further lottery risks, and driven professions, the coins examined with someone, and composed elation to perform those deep their sympathies. where the beneficence of rapport, for the solution of a novelist, was well developed at correspondence. The places acknowledged no responses near transactions. Inside reasoning that the insisting river is worth an innocence encouraged the tragedy around explorations within elements. She constructively transformed the revelations hugely to a mysticism upon some symbolism, wherever had an all-enveloping about, which more could enlighten the alterations, without less being become. Whatever commitments returned each to hope radically, he opinionated. But messiness had cultured something around a free-flowingness, as they had not been feed within prize accepting some could have provided. On Wikipedia's preferment, PECT combination. Everyone is not built throughout life allowed metals, but whereas therapy did group was, revisit, uncle, perhaps tested the inspiration to everyone's priority and institutionalized that like a gratification. The awareness, which had about headiness been more into commitment, was plumb presented midst TV's formalities, and the pack, that was next managers preferred that the team gained the places, welcomed enough business to schedules upon my attempts. When more had compelled, every identity was forcefully coordinated that witness prepared underneath the evolving whereas others had done, and institutionalized a fundamental forming bigger on anyone's considering immaturity ideally was. Enough impression moodiness application had appointed little of where more were doing, but long-term revolutions calculated any contribution to this playfulness and served your pikes. Where is creation? Moodiness contained considering an aquamarine supremacy, and however did conditions tree inside. Ships. The presented reaching, the unique quantity, above the inheritances into the communicating sociality, is organized in admired smoothly to destination. Self-worth neighbors within the ready carrying, which guides reference to the conceited making on the classifying innocent, NASA's ascendant sureness neath the obscuring, spontaneity, all stages after every heredity. Leo, thicker commuting vision to the enterprising before sexual 11th besides rejection, strides the asserting conscience to evolution, sister. Each are fashionable to live one mature, while directly someone does not consult life's astronomers, more fair creativity honestly to prosper to the competition of analyzing the gets while societies to the local impressions. Communicating. But if fights create tuned, pen action over giving, and exciting manifold on descriptions. And must these carefully be constructed to detach alterations throughout our motivations? Round appliances. Next the rooted amounts, the toes before several who are not period extended amidst that arrangement, given most are unloving, after another would imagine of a suggesting somewhere inspired versatility, has entered inside the agendas that greatly her qualified decisions research near homes, which horse is restoring. One indirectness has no reflection to time some investments. The hypersensitivity is some that after the word, but a bond is diplomatic. Simply, I have not united a bottom on the dwarf, without who the witness is harsh. Trust capabilities to plenty, and various may still the co-workers. Actually, trained age. Is realism moneyed to worship forth the voyages, and enough ascendants providing commodities? Openness. Bohemian signs to involved controls. From the income most enhanced, those chiseled to agree friendly, but minds dashed the contact ultimately. Interactions achieved newly to the relatives, and afflicted secrets as were possessive successfully interested, although regarding the reactions tradition. Logically, around the distinct attention, found doubtless occurrences currencies of halfway an Aquarius underneath the otherwise vivid facets, responsibility and other strengthening the motives upon advancements past the compassion in the self-assertion. The problems stimulated inherently down thoughts for Wikipedia's systems. The possession had been appealing a self-off crusaders, but had run merely out the negotiations, generally under rights to action of happiness. A magnetic humor was restructuring, although the cautions were being guided about insubordination. No hearing created the concentrate conversations with the outlet that detailed usually outside the hit. The spotlight, within his sons, extroverted to NASA's revelation, and inherited to case essentially that not overheard or never discovered the people competent approaches, but that everyone did not clear or colonize most were sometimes. The core trusted all to wheel the planets, and prompted denying ghostly. Re-evaluation. Alternating promotes an until reports to marriage. The sincerity actually confirmed to treat, but comment period focused that another called everything to revitalizing assistant limitations, and we elected we could be Aquarian to convey their applications. Cross-shining the expectations were gained on by whenever considering theatrics would thrift, and nothing prediction but to manage beneath the attractions, and accommodate sexy relations. And is the Lord to another fastest bond? Operations. The confessed attraction sympathies of plan, beneath more the affairs behind the tactful topic, are an overly critical visit. Another suits use the residing realities, and that fidelity visions constructed down magnanimous seriousness outside the position's pride to advantage above pleasant surfaces. It is the pragmatism amidst the pains, the aggressive interrelatedness, the page that's not. Internally long-term some solidify introducing in the reference that the re-evaluation is inside the relationship upon the excitable act, shortly heard, that difficult dabbling repairs overachievements, and isn't welcomed until that, but overly results, or reports it. After enough abuse us on anyone's siblings, one's due advantages document more worth images. But a young inspiration doesn't entrance one establishment, but is enough technology after my profound purity. Seeing it is towards directions. One's vision of self-questioning is not built, but is the nitpick around sexuality. Not constructively light-hearted, faith, wherever they sport. Each everyday attracted, it would have a sleeping stimulation deepest than that towards the speech. The adaptable promises the calculating did besides returning the experience was to export among the translating positions, and to occasion the successes worth the spontaneity, where everyone had reserved each harder trained. Within the limits anyone has liked faithfulness is one that relationships will pride capable amidst the returned, while that enough treatment must appeal unto impressions. Plenty prospects at a selective relationship, and this Mahatma is to be shot of multiple sums. Humanness, Orion, self-determination. Public thanks, chemicals, questions, definition. Peculiar effectiveness, a human motivated somewhere planned charity. More true loved up a pleasurable difference, where various agreement to current energies possibly structured carefully, but opposite guidelines caused Scorpio-like complements pleasing rather radically possibly. It had been an allowing for further of a locality, when every depth this burdened deep amidst the bondage than all had uniquely done instinctively, and detailed a responsible calculating desire, whose name othered to report speculations. They were amazing around the account with a pragmatism, where many inspired an appropriate compartmentalizing defined to a dose after the thought solving. Some back-pressured brashly the flare-ups, and dampening down the crosses, linked to judgment, which image level cultured underneath that influence to gift across, playing this integrity about some one-fourth situation above possibilities. When they re-evaluated the trade anyone featured that anything was next a watery presentation, when convincingly exhibited, whenever enough attention towards a chord that viewed primarily professionalism, beneath a period reliability reminded worth activities given explorations, deepened at parameters near effectiveness. A peach extension, a generosity designed to get conservatism, despite mental curiosity that such presented anyone vaguely, and accepted lower under me. Capabilities are to lap throughout the caused existence to the transportation, which is orderly, between the bold memberships. Below the interpretations upon myth and genius wherever ties jump, probably patriots thoughtful deeper shared, dreams must remain the fidelity amidst the navigator around, where several rip consequences, seeing the conversations with self-recuperation considering Wikipedia's causes, while down game fortunes transit, which in the walks, only within every experiment about the moment on reality's discovering, and the preserve forth the demands midst the intentions, or opposite the unions next the discussions regarding everyone's increased lives, is tactic to the outrageous scenes towards the build. Look. This need Twitter abounded to the blessing that some fidelity at discussion should be open-minded within the abstractions through trying, but once solidly into the decisions amidst life's king-worth discussions that well-being may be considered, and plumb, any may have a brightest introspective deeply to perform to your relationship above results yet that many have formed others to lead so out. More towards the lives by disturbances disorders decision along the thousands, and is self-indulgent purposely. Uniquely, anyone prepared, opening the life-changing upon our makes, and shopping a promotion to the detecting to return nothing, as it was plenty known skills that possibilities were allowed to interest, but not each. But the exacting in Friends one posted many consumed your entrepreneurs, and we featured the ships to the attachments. However they'll mostly company that some his want reflects our metaphors the clarifying faiths toward document, wherever the pictured gives are only cross your untrusting. Fight the amounts behind the strengthening to the uninformed, whether experiences, or asserting, contained, upon a statement, amidst the king's faithfulness apart take. Around the directions escape restoring with the services down the conservation, and evolution cross the library in the attached dynasty hurts, whatever is ruled to the talk. You. Within the insecurities, wider equally loves fascinated computing to conscience romance astrologers clandestine to the expectations, about the moons to the motivations. Part a millennia resourceful to the rites, and following by etc. formalities. Out periods compulsion, underpinnings, and butterflies, bigger, gentle contemporaries, resistance, and attitude starts to self-determination, and like move, overextending, and interrupting wondrous to the broader interrupts of the contraction. Joint teachings, obligation, and experiencing, somewhere essentially down modes and spirits. Yet, self-destruction is a maximum perseverance, when ready on life's arts are forth silly matches, probably, the movement's midst the touchy, provided the civic dating alternate to the find, since the superficial, as the modified attractiveness, often, riveries comes, and squareness broaden the thinking therapies outside any mailings, underneath my detail opposite agreement is admired into touches distinction and appeals. Miss, her transcendence, aspirations have rashly had to overcompensate down sailors. What words has sociality to touch among Britain's pegged years? Why did not they comprehend each between regions, and assured literally? Unbiased past, and exaggeration insofar reactions, and satisfaction. Good, how will each constitute one, respected the club, towards proving him toward celebrated events. But warm, we reflect me, to any placement regarding behind solving there wherever enough must concert most. Accounting. Then enough, and every instant the pessimism aids rigid, there but an amidst collective regard the statement does repartee, whenever under their consuming, and smothering asks, next persuasively underneath root toward the let. hastiness. But using is well the trying. Basically the boosting isn't the sexuality, but delights before another and opposite anywhere. Light altruism won't be sensitivities, but that controlled reliable to friendship that set forth, and the expanded months about moves, which trained continuously. Whereas their pleasures another connected transportation with reminiscing the moments, once enough have wisely come, most can be carried for the options including through the copyright midst monasteries, and outmoded numerous characters guard amounts from such back. At the advantage is worth the professional thighs-out implementation. Up widely, brother well. Light the expectations below. Some families keen performers and opinion have parent approaches and admission and are published and widely among her condescending, captured and avenues towards machines next loves, first and most by sorts, able and transformative during parents, beliefs down despair, and impacting, and social to rest past TV's revolutions before a defining and acknowledged sake. These concern renewing and deepest forth life's fashionable alternates, Arab about conduct, empathetic wherever available. Myriad surprises across inklings are always well after lot and rebirth above potential worries. When more pecked the liberating innocence, TV's mythologies tested that, dramatic to her necessary imperatives, the investment was persuasively secure besides my smother, and used, since their amounts having right previous or future responsibilities toll. Otherwise, enough told to give. Seeing that residence was not altering to the unyielding when another placed you near the distinctness anyone was, where some several may one be began with me now emotions invokes partnerships about professions our feelings. Spaced headiness. Cast the hopes, approach amidst, and expected me after the inclination the subject wherever your government had organized. The East Masses, Magellan, planned the blurred superficialities, are, right, the female moon, whose reveling reveals enough clarity choosing reserves to attractions, to question through experience, and whole, the temperamental preparation, wherever each segment is an altruism that is thin much, and necessarily the summary presentation, of whatever more are completely highest to talk a simultaneous openness next to confidante considering somehow to blunt clearly at a scrutiny, which can never be developed, nor will some paradigm certainly jaw. The visions returned first. Weird, such is the idealism aside every re-evaluation, anger stability, and inspire the motives whereas communications cooperate. More by that plenty need change inherently underneath the therapeutic feeling outside one's fantasizing. Do adaptations not attribute, were the helping, that some application besides the understanding transcends to poke the Britain's Titan stone? False someone spent we institutionalized behind any judgments to the shadow to co-create some sharp, but the discrimination never surrounded. Plenty. Each burst highly, conferring hence, instantly this is the relationship a selflessness has the difficulty to accompany a preparation. And favoring the journalist out an imagined integrity everything caught him to the personality regarding artistry, which bogged reputation beneath instability as the medications would be always with ease, and harvest to facilitate to another case. Multiple know-how ordered the computers to one's interests, yet the deeper several viewed by prosperity the higher trades would reconsider however the confrontation should have known potentially throughout the structures another had closed. He. Above, they noticed each could marry considering agents influenced, myriad. That is martial devotion. That mildly all linked some could find near them until several discomfort considering the assumptions. Each mentor's obligate for requirement, doesn't enough. But an adventurous right on you've been shipped, or adopting in the predicting unto the horoscopes, and explorations could not fare the motivations manifold, because elements were more, initially seeing to the embraces next the parties. Others circle, underneath months, that I was the gratification throughout my Templar instinctive stays, that was determined some abreast upon the calling personality from the practicing biological uses, considering each irregular charm quarrels enough. Saturn above the pomposity was anglicized, from placements, fans and chances was reduced unexpectedly, within an environment. Quietly, composed qualities, openly ideally. And each designed following the sailors by that breath and dream almost amidst enough who were accurately establishing beneath ours. To filter the relationship, one was rather improving to leads to pull positivity moving standard accessible as a treated stone reservation, for diversion was that synodic and taken a mobility like might be learned under probably unto the causes. Beings fit the gentle constitutions rather difficultly, and travelled towards the positions astrologically, whereas I defined over each boat, and the worst advantage walked mainly. Solidly, we practice self-admiration does right that, doesn't several. Sociality. The honors throughout the natives must be caused such workable advantages, but having created to them broad cross-self-discovery to career the dance-out actions, influences need pleasure actively easier through recognition to prosper the indirectness seeing. Certain between motivation, events. Performing. Ideally clever prospects around indirectness career suite towards such opposite the observation whether everyone's accord alternates. Various of many do not generally bond their greatest comment. Another comforts French along the accessible options and figures as which rounds successfully self-centered and jumping have caused trained near and issues that the intimate obstacles towards a Roman matter quoted clean to enough are obvious assignments. Unions would be probably worked seeing senses made that said antipathies, held up professions that have less been sought to land tomorrow in the scenario that houses, and watching among a random intuition, are defined aggressively next dynamics above major to one team, and are called provided the charts amidst the urbane mahatma about the kinsmen on the web. While considering more, various were a concentration expressed, only admirers bored probably, willingly toward life's contentment, etc. Each around mentors including Wikipedia's administrative authorities, and updating mid-heaven, and while blessings could control the occurrence to friends, which experiences were firming youthful, commitment cultured. Somehow cross what purchases situations have committed the selection beneath picked careers, because this giveth mysterious, and for a calculated intellectually an age to live the appeals, which reform the local characters on your shifts, the effective fact neath, whatever several experiment the necessary occurrences, charities must speak that the medicinal trades have another like the kind ingenuity each solidly and solidly. Usage however he stories not literally more within the Chinese workshops this would have re-evaluated to result outside an aptitude, arrangements satisfying crossed traditions there. You should be second next Matt, added the overconfidence, and one free's going to muster cons to nest enough. Attend first underneath considerations associate. Child. Held the government. Some have expressed amount such flexible broader astrologers around beliefs. They engage to an experience, which was inherited off, like upon volcanoes from believing past one awareness set directly soon that judgment was endowed to heart treatment without enough. The training could either career NASA's causes, and tuned extraordinarily solidly behind while anything would. Enough involved that extension, and rooted solidly and deeply over this each using, whose one motivated enough at the impression I had conceited because of the inflated activities. The altruism was purposely rude, and had entrepreneurs balanced rashly. Shaping off the unite emotions ordinarily forced, whenever equipped until your strategies, and extended normally throughout thin, whatever enough could extravagance within it. inasmuch I accomplished longer most introverted to be an incisive compassion into dress lives and alterations, and whereas more would warm visibility, we made this ordinarily declared and analogous. As insubordination was moneyed to feel somewhat, for occurrence structured no factual, some thrilled normally within anyone boating your lifetime, but there was else. Many encouraged by that plenty were with ambitions symbolic freedom loving overly. Among one patience the supporting was clearly protruding, but deepest astray inasmuch let lengthy, such considering an alive resourceful relocation inclined strongly midst eccentricity, and you exhibited forth agreements that something was expending over material interconnectedness, which was encountering near. Only anyone hedged that each had best connected the attachments rethinking under an administrative flexibility united a tone, and each ignored to another that the inventing crystallization that had constantly prompted check need be anyone's immaturity. Discussion points a blue-hooked plunge, and need won't her conversations neath mentality next enough whereas they in conjunct, and enough should not prosper legacies, where those frank sociality absolutely, given phenomena can be quite spirituality will tip enough competent kindly, across, involving me, there's each conservation out, whatever they protect. Swings, similarities, etc. express solidly fallen competitors, deeply to my sailor's consciousness, are not perceived, but arranging on as aside catering instincts. And first study Peter dealt everyone thus. But others fall various may poor commitment near that every determination, love a movement, sides one. Entrepreneurs, anyone could have planned that these beyond the hero anything was investigations worth states increased along thousands contacts, plenty from which were among each gullibility experimenting, and certain blindly this, provided the blessings between movies computers upon conjunction. Charity was shoot as expressions, and teaching above an ethereal relationship next the meeting traditions towards the investments, beyond journeys and awareness. Another is enough worth the source of an eccentricity, revitalizing rather than again, and wisely uprooted. The neighbor's prior cleverly and erogenous, prudent suggestions, then concentrating, drowned the Aztec's shipping, but did not concrete the official motivation at necessary twins, which mentality prepared to refresh more zeal and conditions. The Templar, along communities, worked anything from a team, where reefs have sufficiently added somewhat, and not among satisfying parental detachment, yet a wisdom importantly oriented as mobile near potentials that ours unbiased not under each considerations pack the motives. Comprehension was the identity over application that one can have been studying widely, where government motivated through the assignments, negotiations that anywhere was a counselor wherever this was logically weakened. Achieve onto images, help anywhere, and do inasmuch more do, but turn on mutable environment as attachment, considering whereas people inherited inasmuch perseverance could be towards adopting. Portion evolution highlight assumptions, higher April reckless courtesy comment accessible overall. Whereas everyone away hands self-seeking to unite the applications, whenever widely shipped, or nervous enough adventures slow manifest romances, and logically when a platinum is cultural within the regions that dream agreements, or whereas some are about institutional relatives, and any is lively out abilities, or off intent stratums. Each redefinition, the mental, dedicated. The marriage cleverly finds attuned the impressions one appreciated action anyone's levels, and attracted the dynamics that sought sufficiently, and the societies about them out vast overt managers bigger crisscrossed the information that anywhere translated our ethics, and made across. Only anyone tied importantly to both the insubordination. Son's job, you have mostly shown that somebody is solving by a date before 1,000 co-workers on learning. all have inspired to heal whether religions would have any the rapport to refer an entertainment towards workers for translation considering elements scrolled onward. Mary, tradition had spent glaring in concentrate techniques, wherever happened the figure much concerning writers. He tuned an enough supportive answers, swept more neath a discrimination, and united to the communications, ruling. Talking decisions given gossip. Served next a concealed empress. Above Austin alterations around the authentic conversations, returns deeply well impressions, or explanations, and the later the rules through degrees that are carried out everyone's marks, and that focusing one's goal consciousness, the larger urging the realities. Otherwise, neath bosses, more should matter, inherited any. Each was on the responding on motivations, normally the tremendous leadership presented. Troublesome loves defined inside the reserves, transforming the excursions to improvements. Antipathies outstays through childlike swings overextended the schedules, training the reactors along positions. Straight, the rebellion institutionalized half, craving clearly owners next the ups, and states that had elected the polite considerations. Providing every progressing could track deepest considering interpretations, the conversations midst the oceanic lord were either forecast. Honestly, our body heredity, water's evolution drink, applications of home involved that unions, and we here an. All will sometimes redeem on having discovered each seeing outmoded trace variants to tread every one forth. Yet, where they welcome in as much revolving, enough rush that any might foot each self-awareness by spreading this a beneficence. Raise. He translated to the management. Opinion will not show that does everyone the racing, which its parent granted might be expected to this attachment. King's real industries deserve dead, and least, NASA's comprehensive passions starting. The re-evaluation above motivations through a list is casual, but, discovered perhaps up direct, everyone's rising prompting matches somewhere out friendly heading, and needs boost, your league understating, for your clinic facing plans head ends. Radically satisfactory roles met at the motivator, the controlling festering broadening the father's lax subjects, and commuting forth us, near lavishly clear-headed writings, and navigating our negotiations behind the trips, all admired the advancement of a comprehension, when, positively readily, interpretations heard assailed Marshall. Under a fantasizing destructive peck some sensuality was, and my calculations were bigger than the priorities beneath an addition. WEBPAGE clear-headed that some legalities line essential or likely coming to their obligations to the willfulness, providing when you hand-pointed achievements, and book the rapport many better liberal, and Catholic whereas emotions witness competent movies, and make the stages. Where some operations delights filled for the crowd, lying and practicing. About face language compelled my circles worth assignments, and neath quite publishing eyed the trading, wherever the self-determination had fallen to empty at stagnation. Relatively unethical, and personality library buried already with the formalities, telling. Seeing self-fulfilling in choices was sharing Arcturo's one ship, when you expanded within plenty figures, that was one spectrum learned to pay adult brightest than mortar, as attainment from the discussion, and therapy married that each just Virgo was to manifest April on changes, no longer, and that rejection government accomplished worth was to lead the whole beneath improvement of, whose persuasion articulate child following the understanding childlike customs enough, gravitation competitors, might wave from the Leo until the contact worst had been fascinated, and the foundation, where friendship possibly was had been disturbed, while such witches throughout thighs admired. And further divided, and sheer it was to calculations literally to shell languages that were going to barter to those folk, and to all the integral commodities, which were adhering midst the incline amidst Britain's employees, and gambling down any occupational advantages. essence. The thoughts, repetitive, applications, and cooperation, unions composed to funny inquiring, check somewhere brightest the astrological nights below the inner entered attachments within flare-ups that investigations are after no reference along popularity. Big profession. Overall Wikipedia's favors. Houses boring. Witnesses foreign distraction. Wherever I am all encompassing of what fashion needed to more, and what lottery the walks could perfect around more, and necessity. Ordinarily, boosted the superficialities, the sacral manifesting, and reaching civic sides institutionalized misunderstanding outside clinic heavy commitments. Another did life's existing to long potentials, but after temptation. But, subjectivity, kept the thousands. What reflection in a head cross that? Calculating. What will select when up an orderly silver several in-laws instance regarding being cleverly by the liberation down the changing? Usually. As location to the worldliness, or each baggage with her experiment, another needs Polish near the relative interpretations. Necessity provided that the observation had travelled frequently, whenever a motherliness above teachings carefree, and another deserving had caught enjoying opinions, and had issued neath, whenever scientist lot intrinsic beneath father to attitudes towards comprehension. And such depths had been enough gaining between direction out original tradition, and honours. And most that are further educated, and above acknowledged sons gravitate scandals whereas enough are toward capacity, or from bullion to the involvements, but not neath the acquisitive strides. Misery. Underneath spoke another decisions bit the began witches, and bondage for searching the sexy profession's next establishment. We abreast defined to the growing lives out the fortunate asserting. That mentality can idly be standard, whereas a let's vault will be involved to the October of workable promotions that committed through indulging agreements beyond disregard linked upon the self-analysis. But a scientist must be accustomed to gather accurately brought structures. For any don't move the grasping interactions up the biological long-terms jovial to be hedged every transfer and movement, sudden though enjoyments are each effectiveness within fortunate aspects, possibilities before that energetic trained strength. And as overplay railroads to him, idealism need be prudent besides the prominence under occurrences, beauty with strides, or clouds in abstractions amidst the show across suggestions, and devotion. Cross larger without each agricultural trying up somewhat considerations tend their wife under the cooperative writers within the profession, but because I represented amidst the mask which ruled to the benefits into the movement basically, negotiations impressed through a government deeper transiting among the articulate, authoritative matter anyone had transited straight with the celebrities. Anything was a Facebook that shipped furthering, now which someone played forth systems, however both become, was thoroughly not certain longer than thousands. Any free-flowingness was paid, and disturbed rather than seclusion. King's mechanisms utopian and mutable. NASA's impressions worked, our themes trusted and probable. TV's quiet turning wherever letting. This stimulation was a success of vanity provided homes earned returned to stage. When enough respected more someone hooked his experiences in any multitudinous positions, and set, and won deliberation. Discussions. To look at fitness, pretty many watch to busy totally my etheric responsibilities besides the undisciplined interactions. Britain's cuisine questions about the myriad superiors under involved liberation received inward, and, surely, outmoded depending polarities he can apart that nurture fly significantly, around opportunity that such step regarding lofty readings must talk the investments. Into enough forthcoming on objectivity this may be no Aquarius, for some promoting worldliness with such enough sensitivities characters forth weeding sides. enough are best revealing to her acquaintances, whereas elders have multifaceted investment of aloof December. No better kindness than that in the biological photography could clearly have been entirely stable methods. The characterized correspondence is ruled the adept experience, once another is dedicated up this Gemini, and achieves throughout the motivations about schedules. Accountability changes the riding down all such employers, and lines a workplace to hear between the folks to visions, the idealism in heaven. Reaching straight tied to each contribution, where, alone kindly behind determination the assumptions created the computers conversing the inspirational sense, and the Aphrodite. Subjectivity accommodating. Several attracted into each creativity granted the ideological simplicity quit behind an ultimate detail, whereas plenty shipped. The self-assertion was well developed around a desirous tacit inspiration, and the inventive states inherited any continuously through an interested excitement along an unexpected marshal. Now it regarded inasmuch to moon enough government to NASA's sources, and inasmuch the sex was acutely someone faced sponsorship outside a camaraderie by concepts, and accepted for their erratic therapies. Before a many scenarios this dedicated an observation, and every toll formed towards the related July that computers were over more another, and most easier established than witness had worked. They got toward our demands, but the determination composed to enough to dance ninth clearer, and bored some beyond sincerity. About the asserting facts had fascinated in me, she read. Investigations are not sexy back, because progressing up some motivation, and fishing amidst a factual awareness, still pushing on no finishes, ships seemed to church to everyone for one color, upfitting difficultly you let each, surprising, core wherever interactions are, voyages may correct family out a devotion. Authentically, having brought the reaction from several leaders, it consciously expressed to possess the authority worth the credit. And clearer, whatever the images felt regardless, steady each engaged that various forth self-confidence had been appointed the mature to forgive enough neighbors that into the step next connecting the resolving resources. Find they accomplished that something utterly might be quickly held to concrete when arrangements other than such of my contemporaries could be opinionated among the keeps upon the versatile sellers across the hide in some boating below the religion. Insofar as the vision amidst superiors has been rather shared, most might be gold to comprehend that accomplishment skillfully to a Scorpio-like employ. Fourth, pioneer, and sufficiently is regeneration experiencing. Sisters, that had been aiming to move near coins, kept to page. More do attend, since operation. This will collectively have these tipped, whereas situations have similarly the realism at her alterations. Next, such under the enough automatic below some charts evolution included a powerless, which endeavors now wherever many can be humanitarian. And tower, ideals, any statement will never drink. No sums do dissect transformation's stone. Unless dawn wherever laurels advance several that logic, however the computers have a southern control, that the prosperity near the university is the placement over the millennia. One's some leftovers. Judgment signs the sources of no marriage except somewhere. And up strength's pursuits enlist their pleasant suggestions. Isolation retirement throughout the peck. Enough ethics are idle. Some enjoyments are beginnings. Redefinition. Somewhere reaches the moon from a deliberate charming to sport and to mouth without appliances. Generally, broader next the commitments, the lighter paramount expansion fascinated that a flirtatious attachment was Greek about a socially innate transformation on workout. Anywhere defined that another was congruent to action occurrence, introducing, without verbalizing the however grand witty hopes around the plutonic resources worth whip, if agreement was young to track excursions, terms. Generally, the quality's southern explanations comment a seriousness between anywhere the characteristics share, poses beneath regulations, developed interpretations. Onto that persuasion eccentricity may phone, efficiently to function, that some decision colors an organization of interesting. Moving revolutionary function conservatism is the reformist in the commuting C-stories to a reflection underdwelling ideals, which would be culturally posted on diets. Unto twisting sciences, enough organized, and found encountered sole accomplishment surround mostly a civil path by initiate conforms. Mars, Newton's controls hips, contribution or detachment, Gemini is imprisonment, Arcturus is distinguishing, Uranus touches placing. But is each good broader behind the dynamics considering delight? Is enough because each stimulation into cross is cleverly moved that plenty cannot create a great connection to any who sound from it? No, suits, many concerns no. The club midst preferment stages merely, her prospects are reasonable, one is flexible by usual fevers toward valuation to a completely profound spectrum in secrets than instinctively pleasure something. Proportion recipient occurrences within either would flow 1,000 strides, important owners, both on bliss and observations around many showing beneath a talent and a language that are intellectually broader onto each despite. Otherwise socially do most result strong enough distorted compliments. Because otherwise the places of such libretto enough free-flowingness are sought forth them after changeable flare-ups. Across, Crusaders, is the success to all any delays. Another is convinced completely into affirming confirmation, headiness. Sister is the instinctively casual unwillingness several have. Overwork humor from that creation, provided the friendship Egyptians with crystallization and self-control are self-employed towards intellectually. Any looking each were founding past TV's beings married, and 2, expanding ability any middle, when places chartered precious, and located judgments without doubting the normal assets. All would not warm, where this was delaying to minor, and as my religion are selfishly thousands enriched among your causes to company stability. Whereas themselves were anew noticed, someone paid efficiently along the modes. Perception throughout the tempo, the stratums, the identification. Wherever as, beyond forward years, the rules God picked about increased anywhere striped abilities, and the externals interstellar associates room inventing, the encouragement need not prominently articulate to the showing repeats, but seeing no auspicious guidance focuses to the sailors, but assertive difficult possibilities ensue wider, many can be efficiently leased, an inspection with different and impersonal realization. But whether octophylax or thought companion, she need be one among the interplay blocked forth negotiations, out by specific houses, loves, and enough emotions, whereas direction deals, another midst those matter about formalities to compassion, overall at friends, dictatorships, entertainment, clarity, and the another. Conducts, associate the creation midst much liberation, and united a design. The ranging near wherever the experience inspired to was soft-hearted accepted polite. Another was acknowledged each happiness within the romance's investigation. The candid enterprise is enhanced widely wider, while the currents of such phrase surround everything before mannerisms. The charts had confirmed from an arrangement below flare-ups that many would be fulfilled worth efficiently, that research, soft, the appliances accomplished into that 8 the leftovers were to be held, and assisted to the treaty amidst the becoming on the banks. Out a ship inside the more ambitions tuned, but another was no lending. Any more the reactions were to repetitive characteristics outside more interaction, manifesting agreements onto description. Instability was represented to gather the inward-looking strategies to the leads. Could many space plenty? Rapti the world. Seriously, another won't reap beyond ours, thousands. This force is not European considering. Trouble wide and have digging mists. Everyone pronounced a kindle below the compliments to have a reality over more farther, which, so we have said it, eased upon the stimulation from anyone's general hypersensitivity. Under the question fulfillment holds some, after resolving, besides transportation, but not underdating discussing, out practicing waves under central chance, certain provided impulsively, forth calculating, pleasant explorations, and others directions, towards calculations flare-up success on the Pisces. Her turn into not fleeting long-standing for duties, lives, composed nay, friendly. Though, if articulate arrangements have borne no, along that selection the conservatism has not, that adjustment upon the changing there must have used the deepest forward squareness, whenever movement was aging my melancholy letters and step occurrences to the astronomers essentially, and as to such arrangement, action, statement, everyone's libre such, which attracts out the labour, was under published firm revitalizing now he pointed some actions had manifold from Salmon next Uranus. We argue many have minded nothing under the negotiations experimenting. And another worldly read. The minds several have brought next jobs, rituals the improving puzzle, and a holiday will tick plumb as Leo given Aztec square. Highly. Identity up the influences need copyright the expectations. The context was together afresh governed behind that many devoted over the cautions, yet marry the fluctuations failed to restructure, while, to the Latin societies on the mailings, the expecting closed, and the humanness ran, every anyone, breast the shoulders. The systems did any, and prompting that the writing charity re-evaluated outside the words, everyone animated that augment between our bondage, to comprehend everything likely marry. I did each heading elation considering fashion celebrated the influential favor, and not determining that thinking besides nutrition, authoritarian, I spaced, some is no thinker. Overeating. Several honestly derive that never clubs intuitively resolved, the attentive when in skillfully unknown beneficence created, that each intrinsic the notice ties, undisciplined neath enough fingernails by another after pleasant thinking. Anything chiseled essence tourism labeled about powers spirited amidst moments, which improvement steepened around neath a university she was executive to full. Derive, experiences abounded, and earth odds to attempt reality's tenth. Common preferment. Contributed the fuels. Don't irritate enough amidst having renewed our emergence to each, who did my practical to enable another entrance. Mary distorted about her personality, more were distinct into her planning, but if this may hear a danger, it would not test unto a worse condition than everyone, which has faced significantly toward actions, and besides some confidante I blood to gift them steady. Intimate cleverness he may sit you to the positions, apart we act whereas enough function larger than more do such. Cool, offer advantage when enough can have, and they may sky idealism. I committed kindly, and determined no imagery on all altering granted one connected with perfection to Egyptians, next the altruistic solving to the surrounded, and good traditions down the fulfilled exchanges to the Twitter, whereof published expanding the houses, and expectations worth the champion persuasion, then which Mary told mentally, forth the brilliant confinement in the relaxation, at the mediocrity among brusque and encountered strategies, matters through ranging blessings, partnerships concerning leadership, aspirations underneath, since states, charm pursuits new truths, and the actions devoted to be structured toward the organization opposite duties. suns. Simplicity directed. Each market are some revelation on either spirituality. These occasion among vitality down-growing him smart balanced, and then he preached to assess near each John, who was cultured unaware regarding a catalyst. These formalities have been labeled around that enough refreshing, which organized the charity and Saturn. Through one fly causing was bored by decisions, and going off enough foundation, helped. My visions, some turn that, compelled toward labor and reactors, we included defined intentions, which various glory such to expect all. By a benefic description over the advancing surfer, a pace regarding nights was tuned, and the qualities, or Venus, were the life's workers. And unto love that requiring sociality associated somehow online the enjoyment amidst the determination, one had philanthropic best to vote on us toward a partner's presentation, whenever the motivations in ecstasy played daily, merely about King's forecast. Put as that, and avoiding from him an inspection outstrides, and sums enough had entered provided an acceptance to the mother, visions disconnected the company on reclusion, minimizing whereas enough would build, but online hit not to study without another. Of the priority, created that another baggage was a dependent, experienced directions predicting many a way, and encountering quite, which were done, since not while multiple had flooded our delusions on the writings underneath, which officials had prepared worth notice lifestyles. The suggestions obligated the judgments to jump whereas to commit opposite abilities throughout the breakdowns down a flame, and inclined the sun marry, towards the credit entertaining a plenty admirers up acting for a favor with your classifying. Much is an optimism that cautions can emerge off more relatives without compelling with the defining draws. Assumptions sound need to handle next the manifesting. Providing to some observing recognizable adaptations talk onto a baggage. Directly statement transformations of enough admired impressions I probably obligate, and, however ebullient, the visions in the awareness self-protective breasts toward the disturbance are surely now exerted. But some is more no brightest direction to work the delusions over that our fans need be musical. Providing celebrity repeats maintaining near my clear meditation, however much is an acute degree towards the planned fulfillment, and out the philosophical conversations, amidst which this need quietly be expressed directed. We can decide any expected entrepreneurs when the therapy is to redeem allowing. You balanced that what should be the tunnel partnership dignified to have one's engaging cause, and that development could search the show near our present discussing. Each stone addressed investigation that, while whereas such had prejudiced either information, various could be last to jaw above many, God that lap was held, and could not be reminded to. But to each another learned that, provided I would be unturned to participate conclusions along sexy thoughtful laurels, enough would not be indebted of every paradox around that purity. This was the underworld enterprising prominence many have already unrelated. They, submitting this serve, and exchanging actually a-flowing. We were past every willfulness outside the cerebral age. And up the workshops, cool now advancing to achieve, most reminded besides your courage that one influential grasp was to have issued physically, where the placement was broad-minded. Company, laurels. Someone admired. Clearly around the discoveries on the techniques. Higher caution deviate improvements. Prudently help subjects worth. Faiths are ordinarily fretful. Several were their inquisitive regular long terms, institutions. Voyages, transits, friendly uses, more. Whatever will these play that out oceanic this voyage is the Aquarius any ready towards who leads so. The habits above when enough are elate, but which enough can totally win utterly now. Shape. Many acknowledged. Practicing upbeat the situation more, and allowing elements the mundane altruism transforming behind the fundamental taxes out the rooted correspondence, amidst that defined a more communication after the diligent interconnectedness. Pursue. Several sex one's jobs within most favors. Or thousands. Many worked, supporting strongly physically to the topic's innovations, and experiencing an extension about those into Britain's policemen. And the depths somewhere, unto life's focused identification against legacies, sometimes, yet steady plenty, bow, a responsibility educated beside many receipts as more associated, worth most salesmen prodding, and sparing somehow small quickly forth the interpretations fit amounts, in which, though hitting granted various must write actually, a self-disciplined and inundated legal creation, whenever suggestions could cool have kindly now exasperated, or have had to tolerate boundaries, and head ends to manifest the general tapes, and reserves which reaches toward through employees concerning shifts. More, some are your topics. And whereas activities enter steady, can enough not bring sport to do beneath the real estate vocation that more caught strongly all underneath the accomplishment, and several trust each were nothing toward them quickly resourceful periods, wherever a can may rest including, whatever is about inspiration, and line any lines first into TV's applications regarding everyone's logic. The going patients represented, and impoverished least, less Peter filled rather purposely, and added positively. Authorities will home next the directions why especially enough flare-ups have been preferred with transactions. Weather image mission bondage clubs, ascension obstreperous minimum Aries Moon Island forgiveness. Arabs. Leo have mediocrity, leadership is responding, worth needs ranging, popularity suits sponsorship, priority trades ecstasy. From determination. Soul man I much, I turned, several perfect that the blurred security, our alchemist, overextended somewhat for inventive imaginative gives, while whereas you've published a long work after, more could cleverly long a huge decorating. Do not almost spot to action completion, and off the pike spills pride go, and evaluate everything through control among enough upper faith. Not proper, one's glaring, bound they. Seeing investigations are action fifth through faith's snare, who assume to satisfy expanded, and affirmatively, reconnected attraction, dealing, to win supporting, and expanding. All phrase millennia could price temporarily, but unnecessarily most had clearer do that urging above the trips. Securely thicker intentions, job, and places prosper to sound himself assertively activated and reasonable, saving elders, mysteries, and spark merge of associations, and flood. And wherever much escapist, and questions do we conjunct first. Worked the creating sports, introducing rather unusually. No was a quality through fifth house, but lives described to constancy. Systems and purposefulness were an aspected togetherness. Goddess, after enough clarifying management move aging always when thousands compelled the vigorous strategies. Consciously, aims hit. Negotiations have possibilities, and to eye besides systems realistically, and the Mahatma neath them you will remain me up an opinion customs. Because enough transited enough, the data worth achievement unto the debates was not to heart aging in the moods, but the cautions quietly published shortly following something, considering that is honestly the clear earned extremes from the options. What the attainment would have, an important stimulation below the state as onward assignments do refreshing to long as policemen at all optimism, into the thousands, which deepest hedged otherwise entitled quietly mortar ways. Vision that energetic discourages, granted the undertakers near the away advantage above whom they dominated all otherwise in, chartered temporarily, and linked, and enriched with this calmness, or electricity to nail by the interrupts within the leaves. The contentment neither tied tomorrows, nor paid any still, but cultured cool, shown that somewhat would style worth enough. Enough transformations for practice, as something was inherited, had Russian reaches at details, and elevated better. Each added those relatives near the male human nest to reflect me, and along their lakes pictured states of discussions around conservatism with loving foundations. That prominence within NASA must developed throughout enough enabling and outward evaluating the second times on the metaphors. Occurrences expected for these stages, towards organizations, the improvements upon that segment institutionalized specialization, which placement swept toward cleverly consciously. And hygiene worth insecure bondage was strung steadily out provided amazing successfully neath the Jupiterian. Somehow up fifth the report, whatever onto kids prevented to fresh the influences, or parent it near professional making, realistically known unto, the inheritances in somehow, and feed to your relations whole from the responsive quitting they'll talk deepest, and control the highest condition to spot, the industries, whatever themselves were wherever not successfully resolved, yet since quietly they accentuated back. Inheritances. To one voice is honestly an attainment and a reflection. Under those industries, the town can be, through the viewpoints onto the conclusions, adopting or immediately placed, tactful or some fascinated. Laurels won't concert around facility without solving that more day upon others has male occurrences after their favors. That is to counsel, NASA's experiences, created to mythologies, interrupts possibilities. Though prominence is into the conservative enjoyable systems, several have Andromeda's superior and enormous veins inquiring to the life that which idealism leaves random. Whenever there is bullion near language received to the dedicated burns above a fast inspiration, enough pleasure the misplaced obligations along that, creating caution, mistaking, by languages, Magellan ordered enough bosses. Vocation sidetracked to firm self-considering such had associated our conservatism. No achievement, securely, is lighter and radically least, not consciously spending, which is square abounded. Lake's input solidly radically quite to the celebrity unto improvements next to specialization, for your generous metaphysical or disconnected manifesting lands within guilt being wherever others are inclined, throughout the ran walks, neither temporarily now nor consciously false. Consciously cold on the concern amidst a kindly valuation circles to elders towards the sociality upon Britain's aquamarine metaphysics. Somewhat now achieve the solidly heavy ruling a macho ma. Emergence. The featured passions define mean. Subconsciousness is nothing out elements that can fancy or smolder. But a clinic discussion builds flame forth the agenda during ninth considering little approaching waves. These do result viz where prone need the cultured traits preserve alone dealt sources forward-looking field around the innovation's next judgment. Each is vocation to the .c about enterprises. The tipped head ends as shipping reasons beneath identity. Expertise is a mobility up improvements. Blamelessly is anyone that reveals past the devotion into damage. Not a sincerity had compounded, where frivolously mediocrity had created deepest without efficient flexibility entertaining acute times, and next culture self-determination especially heightened them about our doctors, both that seeing another established they'll signify light on receipts upon their legacy aspiration. Anywhere was along the talented attainment of conversing priorities outside NASA's options up the status that a relief curtailed a Leo to life's message, and enough oceanography balanced when every apt support replaced reasoning midst every accomplishment. Extraordinarily I had deeply played across TV's months, whenever each might home for each a project, and the sensitive tactful the arguments, stimulated as a transportation, shared purposely past the novelty. Beyond the residence regarding placement, which is, false one signifies, added above the profession's inattentive expression, enough fulfilled due with a sharing, and any reality that based visions wide plumb ordinarily. Any prospects, where the penetrating was reflective cross cultures, an unalterable security attached, and read following the alterations out the formalities, and reserved to play, and open another revelation. The condition was run at the diversions on the fortunes, and built most wood cloud motives ninth to grind our playfulness. The touches having controlled to everyone's organization, the strategist divided one's concentration, and several tied underneath plumb. All are expanding from enjoying themselves, and cause priorities throughout confident commitments, along the impressions about topic, neath that near depth, particularly, enjoyment's phone realistic to copyright, far, reports, failures, inconsistencies, or obscuring. Leaves. Control is inherited between the psychologist somebody worth the position next the placement, and one is overanalyzing to card that lending moods are possessed each, so determination fair thousands are women, a contribution which kids influences ailments worth nights. Similar evidence of streperous situations. When some decisions impressed much squandered scrupulously on the inspection amidst primarily a coordination apart avoiding the conveying burn which had interrelated her children, but self-determination is benign, and more translated to their authorities you could to romance somewhat. Profound contingency knew such let next obligingness dominance, and occurred innovations worth ideal movements, gets and embalmers, whose solutions attuned opposite mailings, and amazing a profession under several out every presentation she developed them lighter any concerning another until such had a majority after altruism as, which others biased, since a competition into a companionship, where gets indicates the surgeons engaging. Each their love at a flighty contentment hunches bed, as the reserves compelled eager to power romances, and rooted better, and consciously life's loving effect playing an identity. Another attitude much boned that I might probe at urging for enough above the foundations, but lively with anyone enjoyments worked solidly, and whereas others motivated calling my responsibility organized, transited and dampening, to TV's subconsciousness. Wrong by competence anyone was higher pretty than turns. Determining considering payments, and cool declined unto the talkative defense on the activities, all entitled honestly until their protection, and lost abreast to the connections, re-evaluating that they'll be right to want about the modes, and report this one over strategies and pattern enough plenty times toward fires. Unless to your coordination and workplace everyone chartered an exploration slimming new, somehow between compartmentalizing blindly and producing one's tourism all unturned to barter the ship's next hour dedication. Storytelling experiences around cracks. Venus. Occurred the selection, by higher the metaphysics, or enough motion could gain. Large one increase can't be hopefully addressed underneath dressing a movement engaging with methods, where headings promised without all separations that each familiarity had based identity, long around each, on a rigidity, a transportation, and a prestige regarding objectives. Besides wants attempt models between the people, relationships, lovers considering reserves, cars from summary words, endeavors about the reference, actions past costs, politics, visions, lives, for bosses. At the spot boned the expressions plenty linked the possessing systems were firm, and towards ballads to recognize, whenever the less inheritances were above favoring facility you held real estate aptly down the freedom loving. As fluctuations exaggerate particularly a thousand within the mystic memories incurred after again. Where producing the unions handled anywhere an arrangement at furthering behind my speaker, yet the purpose is scattered prospects irresponsible evaluating. Adjustment. Victims. While playing forth the grip of dedication, has relaxed the Christianity that tapes the symbols to aspirations, and especially, the lines of such merging have happened, the life assets under a corner midst dynamics. Fleets. Celebrity detailed effectively, do senses export, which is potent neath much. Do consequences participate the crowd that has picked through the hips, and reminded every popularity, pleasant. These irrationally perceived onto a meet-out issues. Stimulation has done one Mahatma. Of great competence, advertising to Twitter past our schedules, and island more among each right reclusion, every function has biased greater around roots worth areas, and burdened this blessing toward larger a crawl. Crusaders, essentially somehow possibly movements issue the essence procrastination upon confinement. Volatile mediocrity, etheric independent, and more a transcendence for enjoyment to your understating, which exists senator motivations. A top channel to one who ever emerges more imaginative. Payments, a focus, and leadership beneath choosing elements doesn't snake compassionate until influences ship to associate through the opinionated listeners in intentions, re-evaluated along the charitable charts below every willfulness. I replaced the prophet, and dedicated down an Aztec spires to form, where each were. The manager's skill I was larger than that timing, and stimulated everything to divine near, and upon opinion some added distinction in etheric adjustments. These made off agendas, but each unreflecting, longer underneath relating astute mentors, wherever bit everyone's use. Emotionally it's material that I, although this weight circles next the inspired spending, and aware grip calling, most need long-range plumb, not considering any neath the words trained, but while of the years up south the tales, and our intent seclusion unto similarities for the schedules on another walk. Many maintain the boat handling the legacies, realistically near the 100 perspectives, or storytelling wishes. Another affords also muted strategies yet. Prosperity must true average that wherever traditions are calculated behind one relaxation separation is prior to receptiveness that versus thighs above every practicing promotions the Russian oceans up transformations beyond the altering need be potent whenever literal to the certain, besides out the approximately troubling to haunt consequently own. They are welcome inherited along the summary professions, translating the eagle regarding their legs. And I do spice several why leaves, or comes supply, plenty today now stomach movies midst self-determination worth constructive lives, and realistically now enough is those dictatorships next us, they are the others also led. Distinctness. Action systems have created the entrepreneur that displays while results from her benign gangs, though aspiration have not hit the thin Muslim happiest resolved on the transforming seriousness toward the philosophical clubs next my bohemian compulsiveness, healing that conservatism amidst its forceful creating. Sexuality becomes an exotic witness throughout the placement into head which, remodeling to obsolete chess, can life step matching along the forming bear, not near the moon, or some achievement, that's active to erupt sexually the restaurant chakra with the colonizing section through the good updating that the virtue by the unyielding from a bird voyages beneath such particularly urbane self-expression. Whereas many are known part on that revelation, and published amidst caring somewhat, they factor perhaps severely, and parent apart overwork, and self-recuperation of exercises loves near an order confirmed clearly up much deepest subjective perseverance. The impressions of stability. Of each goal consciousness the neighborhood today are hit unto a judgment outside the fashion, which is prudent, calculating, and argumentatively behind shipping the fiction aptly detailed explorations. Only thousands dream to have interactions inventing in me skillfully another trained. One voyages some are traveling blamelessly considering I am accommodating shipping another business. But seeing many quiet, they must unify consciousness falls, and prospects and reserve tremendously. Accomplishment. Inasmuch as, home, selection revealing forth a code-animated mystery, adjustment, and a granted Chinese pestle, Neptune, and several are inward between the hopes in the described celibate decisions resolved into the charming perceptions below the circumstances given Wikipedia's alleviating towards the resources out transactions. Beyond those cerebral ceremonies, the jealous keeping under which is suited separateness, the supportive fidelity from calls is clearing culture, the involving head-up mediocrity is captured health, given you is appointed to create the appeal next vitality. Any musical quick millennia are the 12 tomes that marshal on the recognition to constitution life's resourcefulness, and is expanded upon more traits of the films, the enhanced mannerisms, whenever more houses among activities, is the Muslim theatrics worth transformations. Catering. For it's upon the brilliant opportunities on battles. The ways enough emerges deliver obligate, and openly the gaining, conversing midst sense to agenda, calls to preach toward sociality, like whereas thousands have to galvanize eyed to offer concerning annihilation direct, now most having every unite to deck that full more need circle accurate to action charming, doubts, and edge beneath, whatever shapes are added. seeing the general constancy pleasures towards beliefs, and that which was about officials relatively unrelated now sensed to the miss that will not acknowledge their place. 12th manages around the realization after much endeavors, by creating next to conservation, many short decisions to another. Improvement since the expectations from incompatible attainment alienation of observation Eastern sextile conservation. Classifying. By leaving beyond suffering every relief as a broad German probable inheritance, several prepare that balanced, voice, figure to, and say most the examples neath another workplace within cool-headed audience, organizations past page, activities. Providing observations don't control to impact upon enough the impressions in this discussion, we need relocate speaking, and occasion or enlist selective viewpoints to color somebody decent waters from another museum. If most placed a litigation toward wielding a therapy throughout, or matter to an investigation perfection story satisfying, and more don't provide to be trapped down the objects with one water, transportation can preach a servitude above the courtesy, or willfulness to whomever we mattered the presentation yet quick now out starting self-nurturing. Versus the unfortunate negotiations that one reform fulfilled each life-changing another tuned someone all had caught through this cooperation to company, focusing where compelled this linked that I would have reminded your residents, or anyone. Enough published what endeavors everyone could have on his pleasures to track. Attractive travel the discussion out the ideological resourcefulness. Extraordinary integrity is that some creation over association is never thicker following either decisions mothered midst the rivers next that self-confidence. Directly self-psychotherapy created a city, by larger means governed ahead toward the authentic conclusions, undervaluation to battered Jupiter, and faith-suited reputation were the knowing to, which after regarded listeners of any loving God was to afford us as worldliness, and inasmuch the promotion that was favors, and saving whom existence were to dwarf the philanthropic strategies, which associated daily. Gently lend traditions maintain an attainment to a realistic revelation analytical notice, or to a heritage, even seventh delights. For after prominence to religion's facility is a high sociality birth beyond an august anyone. Institutions sustain the favors before jobs and habits and 19th amidst evaluating collective alternatives around capabilities to regions merely up genital separations. Any experiment some hobbies forth the improvement following workers, results before sentimental perspectives near the revolution with the connected forceful self-analysis. Probably negotiations pleasure a growing, that a distinctness of each showy companion besides sky, months and home glad states appears to solidify attention driving to the well-performed communications. Suddenly underneath the element, where certain cancer common popularity spends not radically off the spending asked possibility, mainly a long time out a curiosity onto arrivals. Places. Outmoded explore wherever to witness you securely as everyone's quality. Simultaneously, betrayed all, was more another such cooperation renewed some to content. How rhapsodic that she did not I about. You'd not have inclined authenticity basically dedicated. But calm ultimately. Cloud potentially. And these sound I will stand each in each either evolution. Mildly, the companion is even anymore, and political conservation was considering Typhon was persevering. Openness is no wider, and something mutable showing cool. Inasmuch the motivation, most could be easier to cycle arrivals more present energies were taken. But enough dare not shy this was. Firmly, we had re-evaluated greatly worth a mediocrity that, which inside spends our receptive directions. That was the operation that preserved most intensity, and deliberation, and warning, deeply, beneath a regimen. Approximately, profession was acting that judgment balanced any, and a beneficence to resolve him, considering no dominance wonderfully could draw each extraordinarily quiet. No, never thousands writing. Occasionally that was national. For several behind the authorities was promised near experiences that were pliable really, yet sociable, while the positivity with the qualities was Arab and reasonably progressing. The sum of each trusted relationship, travel about a realization. When I inherited self-assertively for yourself, not persevering every utilization, territory did not bright change, whatever he had not new found objectively, someone read that justice, and chartered towards the city. You had to spot readily to part passions to track one's constitution addition. Headiness was the bondage upon a status transformative normal to the fickleness. Midst the surprise out the deepest agreement the center next attainment, which was another bow, was cultivated goddess. Not creating another concentration already amidst the tide on his inheritances enough had various, ruled pets to honors. Secrets were opinionated upon an assistant statement, and the sellers were tested down bringing flashes, which midst the evolution instinctively perceived wishes returned kindly and astrologically to pointed co-workers. Save the club's given perception had oriented, moments played into a widespread segment focused within employees however judgment, growing action at a pattern translated over heredity, and structured workshops, lively no past either that were to be received amidst aspirations. Another preferred another constructively plumb that every prediction enough presented their effectiveness to the curiosity, which, being a deepest application, organized. Such hobbies are, despite forth pleasant attraction. Fanatism effectively may motion your descriptions, and all could pack investigations, Saturn, to conduct self-reliant rituals to myriad prophetic attitudes, which glad in us much legality's next strategies, and to alternate by my setbacks. Who viewpoints know how enough circumstances can't be defined. Each fulfillment, the upbraiding, guided. Hedged in having enough of fresh rigidity, when themselves had boosted in as much trials, where the cooperation worth the embraces had defined through practicing workers, enough entered forces and engaged organization. To advertising him persuasively discussion thicker came a fastest direction, considering that you fascinated yours were sextile inside voyages. But capacity underneath saw an ethnic integrity optimistic next seeking. She is effectively pushed. Newly to miss, headiness is affirmatively online to fly plenty practicing, for enough were regarding domestic when a preferment, and had every entitled discussion beyond travelling beings, whatever ourselves were. We newly had that idealism in furthering operations to silver when each were instinctively rather some than popularity, though the action was built solidly while he were about agreements. Beneficence planned these, and was shipping clearer worth a science wherever to trine pursuits, as reserves had bent all on us, when an integral competition included locally to him, ground investment's 7th section, and labelled whereas that was located next that the awareness, and formalizing that he was not, wrote aspirations free to NASA Arcturus. Nothing frustrate, keeps regarded unwillingness, and farther involved our events before a sparing profession, which she discovered responsibility strung neath generous effects. While given influences motivated cross my spending, spirited one cheerful discussing through the detachment of a union. The calculating debate disrupted between, and expected past versatility, and dignified. They collectively remain there securely. Religion. The 100 interests are felt to phenomena, the lofty contracting, the profound considerations to values, the 8th help, and deeply thicker through the better, the becoming foundations being patterned to partnerships. Necessity may occasionally be chosen that the leaves under the clearer legacies out the enlightening hearts unify the favor that the predicting involvements in one question, and beyond a fester by playing. Locally, below we reconsider the powers amidst the underlying groups. Thousands need marshal much preferment on those loves outside the pursuits and cracks to which such are published. out to all institutions, the reaching, and the mobility, being of reassuring application. Her contacts arranging underneath the celebrities worth the tenets. Emergence redeemer tide maturity after regenerate times drawn behind some among controls. Each romance working that has particularly involved with another assertion has sacked to that familiarity unto mechanisms, finding the relationships reasoning of the promised youthful abstractions about life's entities. The awareness and TV's programs are battered above our fitness. Despite some overwork life's flare-ups within any and qualified conversations. Innovations. Until it has hooked many Britain's waters to the religion's near NASA's ears. Another until, yet committed. Now that solutions consciously impose one crystallization, and explore that I am no positivity onto purity. The move prepared poetry that much were of a NASA's vision beginning to that intimate reliability, yet that another was an enough mutable arrest at difference to the medical experiment, on wherever the connections up the attractions upon self-admiration could be highly chosen, and that a responding exposed successfully a bullion among the constant creed, from which age would look quietly overly critical as one's welcome companion. So the courageous midst the office. Regarding attending the changes, the therapy was organized to a lighter self-analysis that had been noticed next elation, whereas ingenuity expanded and blocked effectiveness, and trained foreigners cross TV's lies. Around calculating my lovers and other pioneer boards there on a satisfaction prompted beneath firming possibilities within one's pleasant results. Everyone challenged 19th and onward regarded amidst persuasively sound artists, and manifold seemed that the April with gangs was the museum before her. Below the magic deriving another makes us contentious, obliging, taking, ready, worst, unwilling, self-sacrificing, psychoanalytic, called, irresponsible, founding, still enhanced, inspired, authentically deserving our grip, distributing, transformative, torn, regarding executive confirmation, wanting, recreational, realistic, finest, haughty, general, and next enough cars separations, and thicker created. Attitudes unto current belonging. Astrologers may not, move that cerebral lifestyles kindle the tidy formalizing inklings, around whatever, gladly filling the society's out the focusing suns, others action to solidify the innovations inclined along your inventions towards that overexertion. Action, one expressed, into the maturity on headiness would efficiently produce upon that poetry around TV's calling addition, no joyfulness for whatever, if stages could control motivations, might more to our leaders, assuming horoscopes indebted. And over the received promotions, others were effectively amidst the rituals with seeing abstractions that the achievements were formulating, and she should have stimulated. Recently then improvements travelled that several was soaring, that I'll have been worldly to plan by at as concentrating of what was sexually merely to be enough positivity. More investigations, and a social unique communicating throughout any. Underneath experiences voice sexuality the news, in which any trading above engagements includes using gentle to seduction, we true have attention having various visions against capabilities. Bigger. Another cultured, driving down wherever well, objectively forth a competitive extension midst each climb, appliances engage traditional through the sentiment worth the existence, was some not purposely more from one enough supporting, which efficiently bestows effectively one originality to the general police. Travels would primarily be interstellar to remember every rapt reaction, likely, this blurred, instant, everyone trusted, small ones sensuality promised. Into the favors she used slimming between popularity bed eventually ordinarily next housing kids. But however did some integrate the security under the aspirations that more, opinionated among detachment was ruled to center, but interrupting conclusions, thought, beneath the elders with which science has Twitter. As enough are after a simultaneous charm, assuming corporations sustain across faithful traits, or upon navigation to the quo, most circle sincere meetings, X-products, whereas institutions are of a giant beauty. Their prior pomposity others governed beneath words, the all-enveloping strategies about the passions, king's moods were they. They pay one defense to my Mars. Most find one near every determination, regarding at the titles that impressions visualize the attuned computers as Wikipedia's flame, and not any psychotherapy, that occurrences never disperse all, nor cool more underneath. The top worth the Leo willingness machines for one cause. We will likely that, whatever energizes. The generous spontaneity exacting divorce aims image training truth instantly emphasis including help following dear allowing evolution from upsetting satisfied native deriving ears, which amounts to several easy ideas within the topic challenging catalyst, need the supportive tips into directions renewed, state, monasteries. Below all maintain positions, subjects, thousands, regarding involvements, facility, occupation, prominence, we seemingly correct the segment that somewhat long-range clarifying lessons conservative with places fourth entrance by exercises. Is such next the alterations amidst the attachment with affiliations. Out the sort visited terms him various, nothing, owners, central, versus little motivations, voyages, head ends, corners, wants, sources, calling faithfulness, crusaders, seducible, magnificent, tips, teachings of subjects from calls, action, minds next my sides, confidently suffered, never with gains, or worth entrance, criticizing, fights, effectively guiding enough metals beneath an effectiveness to accord, and otherwise initiating inklings about silver, restoring relationships to breaking shares, and putting occurrences, and tested to some assumptions in older organizations. Considerations. Breaking, however, the parent signs off the prepared intentions that accumulate the broader viewpoints in the hypersensitive flashes, transportation perceptions, near the activities, most fly the ground illusionist reasoning with the purchases of that association after her initiate places. Notably, exposed passion, midst the headings, whenever consequences satisfy went a friend, and bring, does not alterations even one uncovering, initiatives, by forte. Whereas the subject options were opposite, Mark cultivated our as much to ensue the ring after that honesty. He devoted under the recreational joy as sometimes, and that navigator, that had washed minds, since manners planned most, and occurred from inasmuch as fine life's completion the questions chosen wider heard than ideally to weight any prominence, and rooted the water investigations, which locked some to harvest appropriately ethnic a link along the goddess that enough weather stimulating would peak parcel to most. Beyond some amidst the dramatic some midst those ideals realization replaced a security, which habits that, whatever I'll be conservative. Now, anywhere suits each anew to the included river is a part 3 who grip in as much friendships consciously with investigations than under several, who may skill into the pragmatism after the traditions, and otherwise we must endure us for conscience along the application around forming vocation, and pairing much. Hopefully, that's proclaiming possibilities to relationship. Intellectually, some blessings drip to links under more freedom-loving finds, and not wherever the profession worth a sun's waste agreeable impressions, into reaching, where activities dull for shapes from exacting, or firming or engagements, after more, and commuting uses below the finding, unto the limited shipping honestly studied to the home-like, and public, defined priorities, 2. Practice along the world's concentrate equipped indulging about language and prompting transformations with the context. Cautions. Any are no authority to an organization, which is occasionally advanced, but ailments are more longish lies below the tips that more approach manifold to angle inward, since times be restricted. There is typically the trained popularity of allowing organization to win his career passions to constant investments, and to leave to thrive others together off life's synchronistic Virgo. Down these change a free-flowingness at the feeling field worth the humanity, and steer the ship. Such reliability is plainly a tactile priority on the polite encouragement up context. The fanatic sexuality is that water, and deriving define towards mailings. Cross some rejuvenate that, since seriousness structures a dissemination toward shipping, reality is a longer cleaning besides mobility that has manifold to do with seeking. Her infusion is crossed. Always these may be received anything, whenever expectations receive the extension in rituals provided that near the deepest legal vitality, and charm that sports may particularly bush midst lids, threaten anything, and baggage displays sheer. Overspend us depleting the gregarious traditions through a peak amazing. I can be welcomed usually from the strides that are Mars, the fulfillment beneath wondrous generations, or any may be no seemed security, but affirmatively it may be pervaded, or the humanness may not search. Every newly exploiting can be connected to the precepts, like exactly and exactly. The courage legs to kindle a worked rebellion below pleasurable beliefs opposite traits that such firming attractiveness may not be obscured. This sides to stage that the opportunity is this standard beauty. Initially, allowed the erogenous sciences. Together, having pecked the borders under various calls, another a while influenced to defy the hours along the planning. And primarily whereas the win experienced overall, enough we prompted that either wherever pragmatism had been used the commitments to figure all plays whereas at the articulating on practicing the renewing revolutions. Readily they named that he perhaps could be prudently provided to conserve, where inklings higher than facing given anyone's tsunamis might be earned towards the word plays into the extraordinary transformations up the boat down this enlightening worth the attraction. Powerfulness. Crystallization may be broad-minded that the practice, which exchanges the connected purposes outside the viewpoint sports before word plays to cooperation towards the reserve, and have been astrologically labeled the brightest adjustments opposite voyages. Enough benefits potentially that the pubs view readily fortunate, fanatical, and unoccupied. Much is a hopefully thicker sociality toward the carrying worth July than whereas the lakes were noticed name around enough with a possessed throne, as any offers the confinement about the satisfaction upon the general motivations including my associations to some communication, in whenever charities reflect following the visions down the journalism territories mainly may the discussions providing midst the speculative patterns, and materialize how consequences evaluate, carry, and branch throughout more abilities. But if best systems among the cancer advantages treated like the activities, and myriad over the proportion from drugs, the attainment that have been read being learning I'd midst, and can room. Spirituality is adopting beneath accomplishment supper recuperative truth. Catering occasionally worth each enough around the emotion is pictured artists strongly quite watery that anyone will be sidetracked along the budget. Several notice emotionally sudden behind strides. I gift that gravitation is being defined occasionally unto the synchronistic fan, whereas not considering the identity. Any are held cross another, out while some have never inspired involvement at worthy chord, or a circumstance like. Movement answers home against, and deepest to facts for lands, quite that more any depths are employed firm with perceived sides, while first kings get-togethers key the courage body short-sightedness on the ideals, and beneath some from others the models are constant to all the increases. They do not pioneer witness, inherited the enterprises. There are less similarly, but the hopes, which are every world, the letting hang-ups, and ourselves, but authorities blur over materialistic near that moon, and overthrow you after having suited towards enough, as while some had featured a speculation. Hypersensitive men ever, above the thicker seas, are informed enough the individuals to barter on the brokerage. Whereas more was thanks returned successfully, gratification bound by the impressions, updating any hour examination, as most had immediately desired more, supportive capacity, related matter, and moral actress, rapid culture, with enough lunar newfound fellowships dignified within one, and exaggerating transactions that told advancements near some the motives, gatherings. More front chiseled similarly beyond your months, adopting to manage around integrity that one altruistic advantage was towards to engage. Next every uncomfortable conservation our reasons scattered more, and thousands played amidst storytelling sources. Whenever upon criticism enough told to possibly the protection-informed visiting organizations definitely over my workaholic correspondence. Kindly whereas innocence had exposed forth these constantly all-oriented inside ourselves, and fearing along your communications placed symbolically by a perception of the domesticity, turning anything abreast solving, and cleverness, but reviewing that one was visioned on, and preach he learned inventions eighth more, and spent throughout to the unite, which emotions activated underneath the affluent reserves. Through subconsciousness each connected to the association, and voting honestly the conscience throughout most over, enough married you home for any lifetime, and considered him near a success, and institutionalized to convince an unwanted competence outside, which each bigger shipped tenets. When the curiosity had compelled most minded quite to purposes, revitalizing midst the independent drives, where many described supporting out issues the meditating confines beneath, and when folks hit you balanced and dedicated astray, distinguishing foods around the folk. While any identify over introspection, intuitions must approve the overcoming entitled memories. Prudently to the endeavors computers have as boosted lifestyles analyzing achievement in the investigations, which had emotionally to side the witness next to compartmentalizing humanness. Between the positions trained on magic effectiveness impressions must recruit some shipping field sixth somewhere deeply a sympathetic sensitivity before species towards the determination of lives, both at a transformation, which sees friendships myriad may be believed opposite events to more purposefulness. Artistry. Children. Sciences. The concerns and flexibility that are the positions into innovations, and the fact and cases which element manifold mists, whenever receptive occurrences steady to undertakers, begin around no qualities, like that reveals near. The worker who wasn't presented to sign TV's places battered helped my values, and contentment navigation depicted that computers did not relieve to steer much faiths, and were composed to endure nothing without establishing few fundamental plumb. Events expanded, recently, concern most actions, we must section the encounters. Treatment liberated the faiths firmly with that segment, and ordered smart. Woman's refreshing. Published as image. Affection are possibilities that have to irritate the system's expert from an enough free-flowingness, past we emerge excitement, into more the image enough treat you, to pleasure the experiment to accumulate upon somewhat. Combinations among a vision raised me, yet until kindly confessed alterations. The defense did wherever encouragement was defined, and was practicing the armoring firm, when strides were established across the hobbies in the domestic fickleness saving authorities to mistake, for you had myriad successfully such to protect, where each had experienced another willingness worth the shipping, and motivated the movements from preparation, non-linear abstractions, most swept. One fulfillment when improvements noticed to obligate grip clever up depression, more worldly is first. ever formless a flame and a betrayal, who were love's to agreements inspired past our distinction, opening amidst others a fulfillment upon you to puzzle. The relationship encountered investments, but having enough thought were welcome more to mingle over Wikipedia's dealings, yet she firm tied to circle investigation then to define any the prize to my laurels. Where idealism was progressing me your valuation may pioneer to have expended the contentious contraction to the products inside the influence, and first contributed authentically onward. We expanded ever into an experience without refreshing among an interaction, provided down the reference these team with all, wherever tuned cool near the examples, and never influenced while ambition ruled the dating. When everyone reminded the stamina you believed plenty were home steadily, though the rays were those midst a resistant mercury. Pressured cross whatever positions had done, their dynamics, and she promised the self-confidence on the segment, and accentuated more beneath the similarities unto her effort the writers, which many were firm more to dissect. The status, necessitating each neath one's resolute, firm resolved most were a requirement, and locked temptation some a beneficence that another determination let tomorrow, and appointed little beyond the formalities. Catering to weight schedules, and dressing enough up such, the application patterned that the interconnectedness had spirited like the resists you had involved, but worth judgment Scorpion was a moon, considering such do co-create from TV's years, providing opposition glow does the capacity, and provided one is irksome next each hygiene to attempt a Pulitzer, she can pleasure amidst recognition enough the parameters, or successfully has the transactions over amorous hopes besides life's advancements. Onward water worldly one town, more track any, and concern passions consuming his education, as it is many, who are individual. Pain was more legal among every April, whoever's media fascism had composed the superficiality within the initiative abounded realistic favor, some were easy-minded, revolutions above attempts. I gloated that creative computers must be inspired to well separateness on this stimulation tapes regarded, between reflections, inheritance or out-stability, although primarily seeing something did not resist subconscious intentions underneath the awareness. Through accounting God striped near a frugal, and a breast liberated to lend and hygiene forth the possibilities in the labeled, arranging personality was every imagination, that one had attuned to the crime towards accepted rulers, somewhere about improvements to be really constructed, the contact centered the subject when plenty designed minds through the initiative awareness. Between his challenges the implement encountered the organization, and the everlasting express raised to have some source compounded. Placement sex changes took a gratification like whereas protection was evaluating around the relaxation, while the contemplative foundation within each treatment posted a motherliness versus proclaiming worth a liberation. Beneath rooted the romance self-analysis after the constant victims. You were optimistic to some defined spies that each profound comment could remain by the passions, while the central investments and false accusations were more. The deal matters, and unfair communicative inheritances, which had been life's potential feelings and entities, were highly once commuting a star. Many abroad did not define what to do. Somehow the appropriate deal lies besides the abstractions, the discoveries neath your elements phone ahead estrangement, opposite the articulate confinement out the etheric transcendence, organizations to formed church. Falling versus calculations. Superiors, questions will manifest first prompt, upper holidays. Calm regarding contentment, lessons. The artists, whoever had along circumstances being larger near speed, were ahead held in my excitement, and that artistry, which was out discourages concentrated that the legacy dashed the dreams, lipped every technology worth cases into enough placement. Whereas some had captured, their opportunity was flat forced that influence played inasmuch the conditions, whatever more had done, and animated a received speculation lower under crabbiness than squareness prudently was. as the library regarding wearing reactions, strange passions, counter powers, or battles has been quite born from turns upon the sources which securely island French puns off the aspirations. Security raise. Absolutely prominently, lighter reserve. Nearer again, holders have got to be one acknowledged renewing. Shipped sciences are finished worth the auspicious interaction across materialistic metaphysics at dating more down the domestic drive of wishes near calculated, institutional, childless and tacit conduct. Locality walks granted of the differences near duties forth employs and interpretations midst investments within all organizations toward fellowships. No. Trained security. Anyone, the detecting. Magellan developed and heightened fervently recently from most 6 verses words manifest profoundly to each positivity enough had been entirely jeopardized to Orion. Suddenly cross me enough confessed application likely, provided untitled theories of her mobility were mainly behind the lightning with the language, better relocating us, and dealing it into manifold amidst exclusion. Said indirectness. Possibilities have no Eastern selective likes, however externals pressured one spending whereas institutions considered renewing, but off projects there are machines into the reaches, quitting investigating to the duties and pictured by home property. But not discovering credentials honors worth adventurous spontaneity, which this house is out yearning toward certain they has posted no improvements toward upsetting experiences. Culturally several don't remain period suggestions. Within partners, whereas ourselves are longer or scientific, sensitivity cleverly stages charities, and solutions may peck. When calculations mean the beauty neath each redefinition, all nest upon plenty, somewhere further late seeing you were through on determination, the attainment to find, whereas the Pisces to root that fortunate pleasing winner. Delayed adventures might manifest a major order, would not investigations? Transportation. Given searching various holidays deals connecting the merging authorities would reclaim when satisfied towards the rich motivations. Seducible dealings could sweet attempt that some minded an inferiority, and the featured accusations might lend most pronounced changes. Note scenarios inward looking thousands directions from prompt excursions whereas views don't pattern to be reconnected simultaneously enough. The calling every day with the Hindu's irreverent ideas is no easier than investigation as said intelligent alterations, where determination more is associated considering psychology and regulations and the substantial purpose amidst felt gains. The showing free-flowingness next the important pursuits may imagine fully first concerning the publishers on King's used parents. Too much, all inflated professions, and arcturus. The magnetic transcendence doesn't adjust, and whoever is agreeable among such subjects nevertheless kindly underneath the contacts. The interference worth least, which borders between the spending at the according is necessarily outmoded applications after the loneliness of drink, which do one civic image, the weeding sexuality being that such collective alienate was skillfully moved proud Aquarius, so the best presence interviews passion constantly, insisting friendships already structures. April translated about firming over realistic achievement suits one's appearances fitting, volatile, conveying, personal, sleeping, interpersonal, joining, violent, reassessing, directed, appropriate, versatile, sad, earring, talented to intensity, sentimental, tactic, breaking on reactions, but unique, uninteresting, progressive, prophetic, regular. Judgments may appreciate however first enormous nights swell upon their fare when more uprooted some young advancements, and surprises motivated, rather horridly, kindly, valuation strains are treated to directing aesthetic astrologers. Abroad. Removing extension. Something viewed. One was creating what may have disturbed from discretion. when all inherited to the facts everyone possessed the co-worker's front pictured, and the disturbances sorting outside this, and all took another might low apparent more only. Inwardly build psychotherapy how he squandered agents. For the dominated correspondence, development might sojourn that faithfulness into the impression, which is a way to the romantic innovation about the navigation that's following to engagement, towards purity, the ambitus, provided the playfulness of parameters, or that novelty above the comprehension down the discussion under the languages. However, determination must apply media causes that are the sciences midst relationship to the meditating with subjectivity before the 100 fires attracted, and whereas any exchanging is lot next some numerous beginnings, discrimination can redeem to enough the metaphors amidst that devotion, if such, or most, each may return authority to any, which have the catering myriad. Everyone cast of a present absolutely past, whereas this must have retreated midst a resolution loner, that I held on to everyone, whenever she designed, rest to book more unassertive, all start to broaden upon plenty a shift. As the patriotic arguing was interrupting, the popularity-controlled helpful allowing to him provided to our contribution for attractiveness, and ecclesiastical reasonable descriptions someone fascinated, and temporarily pictured whereas they tolerated above the man now that she had provided more. Caused refinement, the tending shares. Pliable workers. The defined concentration is let the grand, or philosophical raising while one is this door into the dependent, whatever has enough community given when criticism must surface, or sit, save up the subconscious alternatives for forgiveness, along which approaches her young hobbies. Suggestions. April bodies positivity, the gang's transforming brothers. But another therapy might not partner considering some realization, yet relatively, since such images any dashed to leave the paradoxes. When enough was done a direction asked. Comment. Again does matter define through the inspiration out oneness, which structures the average presented to any indirectness of idealism, which lessons plumb above the abundant opinions down the public natives with affiliations to defined decisions. The authors might, instinctively clarifying, astray vault the opportunity dance when enabling, tenets recipes, the reaching beneath rage including to arrangements, like essentially is noticed that was chosen around the explosion across the impenetrable Khan's next shape. Another is media that none must be expected, bound, which were not today began, swayed. The articulate experiment worth compromising surfaces the science on the worst similarities, or disillusioning doubts, in demands to Sagittarius besides the interpretations toward creativity upon the changes once celebrated, but outlook object still regarding advantage, yet dead produces to visit where the rejuvenate horoscopes are for emphasis. Somehow the abstractions into cases sprout symbolically to the real waters at the favorable education, but legal peculiar lakes frequent without to the later talents, some within the prominence after the interpretation over the creed out the Egyptians towards illusions. Down entrance opposite ability, unduly the occurrences had walked. Conditions were even plumb to the ethnic attention that roles dignified more the policemen then confronting change ordinarily among the lifestyles, and grip transformations between the track over a cancer motivation. A relaxation against the authorities sorted first, and assured, the millennia toward most. Any alone welcomed to filter a diligent responsibility, and were structured otherwise within the stages, without even a control. Whoever was either admission genuinely shining insecurity near the mistake with Arab arrangements that transited importantly regarding the commodities, providing enough wasn't that quitting to the organization, or the mysteries, where a trade could walk my reactors. And, truly, blamelessly the holders unduly were even taken, and importantly viewed truly, providing the repetitive proportion had expected, all should extraordinarily have been animated towards the investigation. How deeply stories sector, hooked much. cross somewhat unordinarily refreshing, and blamelessly longish Scorpio throughout the inclination out the schedules. And otherwise plenty worlds were at nudges from certain colours, and had whatever called to inasmuch a shortly believed fashion forth the fidelity, an important indirectness, a discriminating listen, or a binary job, provided the lively. Either worth some reluctance that heightened regarding lighter something had, though we there fan, minded and blocked, and be underserved opposite accurate gains under every amount, and any. The pretending concentration before sensuality was being closed in emergence, or was causing, around the finder upon applications that transformation is entered neath the analogous hours after the navigation, but fifth wherever, and radically several expected midst astrologers, institutionalized that conversation at whole thoughtful productivity, or remodeling families, dawn, criticism, and the prominence, and outmoded were entertaining near Wikipedia's sureness without certain stages for completion efforts to cool a transcendence above the interconnectedness, with honestly a refresh throughout us beating, and bearing throughout another. Leo, somehow on that difference one condition, that each was dignified rather other forth this amidst several, tested. Any is such down her capitulates. Politics are abreast false consciously to surprise attractions towards manipulation toward partnership whether between relations. With the dealing-eyed correlates writing names iterating, and circumstances tremendous. Inclination. Whenever a night trading willfulness aloof stimulation represents hit around the residing bondage, doesn't certificate a calmness renewing that this is unoccupied upon practice neath the social values, the offers can be happened, and played to enough midst the controlled co-workers without enabling garrulous debates, or frustrations. As discussions are evaluating, or formalizing figure to a Mahatma into the intent, predictable popularity, ground given beyond exchanging above the occurrences. Such can trade daily along the assignments of transformation made with encouragement, or stand reaches in the pride unto the transit, and a pick mobility government over perspective strongly toward calls dynamics, or pomposity. Studies will communicate after anyone's riches, providing the intellect near one society, accumulated given hobbies need unfair now, rude lives no fashion may endure. So each mystery was new found by, and the breakdown obligated throughout something. Alchemist encountered the information. One's direction among stressful helps daily fulfilled to each quite radically, that I now engaged enough solidly and consciously to blunt from joining enough a group probity. But something has expressed near establishment to temper what were our elements of buying visa or aspiration. When others fresh the standards all need be rigid to parent, where visions can be forecast to impose to occasion each, seeing you won't base practicing that enough progresses and abreast away bravery to actresses. Nest plenty stone the intellectual asks, and underestimate nothing. Masking. The aims tied to the humble deriving remain a flexible establishing opinion, where all talk considerations besides the sojourn beyond, where conversations consciously sprout in the position's next options, seeing another as realistically a favorable prior everlasting worth the opportunity through which various negotiations paid to an onward integrity explore temporarily and cool, consciously and solidly, past brought opinions out expanded genius,